Chapter 21:13. It's just the two of us? Xuezong did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He continued to look around. He extended his divine consciousness and probed every corner in the surroundings. It was as though he would not rest until he found the person hiding in the dark. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Xuezong's actions. However, he did not say anything. His gaze gradually turned cold. Xuezong, who was being stared at, felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. After a shudder, he regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he could clearly feel the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian's body. "Who are you? Why did you lure me out?" Xuezong asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he was still vigilant of his surroundings. He was afraid someone would appear from the side and attack him. Whether it was the figure or the voice of the purple-clad young man before him, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as though he had seen or heard of him before. However, he could not recall where he had seen or heard of him. He had no clue at all. However, he was certain that he had never seen this purple-clad young man before. At the very least, he had never seen this purple-clad young man's face. Moreover, he was certain there were no signs of disguise on this person's face. Due to this reason, he was extremely puzzled. Who was this purple-clad young man? Why did he lure him out? Why did it give him such a familiar feeling? Who am I? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Xuezong's question. His laughter gradually became louder and louder. In the end, he laughed heartily as though he had gone mad. "What are you laughing about?" Duan Lingtian's laughter sent chills down Xuezong's spine. He immediately cried out, "Brat, do you know who I am? I'm a Xian. I know you're an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. I also know your father is the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism." Before Xuezong could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian, who had stopped laughing mercilessly, interrupted him. "If this is all you want to say to me, there's no need for you to do so. This is because I know everything about you. Otherwise, why didn't I lure others out, but you?" In the end, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Xuezong as a mocking smile appeared on his face. "You? Who are you?" Xuezong's expression changed rapidly, and his tone became increasingly gloomy. At this time, even if he did not feel that the purple-clothed young man in front of him was a match for him, he still felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He thought that this sense of crisis was given to him by the purple-clothed young man's hidden helper. Therefore, his divine sense continued to extend and spread out as he continued to investigate the surroundings. "Xuezong, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Who am I?" Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly changed, and at the same time, the muscles on his face began to contort. In the end, in front of Xuezong, it was a completely different face. And this face was also his true appearance. Xuezong's pupils constricted abruptly when he saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance. His face was filled with astonishment and disbelief, and his throat trembled as if it was stuck in his throat, causing him to be unable to make a sound for a long time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. When Duan Lingtian revealed his true appearance, Xuezong, naturally, recognized Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had snatched the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, from this person in front of him. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would have killed him back then. Naturally, he did not kill Duan Lingtian back then because he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to achieve much even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. When he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had used his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. He was certain Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In his opinion, although a person with a yellow innate spiritual root was considered to have a high innate talent in the lower province, it was not worth mentioning in the upper province. He did not think Duan Lingtian was a threat, and he was worried killing Duan Lingtian, who was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, would bring trouble to himself. Due to this reason, he did not kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? How's it possible that it's you? Xuezong finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he could not help but gasp. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. His eyes shone with disbelief as he looked at Duanling Tian. He did not expect this at all. After casting his divine ability, this purple-clad young man whose strength was almost on par with his was actually Duanling Tian, whom he had met in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. In the past, in his eyes, Duanling Tian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a light yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he came to the upper province from the lower province, he would only be at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. It would be difficult for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the quintessential saint stage, it would be difficult for him to make any more progress in the future. In the eyes of a saint celestial stage powerhouse like him, even if Duanling Tian grew stronger in the future, he would still be an ant that was not worth mentioning and posed no threat to him at all. However, he had never expected that in just 1 or 2 years, Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, who was like an ant in his eyes, had actually grown so strong that his strength was almost on par with him. Xuezong. Duanling Tian ignored Xuezong's shock. He looked at Xuezong with an increasingly cold gaze. He said in a deep voice, "That day, after you killed Elder Ku of my Azure Cloud Mansion and took away my Devil Seal tablet, you went back on your word and said you wanted to kill everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, I swore in my heart that if I, Duanling Tian, don't kill you in this lifetime, I'm not a man. Today, it's time for me to fulfill my oath." In the beginning, Duanling Tian's voice was extremely cold. However, in the end, his voice was no longer cold. It was strangely calm. However, the murderous intent on his body continued to rise. Killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Ha ha ha. When Xuezong heard Duanling Tian's words and confirmed that there was no one hiding in the dark, he could not help but laugh maniacally. Duanling Tian watched on calmly. After a short moment, Xuezong's laughter stopped, and he revealed a disdainful expression as he looked at Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, although I don't know what fortuitous encounter you obtained, to actually be able to walk to this step with such a lousy natural talent in the martial Dao in a short 1 or 2 years. However, do you really think you can defeat me now?" Although Xuezong was shocked and in disbelief by Duanling Tian's improvement in just 1 or 2 years, he knew he was already clear. However, he was clearly aware that what was done could not be undone. No matter how shocked he was, it was useless. For this reason, he managed to calm down. At the same time, he could faintly guess. Duanling Tian must have relied on his current strength and the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to challenge him. With the strength Duanling Tian currently displayed, it might be difficult for him to defeat Xuezong if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. However, there was a high chance he could fight Xuezong to a draw. Even then, Xuezong was not afraid at all. He, Xuezong, was the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Apart from his strength, how could he not rely on anything else? If he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I should be able to fight him to a draw at most. However, what's the harm in playing with him? When I'm tired of playing with him, I'll use the voice transmission jade token to inform Elder Chu to come over. Even if he's stronger than me, I won't be able to wait for Elder Chu to come over. If he really pushes me too far, I'll send him to hell with just a Dao talisman. When he thought up to here, Xuezong's heart calmed down, and he no longer had any fear towards Duanling Tian. "You'll find out soon enough whether I've defeated you or not," Duanling Tian said nonchalantly. At the same time, his body suddenly jolted. In just a blink of an eye, vast and majestic Sun Saint energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body and transformed into a pair of flaming wings on his back. The wings were extremely realistic. The flaming wings seemed to raise the temperature of the air by a few degrees. Golden Crow's wings. This was the movement divine ability Duanling Tian had cast. To be more precise, it was a high-grade movement divine ability. You're the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian cast his movement divine ability and formed a pair of Golden Crow's wings on his back, Xuezong, who was looking at Duanling Tian with disdain, cried out in surprise. If one listened carefully, they would be able to tell that Xuezong's voice was trembling. Xuezong's voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Upon seeing this, Xuezong recalled the assist-type divine ability that Duan Ling Tian had cast earlier. He could not help but recall the new prodigy of Zoroastrianism who had recently become famous in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was a prodigy of Zoroastrianism who had recently risen to prominence. Not long after his rise to prominence, he had defeated Buhong and replaced him as the second prodigy of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. When Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, became famous, news of him mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, shocking everyone. It was not unusual for a powerhouse from the older generation to master 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, as a prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian, who was one of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, had mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. This was extremely rare in the history of the Dao martial saint land. For this reason, news of Duan Ling Tian mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities had spread in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. Xuezong, who was from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had also heard about it. Golden Crow's Wings. Chapter 21:14. When Xuezong saw Duan Ling Tian casting the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, he instantly confirmed his other identity. He was the second heavenly pride of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. Although he had seen the portrait of the Duan Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism, Xuezong did not recognize Duan Ling Tian. The appearance of that Duan Ling Tian was different from the appearance of the current Duan Ling Tian, as well as the appearance of the Duan Ling Tian just now. Moreover, the people of Zoroastrianism also confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was not in disguise. However, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian use a mysterious secret technique to disguise himself, he could easily guess that Duan Ling Tian had also changed his appearance when he was in Zoroastrianism. However, he still used the name Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to recognize me as the Duan Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism with just 2 divine abilities. Hearing Xuezong's exclamation, Duan Ling Tian knew that Xuezong recognized him as the Duan Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism. Eating alone, he did not show too much surprise. After all, he had already displayed 2 divine abilities in front of Xuezong. At this time, if Xuezong still did not connect him with the Duan Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism, it would mean that Xuezong was too ignorant or slow to react. Of course, the reason why Xuezong only reacted now was because the news that the Duan Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism was a 9-clawed dragon warrior was only circulated within Zoroastrianism. It was not widely circulated outside. In fact, this news had also spread from Zoroastrianism. However, because not many people outside believed it, it did not spread, let alone to the Zhuangzi Buddhism of the central region. The reason they did not believe it was because the identity of a 9-clawed dragon warrior was too illusory. To the people in the Dao martial saint land, a 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence. It was elusive, and one could only dream of it but not reach it. For this reason, Xuezong did not know that the Duan Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism knew how to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Otherwise, he would have already confirmed it. The Duan Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism was Duan, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province whom he had snatched the Devil Seal tablet away from. You didn't expect this, and neither did I. Xuezong's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, if I knew you would grow to such an extent, I wouldn't have held back in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Hold back. Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh when he heard Xuezong's words. Xuezong, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't kill me because you were afraid of my identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, right? Of course, you must also think that with my innate talent in the martial Dao, I'll never be able to catch up to you. If that's not the case, would you have shown me mercy? What a joke! Duan Ling Tian's words had exposed Xuezong's thoughts, causing Xuezong's face to turn green and pale. Now, are you regretting not killing me? When Duan Ling Tian saw the changes in Xuezong's expression, he continued to say, are you thinking that if you had killed me back then, I wouldn't have grown to this stage today? It's a pity that there's no medicine for regret in this world. Today, I, Duan Ling Tian, will fulfill the oath I made to kill you, Xuezong, to avenge Elder Ku, and to avenge the 10 black armored army soldiers of my Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, his voice was as loud as a clap of thunder. At the same time, he revealed his desire for revenge. Regret. Duanling Tian's words caused Xueqi to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Duanling Tian, don't you think you've overestimated yourself? I admit that you're quite strong. However, it's hard to say who's stronger between you and me. Do you think you're certain you can defeat me? In the end, Xueqi sneered again. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm certain I can defeat you or not. Duanling Tian did not plan to waste his breath on Xueqi. When he spoke again, he made his move. The pair of golden crow wings on his back suddenly flapped. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. As the sound of explosions reverberated in the air, Duanling Tian's figure flashed and disappeared from his spot. He charged towards Xueqi at lightning speed. His speed was not inferior to a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'd like to see how strong you, the second strongest prodigy in Zoroastrianism, are. Xueqi was not afraid at all when faced with Duanling Tian, who was charging at him menacingly. He replied coldly as he made his move. His saint origin that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly erupted. In the next moment, Xueqi shot up into the sky as though he was riding on a cloud. His speed was not any slower than Duanling Tian. At this moment, Xueqi had cast an assist-type divine ability and a movement divine ability consecutively. Otherwise, his speed would not have been so fast. Not long ago, the existence that was like an ant in my eyes actually possesses strength that is not inferior to mine. Xueqi's heart sank when he realized Duanling Tian's speed was not inferior to his. His expression turned grave immediately. After all, Duanling Tian had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior yet. Once Duanling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed would increase. It would not be difficult for him to surpass Xueqi. Damn it! How did Duanling Tian master 2 powerful high-grade divine abilities in such a short time? I heard he has mastered 2 other high-grade divine abilities as well. One of them is an offensive divine ability and the other is a defensive divine ability. His defensive divine ability is the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Xueqi was displeased when he thought about this. As expected of the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Although Xueqi has just broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, in terms of speed, ordinary cultivators at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage such as Buhong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, are no match for him. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw Xueqi's speed. He could tell Xueqi had cast a high-grade movement divine ability. As for the assist-type divine ability, it should be a medium-grade assist-type divine ability. 9-clawed dragon warrior. Although Duanling Tian did not plan to use the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill Xueqi, he was not stingy with his other techniques. When he discovered Xueqi's speed was on par with his, he immediately transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had transformed from a human into a monster with a human head and a dragon's body. This was the form of a 9-clawed dragon warrior. There's no need for me to hide my strength anymore. I'll let Xueqi know what despair is. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian no longer held back as he activated his strength as a 9-clawed dragon warrior. At this moment, apart from the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duanling Tian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. He no longer held back. Before Duanling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed was already on par with Xueqi. However, now that he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duanling Tian's speed had increased to another level. He had completely surpassed Xueqi's speed. Xueqi! Duanling Tian suddenly shouted as he charged towards Xueqi at an even faster speed. He was getting closer and closer to Xueqi. Damn it! After witnessing Duanling Tian's speed, Xueqi knew he would not be able to gain an advantage in terms of speed. For this reason, he did not continue to move. Instead, he came to a halt. After he came to a halt, he raised his hand and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear shook, causing the air to tremble. Ripples began to spread in all directions. Along with the ripples, an extremely sharp aura could be felt. This aura was not something an ordinary saint weapon would possess. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect Xuezong, a mere Xuanzi Buddhism elder at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, would possess 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. However, when he thought about Xuezong's other identity, he felt relieved. It was not difficult for the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Xuanzi Buddhism, to obtain 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon for his son. I didn't expect you to be able to recognize 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Xuezong smirked. He shook the long spear in his hand as terrifying saint origins surged out. At this moment, all the martial tactics, divine abilities, and 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon that Xuezong had mastered exploded. Xuezong attacked with all his might. Boom! When the long spear swept out, a thunderous sound reverberated in the sky. It seemed to drown out all other sounds in the world. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a short-lived sword cry resonated in the air as a sword ray shot out toward the 1,000 inscription saint spear. When Duan Lingtian made his move, Xuezong saw a sword ray that flashed for a moment before it entered his eyes. 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. With his spiritual eyes, it was easy for Xuezong to see how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's sword was. When he sensed the aura on it was similar to his 1,000 inscription saint spear, he knew it was 1,000 inscription saint sword. Initially, Xuezong thought he had the upper hand in terms of saint weapons. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian using the 1,000 inscription saint sword, his expression changed drastically. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air as the 1,000 inscription saint sword and the 1,000 inscription saint spear collided. The energy contained in the 2 weapons clashed with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms. However, compared to the sound of metal colliding, the sound was like the buzzing of a mosquito. Pfff. After a while, Xuezong finally fell into a disadvantageous position. He was affected by the aftershock of the collision and flew out like an arrow from a bow. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of black and red blood. The blood splattered in the air. It was dazzling. Chapter 21:15. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Xuezong happened in the blink of an eye. It was also this lightning-fast exchange that allowed them to determine the winner in just a moment. Duan Lingtian's strength completely crushed Xuezong. It was an absolute suppression. I haven't used my offensive divine ability yet. When Duan Lingtian's next words entered the ears of Xuezong, who had been blasted away by the remaining force and was in an extremely sorry state, he was so angry that his body trembled, and he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly a huge blow to Xuezong, making him very angry. Without using any offensive divine ability, he was already forced to such a state. If he used an offensive divine art, wouldn't he be able to kill him in the blink of an eye? Whoosh! After flying for a distance, Xuezong finally stabilized his sorry figure. At the same time, his pale face turned completely gloomy. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you're stronger than me, and that you're going to defeat me today? What? You want to send out a voice transmission jade slip and ask for help? Hearing Xuezong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled contemptuously, as if he could see through Xuezong's thoughts. At the same time, he acted as if he didn't care at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian didn't really care. With his strength that completely crushed Xuezong, even if Xuezong sent out the sound transmission jade slip, before the person that Xuezong sent out the request for help received the sound transmission jade slip, he would have already killed Xuezong. By the time the person Xuezong had asked for help arrived, he had already disappeared. Don't forget about the minor-major mirror image talisman. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Hua Lao's voice. Hua Lao reminded him. After killing Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Duan Lingtian returned to Sin City and studied the Dao talismans in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Through Hua Lao's confirmation, he also learned that the talisman that had exposed his identity to the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was the minor-major mirror image talisman. Don't worry. Upon hearing Hua Lao's reminder, Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "Before I kill him, I'll take out the minor mirror image talisman that might be on him. I'm not in a hurry to kill him. I want to ravage him slowly and let him die in despair again and again." In the end, Duan Lingtian's tone became colder and colder, as if it could make people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The enmity of Elder Ku, the enmity of the Black Armored Army, the enmity of stealing the Devil Seal tablet. He would not let this go. The minor-major mirror image talisman was further divided into the minor mirror image talisman and the major mirror image talisman. Once the person who carried the minor mirror image talisman was killed or activated or used the minor mirror image talisman, the minor mirror image talisman would record the person's recent experiences to the major mirror image talisman. At that time, as long as the major mirror image talisman was crushed, the person would be able to see the images. Xuezong, an elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. It was impossible for someone like him to not have a minor mirror image talisman. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. Before he killed Xuezong, he would injure him severely and take the minor mirror image talisman from him before he killed him. However, would Duan Lingtian be able to do as he wished? "I don't have to look for help. I alone am enough to kill you." Xuezong smiled coldly in the face of Duan Lingtian's disdain. Whoosh! As soon as Xuezong finished speaking, he raised his hand and a talisman that shone with a purple light appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one would see it was a Dao talisman. It was not that the Dao talisman was purple, but it looked like a purple Dao talisman when it was surrounded by purple lightning bolts and thunderbolts. As soon as the Dao talisman appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area was pushed away. In just a blink of an eye, the air in the area seemed to have been sucked away. The violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman. As soon as Xuezong took out the Dao talisman, Duan Lingtian recognized the Dao talisman immediately. Horror dawned on his face immediately. When he was learning about Dao talismans in Sin City, Duan Lingtian had also learned about the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. He knew the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman was a powerful offensive Dao talisman that could only be drawn by a quasi-celestial grade Dao talisman master. The Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman was said to be able to kill anyone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It did not matter if it was a human or a saint beast. Those whose cultivation base had not broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be killed. Even a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be severely injured by the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, even though it would not kill them. Moreover, it would be a life-threatening injury. Usually, only powerhouses at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to withstand the power of the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Ha ha! Xuezong burst out laughing when he saw the horror on Duan Lingtian's face and heard Duan Lingtian's exclamation. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to recognize the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman," Xuezong said coldly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was surprised Duan Lingtian, a country bumpkin from the lower province, recognized the Dao talisman from the upper province. The Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman was given to him by his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. "Duan Lingtian, you didn't die in vain after being killed by the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman," Xuezong said again before Duan Lingtian could reply. The moment his words left his mouth, he raised his hand and threw the Dao talisman that was surrounded by purple lightning and thunderbolts at Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and was about to shout "Activate." However, once he shouted the word "Activate," the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would transform into a powerful force and sweep toward Duan Lingtian. It would devour and kill Duan Lingtian. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At this moment, Xuezong opened his mouth. Whoosh! At this critical moment, before Xuezong shouted the word "Activate," the short-lived sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air again. This time, another flash of sword light appeared in front of Xuezong. This sword isn't the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword. It's even more powerful than the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword. This was Xuezong's last thought. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a terrifying bloody hole appeared between his brows before he could even react. Spurt. The sound of a sharp sword piercing flesh and bone resonated in the air. The speed of sound was slower than the speed of light after all. Xueqi, who was spurting blood from the hole between his brows, finally fell to the ground. His mouth remained open, but he could no longer make a sound. Oh no! At this moment, Duan Tian, who had killed Xueqi with the Jasper Celestial Sword, had a slight change of expression on his face. This was because he could clearly sense the Dao Talisman's fluctuation on Xueqi's body. Minor Mirror Image Talisman. Duan Tian knew very well that the Dao Talisman on Xueqi's body must have been the Minor Mirror Image Talisman when Xueqi died. Since the Minor Mirror Image Talisman had been depleted, it must have transmitted the scene to the Major Mirror Image Talisman that was paired with it. The Major Mirror Image Talisman must be in the hands of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. It's too late. At this point, Duan Tian did not think too much about it, even though he was afraid. He could not afford to be careless in the situation earlier. There was no time for him to retrieve the Minor Mirror Image Talisman from Xueqi. If Xueqi had shouted, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would have been activated. The force that could kill anyone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would have swept toward Duan Tian. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Tian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and used all his defensive techniques, he would not have been able to block the force. He could only barely block the force of the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman by activating the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. However, if he did that, he would be drained of all his strength. Even if he managed to block the force of the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, he would not be able to fight Xueqi if he was drained of all his strength. Although Duan Tian had activated the Jasper Celestial Sword at the critical moment, he did not wait for Xueqi to activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Instead, he killed Xueqi before he could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. The entire process seemed smooth, but it made Duan Tian tremble with fear. This was because he had taken a huge risk by doing that. If he had activated the Jasper Celestial Sword and used the sword-wielding technique from the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword to kill Xueqi, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would have been activated. At that time, he would have perished together with Xueqi. With this thought in mind, Duan Tian sighed in relief. Fortunately, Xueqi was too slow. After Duan Tian regained his senses and calmed himself down, he put the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman into his spatial ring. From now on, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would be his trump card. It was so powerful that it was comparable to the Jasper Celestial Sword when he activated it with all his might. Hualao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Tian did not forget to contact Hualao and ask him to devour Xueqi's innate spiritual root. As the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xueqi possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Naturally, it was only a light blue innate spiritual root. Although such an innate spiritual root was only a drop in the bucket compared to Duan Tian's indigo innate spiritual root, it was still better than nothing. For this reason, Duan Tian was delighted after devouring Xueqi's innate spiritual root. I wonder if the Devil Seal tablet is still in his hands. At the same time, Duan Tian took Xueqi's spatial ring from Xueqi's corpse and performed ownership claim on it before he looked inside. Chapter 21:16. In Xueqi's spatial ring, there were piles of high-grade saint stones and all kinds of items. Duan Tian was dazzled when he saw them. However, Duan Tian's eyes were soon attracted by an item in the corner. The Devil Seal tablet. The item that attracted Duan Tian's attention was a stone tablet with a missing corner lying quietly in the corner of Xueqi's spatial ring. It was the Grade Saint weapon that he dreamed of obtaining. The Devil Seal tablet. When Duan Tian saw the Devil Seal tablet, he was surprised and overjoyed. Xueqi did not give the Devil Seal tablet to the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 imperial kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, when he snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him. This was something he did not expect. I didn't expect the Devil Seal tablet to come back just like that. Duan Tian took the Devil Seal tablet out with just a thought in his mind. He reached out and touched it gently. He was so excited that he could not calm down for a long time. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. At the same time, he put the Devil Seal tablet away. If the Devil clans really invade the Dao Martial Saint land, the Devil Seal tablet will become a nightmare for the Devil clans. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. After learning about the land of exile and the Devil clans, it was very likely that the Devil clans would invade the Dao Martial Saint land again. Duan Lingtian missed the Devil Seal tablet that Xuezong had snatched away. The power that the Devil Seal tablet displayed when facing the Devil clans was much stronger than when facing ordinary Devil cultivators. However, I still hope that it's just a guess. The Devil clans didn't invade the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If the Devil clans really invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, it would mean that the people in the lower province would be plunged into misery and suffering. His family and friends would be affected as well. This was not something he wanted to see. He only hoped that his family, his friends and family, could all live safely and peacefully. It's time to go back. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian snapped back to reality. With a lift of his hand, a gush of vast Sun Saint energy swept out and turned Xuezong's body into dust before he returned to Sin City. Along the way, Duan Lingtian transformed from a 9-clawed dragon warrior back to his human form. He even put on a new face that he had never seen before. This time, Duan Lingtian's disguised face was not as handsome as before. It looked very ordinary. He was the type that could not be found in a crowd. I'm sure the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, knows about Xuezong's death. I'm afraid he's on his way to Sin City right now. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. However, he was not worried. He was very confident in his disguise. Even if the Golden Lion King stood in front of him, he would not be able to tell he was the one who killed Xuezong. However, I'm sure the Golden Lion King will be able to figure out my true identity from the images he saw. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. Previously, after Xuezong snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him and returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he must have mentioned him to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Golden Lion King must have known he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the Golden Lion King would have seen his true appearance through the mirror image talisman. I hope the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province won't be able to send people back to the lower province for a while. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King will definitely vent his anger on my family to avenge his son. At this moment, Duan Lingtian hoped the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province would continue to be ineffective and would not be able to send people back to the lower province for a while. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King would definitely go to the lower province and look for trouble with his family and friends after learning about his background. That was not something he wanted to see. It was just as Duan Lingtian thought. When Xuezong was killed by Duan Lingtian, in the mountains not far from Sin City, in the depths of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate, an earth-shattering roar that sounded like a lion's roar resonated in the air. Zong! Apart from anger, there was only anger in this earth-shattering roar. Boom! In the depths of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate, a room in a standalone mansion collapsed with a loud bang. Dust filled the air as a tall and muscular figure shot out from the room. The figure belonged to an old man who was 2 meters tall. His white hair stood on end, making him look like a lion's head. Apart from that, he had a pair of thick eyebrows, a pair of eyes that were as large as gongs, and a white beard that covered his face. He hovered in the air as a terrifying aura swept out from his body, causing the air around him to stagnate. This old man was none other than the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was also one of the strongest powerhouses in the Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. If there were no accidents, one would live as long as heaven and earth. The Golden Lion King was only a title. The Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had another name. Xueqi Sun. Zong. At this moment, Xueqi Sun, the Golden Lion King, who was trembling violently, was looking at his open palm as he muttered to himself. In the center of his palm was a pile of fragments. These were the fragments of his son, Xuezong's, soul pearl after it shattered. This meant his son, Xuezong, had been killed. With a raise of his hand, a Tao talisman appeared in the Golden Lion King's hand. The Tao talisman was a mirror image talisman. It was the major mirror image talisman from the minor major mirror image talisman. This major mirror image talisman was a pair with the minor mirror image talisman that his son, Xueqi, possessed. As soon as Xueqi crushed the major mirror image talisman, a series of images appeared before his eyes. In the scene, his son, Xueqi, appeared, and a violet-clothed young man appeared along with him. Xueqi saw the purple-clad young man's face contorted before it transformed into another face. Based on the shape of his son and the purple-clad young man's lips, Xueqi could roughly deduce what they were talking about. He's the person from the lower province whose devil seal tablet was snatched away by my son. At the same time, Xueqi had also learned about the identity of the purple-clad young man in the video, after he roughly understood the sequence of events. It was none other than the young mansion master of the WCI subterranean Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. The grade saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in his son's hand was taken from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian? The prodigy from Zoroastrianism who has recently risen to prominence? Soon after, Xueqi's expression turned grave. He did not expect the person whose Devil Seal Tablet was snatched away by his son was Duan Ling Tian, the second strongest prodigy from Zoroastrianism who had recently become famous in the upper province. Both of them were the same person. He did not expect this at all. Following that, the images before his eyes continued to change. Xueqi witnessed how his son was killed even though he had taken out the Z Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Xueqi's expression turned grave immediately. The atmosphere in the surroundings seemed to have frozen at this moment. In the next moment, waves of terrifying killing intent rose from Xueqi's body. Flames of hatred could be seen burning in the depths of his eyes. It was as though a prairie fire was about to burst out at any moment. That sword is much more powerful than his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Its speed is so fast that even the mirror image talisman can't capture it. It must be the Traceless Sword, one of the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Xueqi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He began to recall the images that he had seen earlier. The images seemed to have taken root in his mind and were difficult to erase. For this reason, he was certain the sword Duan Ling Tian had used was extraordinary. He guessed it was the Traceless Sword, one of the 2 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. I should be right. The Traceless Sword is known as the Traceless Sword. As Xueqi muttered to himself, the killing intent on his body rose even more. The flames of fury in the depths of his eyes grew even more intense. It seemed as though it could burn everything. Don't worry. I'll go find Duan Lington and kill him to avenge you. When the people in the surroundings heard the commotion and rushed towards Xueqi's residence, Xueqi's body moved and disappeared into the void. He immediately left the Xuanzi Buddhism. After leaving the Xuanzi Buddhism, he made his way to Sin City. Duan Lington, how dare you kill my son? You'll die for sure. As Xueqi traveled, the flames of fury in his heart grew even more intense. It did not seem like it was going to subside at all. In his heart, Xueqi thought to himself that Duan Ling Tian from the lower province was already a dead man. In Sin City, Duan Ling Tian, who had guessed the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, would be coming soon, found another inn to stay in after he returned. Hualao, do you have any secret technique that allows you to change your body shape? Duan Ling Tian immediately asked Hualao after he had checked in. Although he could disguise himself without leaving any traces, he could not change his appearance. However, his body shape would not change. If the Golden Lion King from Xuanzi Buddhism remembered his body shape through the major mirror image talisman, it would be possible for the Golden Lion King to recognize him. There were many people with similar body shapes as him. Chapter 21:17. The secret technique to change one's physique is related to the transformation of one's bones. It's the work of a celestial. Elder Hua's calm reply mercilessly extinguished the flame of hope that was ignited in Duan Ling Tian's heart. The meaning behind Elder Hua's words was very simple. Although there were secret techniques to change one's physique, Duan Ling Tian was not capable of mastering it. Only a celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to a Devata realm was capable of such a technique. It seems like I have no choice but to think of another way. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian temporarily left the inn and went to get a few sets of large black robes. They were all black robes with a hood that could completely cover his entire body and completely cover his body. If I wear these robes, let alone the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, even father and mother won't be able to recognize me based on my physique. Duan Lingtian felt relieved as he looked at the large black robes in his hands. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's tensed heart finally relaxed. Although Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface when he learned Xuezong had used the minor mirror image talisman, he could not help but feel pressured. This pressure came from Xuezong's father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Golden Lion King's cultivation base was at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, Duan Lingtian would definitely die if such a person came to look for him. Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved after he had made various preparations. With my disguise and the long robes, even the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism won't be able to recognize me if I'm fully armed. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought of this. After calming down, he recalled the scenes that he had experienced today. He had lured Xuezong out of Sin City and killed him before Xuezong could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. After Xuezong's death, Duan Lingtian had taken back the Devil Seal tablet that belonged to him. Up until now, Duan Lingtian still felt as though he was dreaming when he recalled all of this. When Xuezong came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he treated me like an ant with his tyrannical strength. At that time, I was as weak as an ant in front of him. Duan Lingtian recalled the time when Xuezong came to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. At that time, Xuezong was extremely powerful. Under Xuezong's threat, Duan Lingtian had no other choice but to hand. Duan Lingtian's heart was still vivid. Apart from that, after he killed Elder Ku, he went back on his words and said he would kill everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion apart from those who are close to me. At that time, Duan Lingtian was furious and aggrieved when Xuezong went back on his word. Of course, there was more of a deep sense of helplessness. Even if Xuezong went back on his word, Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to stop Xuezong. He could only secretly swear in his heart that he would treat Xuezong as his mortal enemy. Now that I've come to the upper province after 2 years, I've fulfilled the oath that I secretly swore. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned misty as he muttered, Elder Ku, I've already killed Xuezong and avenged you. You can rest in peace now. Also, my 10 brothers from the Black Armored Army, this incompetent young mansion master has also avenged all of you. All of you can rest in peace now. After muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Xuezong, I'm sure you didn't expect me to kill you so easily until the moment you died, right? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought about Xuezong whom he had killed today. Today, he had killed Xuezong with the Jasper Celestial Sword when Xuezong thought he could turn the tables with the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. From the beginning until the end, Xuezong did not even have time to react before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. It's a pity I didn't let Xuezong die in despair. Xuezong was killed by Duan Lingtian with just 1 strike. Perhaps, he did not feel despair until the moment he died. After all, Xuezong thought he could turn the tables when he took out the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a wave of pity again. No matter what, he's dead now. The enmity between us can be considered to have come to an end. After he died, not only did he give me the Devil Seal tablet, but he also gave me the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he raised his hand and took out the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Upon closer inspection, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman looked like an ordinary Dao talisman. However, with the surrounding purple lightning and thunderbolts, the Taoist talisman appeared extremely extraordinary. It faintly emitted waves of terrifying aura as though it could destroy everything. When Duan Lingtian took out the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman to study it, whoosh! A tall figure with terrifying speed entered Sin City and looked for Chu Tan Shang, a Zhuangzi Buddhism elder. Chu Tanshang was none other than the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who was with Xuezong today. He was also the leader of the group of Zhuangzi Buddhism elders who came to Sin City to purchase resources for Zhuangzi Buddhism. Lord Karmapa. Chu Tanshang's expression changed drastically when he saw the Golden Lion King, Xueqi Sun, who was exuding a murderous aura. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. The Golden Lion King had left Zhuangzi Buddhism and come to Sin City. He didn't believe that the Golden Lion King was just here to relax. Slap. Faced with Chu Tanshang's respectful greeting, Xueqi Sun's response was a resounding slap across his face. Half of Chu Tanshang's face swelled up. He was stunned, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Did something happen to Xuezong? Chu Tanshang's heart trembled. At this moment, he could clearly feel the Golden Lion King's towering rage. My son, Xuezong, was lured out of Sin City and killed by this person. Right at this moment, the Golden Lion King, Xueqi Sun, raised his hand, and a blank drawing paper appeared in his hand. Then, he took out a brush and drew a picture of a young man. Looking at the portrait that Xueqi Sun drew on the spot, Chu Tanshang felt that the young man in the portrait looked familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before. This person is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. His name is Duanling Tian. Xueqi Sun's words made Chu Tanshang realize who he was. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province was Duanling Tian. Chu Tanshang finally remembered. Duanling Tian was the lucky person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. However, the Devil Seal tablet was taken away by Elder Xuezong of Zhuangzi Buddhism. So it's him. At this moment, Chu Tanshang finally understood why he found the young man's portrait familiar. It was because he had seen the portrait of the young man that had been passed down from the lower province to the upper province. Apart from being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, he has another identity. He's also the newly risen second prodigy of Zoroastrianism. Xueqi Sun continued to say coldly, causing Chu Tanshang to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Gasp! Chu Tanshang was stunned when he heard Xueqi Sun's words. Then he gasped and asked in disbelief, Lord Karmapa, are you sure? I've seen the drawing of Duanling Tian, the Zoroastrianism prodigy, before. He seems different from the person in the drawing. When Duanling Tian, the Zoroastrianism prodigy, became famous in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, his drawing had also spread among the major forces, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Chu Tanshang had seen the drawing of Duanling Tian, the second prodigy of Zoroastrianism prodigy. For this reason, he questioned Xueqi Sun. Duanling Tian knows a disguising secret tactic that allows him to distort the muscles on his face without the help of any external force. It's impossible to detect such a disguise at all. It's impossible to detect him, Xueqi Sun replied coldly when he heard Chu Tanshang's question. Although Chu Tanshang had only seen Duanling Tian's disguise through the mirror image talisman, as a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land, Chu Tanshang could see how extraordinary Duanling Tian's disguising technique was. There's such a disguising technique? Chu Tanshang was shocked. After he regained his senses, he could not help but sigh. Even the people from the fire worship sect wouldn't have imagined that the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect, Duanling Tian, is the lucky person from the lower province who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Make multiple copies of this drawing and distribute them to all the members of the Zhuangzi Buddhism prodigy in Sin City. If you have any information about this person, report it to me immediately. This person is skilled in disguising himself. Even if it's someone with a similar body, report it to me. Xueqi Sun ordered coldly as he looked at Chu Tanshang calmly. Yes, Chu Tanshang replied respectfully. Then, he left with the portrait to look for the other elders of the Black Kshetra sect in Sin City. Although he still had many questions, he did not dare to ask Xueqi Sun any further. I'm afraid Sin City won't be peaceful for a while. Chu Tanshang thought to himself after he left. Based on the words of the Golden Lion King, the Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism prodigy, Chu Tanshang could tell the Golden Lion King was worried about Sin City. Chapter 21:18. It said that the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman can only be inscribed by a quasi-celestial grade Dao talisman master. In the upper province, quasi-celestial grade Dao talisman masters are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the Dao talisman in his hand that was surrounded by purple lightning and thunderbolts. The Golden Lion King of Xuanzi Buddhism must have spent a lot of effort to obtain this Dao talisman for his son, Xuezong, to protect himself. It's a pity Xuezong didn't even have the time to activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman before he was killed by me. If the Golden Lion King saw what happened through the mirror image talisman, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Humph! Somewhere in Sin City. After Chu Tanshang, the elder of Xuanzi Buddhism, left, the Golden Lion King, Xueqi Sun, who was one of the four kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, snorted coldly. His expression darkened immediately. The Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman actually fell into Duan Lingtian's hands just like that. When Xueqi Sun thought about how the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman that he had painstakingly obtained had fallen into the hands of the person who killed his son, he could not help but feel depressed and aggrieved. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode from anger. Duan Lingtian, no matter where you hide, I, Xueqi Sun, will hunt you down and tear you into pieces to avenge my son. Xueqi Sun muttered to himself as killing intent surged from his body. It shocked the sectless cultivators who were passing by, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire. During this period of time, many sectless cultivators were killed on the streets of Sin City. The sectless cultivators who were killed all shared a common trait. Their physiques were very similar to each other. In fact, they were 80% similar. None of them are Duan Lingtian. The person who killed these rogue cultivators was none other than one of the four great kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xueqi Sun. Although Xueqi Sun had killed many people in Sin City recently, none of the sectless cultivators at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City stepped forward to stop him. This puzzled many of the rogue cultivators in the city of Sin. Another person died a few days ago. That Golden Lion King from Xuanzi Buddhism is too arrogant. Similar voices could be heard everywhere in the city of Sin. After a period of time, a group of loose practitioners in the city of Sin also heard that one of the four great kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, had come to the city of Sin. It said that the Golden Lion King is searching for the person who killed his son, Xuezong. As long as it's someone whose body shape is more than 80% similar to the person who killed his son, he'll kill them all. Killing people based on body size? Was the Golden Lion King blind? Don't tell me he only remembers the body size of the person who killed his son but not the person's appearance? It seems like the person who killed the Golden Lion King's son knows a mysterious disguising technique. He can change his appearance at will, and it's impossible to detect him with divine consciousness. If that's the case, it's normal for the Golden Lion King to do this. I've long heard that the Golden Lion King had a son at an old age and doted on him a lot. It seems like it's true. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the city of Sin. Currently, everyone knew that the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the four great kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, had been killed and that the Golden Lion King had come to seek revenge. Above the clouds in the sky above Sin City, Xueqi Sun, the Golden Lion King, stood with his hands on his back. He was tall and sturdy, and he looked like an iron tower hovering in the air. He was as immovable as a mountain, emitting an oppressive aura. Could it be that he's no longer in Sin City? Xueqi Sun muttered to himself with a frown on his face. During this period of time, the number of people who had died at his hands was close to 100. All of these people had bodies that resembled Duan Lingtian who had killed his son. However, none of them were Duan Lingtian. It's almost time to meet those people. Xueqi Sun's expression darkened when he thought of this. The people he was referring to were sectless cultivators at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. Previously, when Xueqi Sun first arrived in Sin City, he had visited the sectless cultivators at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. After paying a certain price, he obtained their permission. He was allowed to kill sectless cultivators in Sin City. Naturally, there was a time limit. Xueqi soon was not allowed to kill indiscriminately. He could only kill people who resembled the person who had killed his son. Currently, the time given to him by those people was almost up. Once the time was up, he would not be able to continue killing innocent people in the city of Sin as he had been doing. Duan Lingtian, do you think you'll be fine just because you're hiding? Xueqi Sun suddenly thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and smirked coldly. On the same day, a piece of shocking news spread throughout Sin City. Hey! Have you heard? The person who killed the Golden Lion King's son, Xuezong, is called Duan Lingtian. He's from the lower province. Xuezong had snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him. I've heard of him. He seems to be the young mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force in the lower province, the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, you said he killed Xuezong? How's that possible? That's right. How's that possible? How could someone from the lower province kill Xuezong? I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't. When news spread that the person who killed Xuezong was Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, the entire Sin City was in an uproar. However, not many people believed Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Xuezong. What a joke! Although that Duan Lingtian is considered a genius in the lower province, he's nothing in the upper province. How could he possess the strength to kill Xuezong in just a year or two? That's impossible. Isn't this news too fake? You can tell it's fake. How boring. If that young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province is capable of killing Xuezong, I'd be ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. Half a day had passed, but nobody believed Duan Lingtian, a mere person from the lower province, was capable of killing Xuezong. At this moment, another piece of shocking news spread throughout the entire city of Sin. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, joined the Zoroastrianism in just a year or two after arriving in the upper province. He's now the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism. When the news spread out, it shocked the entire Sin City. Everyone in Sin City was dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, had become famous in the upper province recently. It was to the point where almost everyone knew about him. Even then, nobody connected him to Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Almost everyone thought it was just a coincidence that both of them shared the same name. Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province? Is this real? Whether it's the portrait of Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, or the portrait of Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, I've seen both of them. They're not the same person. Don't forget that there's news that the person who killed Xuezong knows how to disguise himself. If the two Duan Lingtian are the same person, it's not surprising that they have different appearances. It's entirely possible for them to disguise themselves. Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of Xuezong's death. If Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, is really the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, with his strength, it's not surprising that he killed Xuezong. Then, does this mean the news is true? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province and the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism are the same person? It's not just someone with the same name? He's the one who killed Xuezong? Although I still find it hard to believe, this seems to be the case. Many of the rogue cultivators in the city of Sin came to a sudden realization as they connected the shocking news one after another. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province and the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism were both Duan Lingtian. If they were really the same person, if that was the case, then everything could be explained. With the strength of Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, it was not difficult for him to kill Xuezong. A commotion broke out in Sin City immediately. I can't believe Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, is the same person as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. I'm afraid Xuezong didn't expect this even in his wildest dreams. That's right. 1 or 2 years ago, the person who was like an ant in front of Xuezong and had his super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, snatched away by Xuezong, appeared in the upper province in just 1 or 2 years. Not only did he become the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, but he even killed Xuezong to avenge himself. For someone from the lower province to have such achievements in just 1 or 2 years after coming to the upper province. How monstrous is Duan Lingtian's innate talent? Don't tell me. His innate spiritual root is the legendary violet innate spiritual root. In Sin City, whether it was the sectless cultivators or the people from the various forces, all of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's innate talent in the martial Tao. Duan Lingtian can be considered as avenging Xuezong by killing him. However, I wonder if the Devil Seal Tablet was in Xuezong's hands at that time. If it was, the Devil Seal Tablet would have been returned to its rightful owner by now. I don't think it's possible for Xuezong to have the Devil Seal Tablet. After all, it's a super saint weapon that's ranked on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. When he brought it back to the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he must have passed it to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. I think so too. At some point, many people's attention had shifted to the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. After all, the enmity between Elder Xuezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and Duan Lingtian from the lower province was all because of the Devil Seal Tablet. Chapter 21:19. News after news swept through Sin City, causing the people in Sin City to temporarily forget about the devil clans from the land of exile that might have invaded the lower province. Rainen, naturally, the people in Sin City were more curious about the demonic tablet. He wondered if the Devil Seal Tablet that Xuezong had snatched from Duan Lingtian was still with him. If the Devil Seal Tablet was in his hands, Duan Lingtian would have taken back the Devil Seal Tablet that originally belonged to him by killing him. If it was not in his possession, it must be in the hands of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since the Golden Lion King was his father, he could only hand the Devil Seal Tablet to the Golden Lion King. While everyone's attention was on the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, another shocking piece of news swept through Sin City like a hurricane. The Devil Seal Tablet is in Xuezong's possession? Moreover, when Duan Lingtian killed Xuezong, the sword he used is one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, the Traceless Sword. In other words, not only did Duan Lingtian take back the Devil Seal Tablet that belonged to him, but he also obtained another super saint weapon. Moreover, it's an offensive super saint weapon. When news of Duan Lingtian possessing 2 super saint weapons spread, it caused an uproar in Sin City. There were only 10 super saint weapons in the entire Dao martial saint land. However, at this moment, someone had obtained 2 super saint weapons. As long as it was a normal person, they would definitely be jealous. Why? What does Duan Lingtian do to possess 2 super saint weapons at once? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. If Duan Lingtian was in front of me, I'd want to kill him and snatch the 2 super saint weapons from him. Me too. In the city of Sin, similar voices could be heard everywhere and did not stop for a long time. One person had obtained 2 super saint weapons. Let alone ordinary people in Sin City, even sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, who stood at the peak of Sin City, would be envious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking rang out as a total of 5 figures flew out from various parts of the city of Sin. Their speed was so fast that most of the rogue cultivators in the city of Sin could not see them with their naked eyes. Surprisingly, they were all heading in the same direction. It was also the temporary residence of one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. One of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's mansions in the city of Sin. Golden Lion King. Old Xie. Thank you, Dharmaraja. 5 figures arrived in the sky above the mansion at almost the same time. After they arrived, they looked at each other, and before they even had time to greet each other, they were already shouting loudly. They were looking down at the mansion beneath their feet. It was obvious they were shouting for someone in the mansion. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, an old woman, a middle-aged man, a young man, and a beautiful woman. The person they were shouting for was none other than one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. Xueqi Sun, the Golden Lion King, rose into the air as soon as the 5 people finished speaking. He arrived in front of the 5 people in just a blink of an eye. "Gentlemen, you're—" Xueqi soon did not dare to be negligent in front of the 5 people in front of him. This was because these 5 people were sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. Naturally, there were more than 5 sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. These 5 people had come because they had heard about Duanling Tian obtaining 2 Super Saint weapons. They were certain the Golden Lion King was from the Golden Lion King. They were certain the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was the source of the news. It was precisely because of this that they had come here. "Humph! Old Xie, stop pretending. Don't you know why we're here?" The middle-aged man among the 5 people snorted and said with a frown. The other 4 people looked at the Golden Lion King, Xueqi soon, in unison. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. "Gentlemen, I can guarantee that the Devil Seal tablet is with my son, Xuezong. However, I'm not 100% sure about the Traceless Sword. After all, I've only heard of the Traceless Sword, but I've never seen it before." Xueqi soon knew this was not the time to keep them in suspense, so he went straight to the point. "However, the mirror image of Duanling Tian killing my son was sent to me through the mirror image talisman. At that time, my son had already taken out the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, and was prepared to kill Duanling Tian with it." Xueqi soon's voice turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. "Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman? Old Xie, you really dote on your son. You even obtained a Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman for him." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, "I only have one son. Naturally, I won't be stingy with him." Xueqi soon said confidently. At this very moment, his tone was low and his expression was incomparably gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. His only son had died just like that. Immediately, the fury hidden in his heart rose without reservation, causing his disheveled hair to seem like numerous sharp needles, just like the spikes of a hedgehog. At this moment, Xueqi soon looked like an enraged lion. Apart from that, his white hair had a tinge of gold, making him look like a golden lion. It was obvious this was how he got his title, the Golden Lion King. "Just as my son was about to kill Duanling Tian with the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, Duanling Tian made his move. As soon as he made his move, he used the sword-wielding technique and killed my son with a terrifying sword." Xueqi soon continued to say, "From the beginning until the end, not only did my son not have time to activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, but he didn't even have time to react. The sword was so fast that it seemed to have disappeared without a trace. 1,000 inscriptions Saint's sword was nothing compared to a piece of scrap metal." Xueqi soon's voice was filled with conviction when he spoke. It was as though he was 100% certain of this. "Traceless sword." The young man among the 5 could not help but exclaim when he heard Xueqi soon's words. His eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. Based on what great karmic King Xie has said, the sword Duanling Tian used must be the Traceless Sword. The other 4 nodded in agreement. "Thank you, great karmic king. Thank you." The young man took the lead to express his gratitude to Xueqi soon. After that, he disappeared like a gust of wind before Xueqi soon's eyes. The other 4 people followed suit and left as well. The 5 of them came quickly and left quickly, coming and going like the wind. For a time, Xueqi soon was the only one left in the sky above the huge mansion. "Duanling Tian, from today onward, since you possess 2 Super Saint weapons, you're destined to become public enemy number 1. At the same time, a sneer appeared on Xueqi soon's face. "I'd like to see if you're willing to give up on the 2 Super Saint weapons. If you're unwilling to give them up, you'll be hunted down by the entire Upper Province." Human nature was greedy. If news of Duanling Tian possessing 2 coveted Super Saint weapons spread out, it would definitely attract the attention of everyone in the Upper Province. At that time, Duanling Tian would become the target of everyone in the Upper Province. As the saying went, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Duanling Tian, who possessed 2 Super Saint weapons, was destined to be targeted by many powerhouses in the Upper Province. As the news spread out, the entire Sin City began to search for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, these people's target was the 2 Super Saint weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession. That Golden Lion King is really ruthless. With this, it'll be difficult for me to establish myself in the upper province. It was more than a month later when Duan Lingtian found out about this. At this time, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, the joy he felt from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage vanished when he learned about this news. Unless I'm willing to give up on the Devil Seal tablet, I'll become the target of everyone in the upper province before I'm strong enough to use the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this as well. For this reason, he said the Golden Lion King from Zhuangzi Buddhism was ruthless. Apart from that, everyone now knows that apart from being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, I'm also the second strongest prodigy of Zoroastrianism. I'm afraid it won't take long before news of me, the second strongest prodigy of Zoroastrianism, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, and the fact that I possess 2 Super Saint weapons will spread to Zoroastrianism. It seems like I can't return to Zoroastrianism before I'm strong enough to rescue Kerr and her mother. Otherwise, I'll become the target of everyone in the Zoroastrianism hall. The temptation of a Super Saint weapon was too great. Even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be tempted by it. Currently, there were rumors that he possessed 2 Super Saint weapons: the Devil Seal tablet and the Traceless sword. That Golden Lion King must have mistaken my Jasper Celestial sword for the Traceless sword. It's easy to deal with the Traceless sword. As long as I swear on the lightning penalty oath that I've never obtained the Traceless sword, I don't have to worry about people not believing me. However, the Devil Seal tablet is really in my possession. It's impossible for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I've never obtained it. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If he returned to Zoroastrianism, many high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials would definitely covet the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Chapter 21:20. A man's wealth is his own fault. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. For this reason, he felt a certain amount of pressure. The pressure was like a huge rock that pressed down on his heart, causing his heart to sink slightly. Based on what the Golden Lion King has done, it means I have to give up the Devil Seal tablet. Otherwise, I can't easily reveal my identity before I'm strong enough to protect the Devil Seal tablet. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, his expression darkened even more. In other words, he could not easily reveal his identity as Duan Lingtian even if he appeared in public. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by the powerhouses from the upper province. The Devil Seal tablet was a Super Saint weapon. It was too tempting. Moreover, the Golden Lion King had spread news that apart from the Devil Seal tablet, he had also obtained the Traceless sword. Similar to the Devil Seal tablet, the Traceless sword was also a Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. There are only 10 Super Saint weapons in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Now that the Golden Lion King has said I have 2 Super Saint weapons, I'm afraid anyone would be jealous of me. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Golden Lion King, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember your kindness. When I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it'll be time for you to accompany your son, Xueqi, to hell. Currently, Duan Lingtian was forced into a corner by the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Before he became strong enough, he could only hide in the dark. For this reason, he hated the Golden Lion King whom he had never met. Innate spiritual root. I need more innate spiritual roots. Ever since Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into an indigo innate spiritual root, he could clearly feel his cultivation speed had improved tremendously. For this reason, he was eager to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as my innate spiritual root transforms into a violet innate spiritual root or a dark violet innate spiritual root, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in a few years. Once my cultivation base breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't have to hide anymore. At that time, so what if I have the Devil Seal tablet? So what if I have 2 super sacred artifacts? Who dares to provoke me? Duan Lingtian became excited when he thought of this.
It was as though he could already see himself breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Of course, after coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtian felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, and he was completely awake.
Now that I've disguised myself and am wearing a loose-hooded black robe, no one will be able to recognize me even if my portrait is spread outside. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought of this. Currently, my cultivation base has just broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage, and I still need to consolidate it. I'll make use of this time to stroll around Sin City and see if I can meet anyone from the Black Crow Alliance. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself for a while before he left the inn. Fortunately, the people from the Black Crow Alliance did not hear Duan Lingtian's words. Otherwise, they would be terrified and would not dare to take advantage of the situation in Sin City. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he could kill the leader of the Black Crow Alliance with just a strike of his sword, let alone ordinary members of the Black Crow Alliance. The Black Crow Alliance was an alliance of sectless cultivators on the same level as the Ground Axe Alliance. The leader of the Black Crow Alliance was also at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. After killing Zhao Zhan's brother, Zhao Zhan, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Buhong, was planning to kill the people from the Black Crow Alliance. In the following days, Duan Lingtian traveled to various places in Sin City. Whenever he saw a member of the Black Crow Alliance trying to take advantage of someone else's injuries, he would kill them without hesitation. Naturally, the people from the Black Crow Alliance were not the only ones who tried to take advantage of someone else's injuries. However, all of them were killed by Duan Lingtian. Their innate spiritual roots were also devoured by Duan Lingtian. Most of the people who died at Duan Lingtian's hands were from the Black Crow Alliance. When news of this spread to the Black Crow Alliance's base, the entire alliance was shocked. The black-robed man. Whenever he sees us, the Black Crow Alliance, trying to take advantage of an injured person, he'll kill all of us. Moreover, he kills all of us with just one strike? All the information gathered together to form this shocking and explosive piece of news. The members of the Black Crow Alliance immediately felt threatened. Many of them even decided not to take advantage of those who were lucky enough to survive the deathmatch in the future. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they encountered the black-robed man. Who is he? Is he picking on the Black Crow Alliance? Is he trying to make an enemy out of the Black Crow Alliance? One of the members from the Black Crow Alliance growled. The Black Crow Alliance's members aren't the only ones who have died in his hands. Whenever there's a battle to the death and the lucky survivor is targeted by someone, the person who wants to take advantage of the situation will die in his hands. Another member from the Black Crow Alliance corrected him. Based on his words, it was clear he understood the black-robed man's actions. What's he trying to do? Does he think he's the savior of the world? What a joke! No matter what, many people from the Black Crow Alliance have died at his hands. He has to give us an explanation for this. An explanation for the Black Crow Alliance? Are you kidding me? The members of the Black Crow Alliance usually wear the uniform of the Black Crow Alliance. Why would the black-robed man not attack us just because of that? In my opinion, the black-robed man is openly provoking the Black Crow Alliance. If he doesn't die, the Black Crow Alliance won't be able to stay in Sin City anymore. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Black Crow Alliance's estate. Bang! All of a sudden, a loud noise rang from the front yard of a mansion in the Black Crow Alliance's estate. It was Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, who had raised his hand and smashed a stone tablet in the front yard. Not only was the stone tablet destroyed, but there was also a huge crater where the stone tablet once stood. Sand and dust lingered in the air. How dare he? How dare he kill so many people from the Black Crow Alliance? Zhao Zhan's face was filled with anger as he spoke in a low voice. His eyes were filled with a cold light. At this moment, Zhao Zhan looked like a venomous snake. Since the leader and the other 2 deputy leaders aren't here, I, Zhao Zhan, will deal with you. Black-robed man. As soon as Zhao Zhan finished speaking, he turned into a gust of wind and left the mansion. The black-robed man was what the members of the Black Crow Alliance called the black-robed man. Since no one knew his name, They called him the black-robed man based on his attire. Naturally, the black-robed man was Duan Lingtian, who had concealed his identity. Slow, too slow. Although I've killed many people, their innate spiritual roots aren't high. It's just a drop in the bucket for my indigo innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown as he walked around Sin City. Hey! Have you heard? A black-robed man who likes to enforce justice has recently appeared in Sin City. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the front and entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Are you talking about the black-robed man who killed many members of the Black Crow Alliance? That's right. That's him. You said he's enforcing justice, but why do I feel like he's a villain? Now that you mention it, it does make sense. However, even if he's a villain, I don't hate him. After what he did, the members of the Black Crow Alliance have become more obedient. Duan Lingtian had heard similar words countless times in the past few days, so he was not surprised at all. The people of the city of Sin both praised and criticized him for what he had done. Some people thought he was a good person who was enforcing justice. There were also some people who felt that he was a villain who took advantage of another villain. However, Duan Lingtian ignored their comments and continued to roam around Sin City, waiting for the villains who liked to take advantage of others. If one appeared, he would kill one of them. If two appeared, he would kill both of them. In any case, he had no choice but to go against them to improve his innate spiritual root. Boom, 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 boom. A series of loud noises that sounded like exploding thunder resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears and immediately attracted his attention. Duan Lingtian looked over. However, he discovered that there were two people fighting. From the looks of it, they were also sparing no effort. It was as if they would not rest until they killed each other. This battle also attracted the attention of many itinerant cultivator powerhouses. Duan Lingtian hid at the side so not many people noticed him. Otherwise, he would have caused quite a commotion. After all, there was no one in Sin City who did not know about him. His spacious black robe with a hood had become his exclusive symbol. No matter where in Sin City, as long as a person wearing a loose hooded black robe appeared, even if that person was not Duan Lingtian, it would still cause a commotion. Recently, more and more people are fighting to the death. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw the two people fighting in the distance. Recently, due to the fact that he had been attacking those who took advantage of others, many people were injured but unscathed after fighting to the death. For this reason, more people began to fight without restraint. Chapter 21-21. Duan Lingtian did not expect he would become the protector of the death duels in Sin City. However, he knew it was not something he could control. Although it was a battle of life and death, Duan Lingtian merely watched calmly. He did not feel the slightest ripple in his heart. Before this, he had witnessed many life and death battles in the city of Sin. However, nobody took advantage of the situation and took advantage of the situation. For this reason, he was not affected at all. However, would the outcome of the death duel be the same as before? Would nobody take advantage of the situation? Bas. The outcome of the death duel was quickly decided. The Saint Saber in one of the death duels shone brightly and killed his opponent. Of course, after killing his opponent, he was also injured. If it was in the past, he would have left the scene as fast as he could. He was afraid someone would take advantage of his injury to kill him and take everything from him. However, he was standing on the spot. After consuming a pill, he sat cross-legged in the air to heal his injuries. It was as though the people around him did not exist. Due to the appearance of the black-robed man, the order in Sin City has improved. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to heal himself so boldly when he's injured. Many sectless cultivators shook their heads when they saw the winner of the death duel acting in such a manner. They did not even dare to imagine such a scene in the past. Although I'm envious of his spatial ring and the spatial ring of the person he killed, and I'm confident I can kill him now that he's injured, I don't dare to make a move when I think about the black-robed man. One of the sectless cultivators said with a wry smile. In the past, he was also a person who liked to take advantage of others. However, since the appearance of the black-robed man, he was glad he did not make a move. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the black-robed man. While he rejoiced, He also became well-behaved. Even though he saw many people seriously injured from the deathmatch, he didn't dare to take advantage of the situation. Who knew if the black-robed man was hiding nearby? He did not dare to take any chances. He did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he lost, he would lose his life. Many people say the black-robed man is a villain. In my opinion, it's slander. Blatant slander. Recently, in our city of Sin, there have been quite a number of people who have engaged in life and death battles. There are also quite a number of people who have been on the brink of death after killing their opponents. However, the black-robed man has never come out to take advantage of the situation. This shows that he is not a bad person. A sectless cultivator spoke up for Duan Lingtian. I think so as well. Many sectless cultivators in the surroundings nodded in agreement. Boom. However, just as the surrounding rogue cultivators were about to disperse, a thunderous sound was heard. It was a boundless power that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It landed on the person who was sitting cross-legged in the void and healing his wounds, killing him instantly. In just a blink of an eye, that person was blasted into pieces, leaving behind only a spatial ring. He's dead? This scene also caused the group of spectating rogue cultivators to be aghast. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Many sectless cultivators realized the attacker was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the sectless cultivator who was injured from the death duels without them noticing. Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave, was also alerted by the commotion. He turned around and looked at the sky coldly. High up in the sky, behind the clouds, a figure descended from the air. A member of the Black Crow Alliance? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the person's uniform. He recognized the person's uniform as a member of the Black Crow Alliance. He had killed many members of the Black Crow Alliance recently. Therefore, he was no stranger to this person's uniform. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? Interesting. In the past, the strongest person Duan Lingtian had killed from the Black Crow Alliance was only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. None of them were at the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were not of high grades. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, excited when he saw a Saint Celestial stage member from the Black Crow Alliance. Since this person's cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage, it meant his innate talent in the martial Tao was extraordinary. His innate spiritual root was not inferior to the members of the Black Crow Alliance whom he had killed earlier. It's a member of the Black Crow Alliance. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the black-robed man? When Duan Lingtian recognized the man from the Black Crow Alliance, many sectless cultivators who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. They recognized the man's identity based on his attire. Didn't you see how powerful he was when he attacked earlier? He's a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He might not be afraid of the black-robed man. That's right. Although the black-robed man is powerful, the strongest person he has killed so far was only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. He might not be able to kill a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. The person from the Black Crow Alliance is not in a hurry to leave after killing the person. It's obvious he's not afraid of the black-robed man. I wonder if the black-robed man will show up. Under the watchful eyes of the sectless cultivators, the person from the Black Crow Alliance descended from the clouds and collected the spatial ring of the person he had killed. After collecting the spatial ring, he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stood on the spot and looked around as though he was observing something. What's he looking at? Could he be waiting for the black-robed man? The Black Crow Alliance is finally making a move? It seems like the Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the Black Crow Alliance is here to kill the black-robed man and avenge the members of the Black Crow Alliance who were killed by the black-robed man. That's possible. When they saw the man from the Black Crow Alliance whose cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage lingered in the air for a long time, many sectless cultivators could guess his intention. If it was not for the black-robed man, why would the Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the Black Crow Alliance take advantage of the situation? The two people who were fighting earlier were only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Even if they were at their peak, they might not be a match for the person from the Black Crow Alliance. With his strength, there was no need for him to take advantage of the situation. For this reason, The sectless cultivators present on the scene realized the person from the Black Crow Alliance had come to deal with the black-robed man. I wonder if the black-robed man will come after receiving the news. Many sectless cultivators were curious about this. I don't think so. It's obvious the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Black Crow Alliance came prepared. Put aside his strength, there must be many powerhouses from the Black Crow Alliance hiding in the dark. Some of the sectless cultivators said, "If I were the black-robed man, I wouldn't have come. This is obviously a trap." I think so too. Many sectless cultivators had a good impression of the black-robed man that Duan Ling Tian was playing. For this reason, they hoped Duan Ling Tian would not come. A trap? Duan Ling Tian, who was hiding in the dark, called out to Hua Lao. He asked Hua Lao to observe the surroundings to see if there were people hiding in the dark. If there were people hiding in the dark, Duan Ling Tian wanted to know their cultivation base. It was better to be safe than sorry. Duan Ling Tian knew this. At the same time, many sectless cultivators who thought Duan Ling Tian would not come began to leave one after another. News of what had happened spread out as well. After the news spread out, more and more sectless cultivators came to join in the fun. Someone recognized the person from the Black Crow Alliance and exclaimed in surprise, Isn't he Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance?" Zhao Zhan? A commotion broke out immediately. When the group of sectless cultivators looked at the person from the Black Crow Alliance again, their gazes changed drastically. Previously, they had thought this Black Crow Alliance member was just an ordinary Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse in the Black Crow Alliance. They did not expect him to be Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Apart from being the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan was also very powerful. He was one of the strongest powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial Stage. He was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. It's Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. He actually came here personally. It's obvious he's here for the black-robed man. However, since he's here personally, the black-robed man won't dare to come. It seems like there's nothing to watch today. When the group of sectless cultivators learned the person from the Black Crow Alliance was Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, they were shocked. At the same time, they were certain Duan Ling Tian would not come. The deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance? Zhao Zhan? At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in the air. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a magical power that instantly drowned out the discussions of the sectless cultivators. Following that, a figure clad in a black robe appeared under the watchful eyes of the others. Because the black robe was a loose black robe with a hood, no one knew what kind of person was hidden under the black robe. However, based on the voice, they were certain the person was a man. This black-robed figure was a man. The black-robed man. When the crowd saw the black-robed man, an uproar broke out. All the sectless cultivators had an expression of disbelief on their faces. He's here. Isn't he afraid Zhao Zhan will kill him? Doesn't he know Zhao Zhan is one of the strongest powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial Stage, and is ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? Isn't he sending himself to his death? The group of sectless cultivators shook their heads when they saw the black-robed Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with pity. Many sectless cultivators tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian to leave through voice transmission. You're the one who killed the members of the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City. Chapter 21-22. Zhao Zhan wanted to confirm Duan Ling Tian's identity as soon as he spoke. After all, there were a few people who imitated the black-robed man in Sin City recently. He was not sure if the black-robed man in front of him was the black-robed man who had killed many members of the Black Crow Alliance. Even if the person in front of him was not the black-robed man, he would not show any mercy. He's Zhao Tu's brother? Duan Ling Tian, who was clad in a black robe, found the name Zhao Zhan familiar. After some thought, he realized Zhao Zhan was the brother of Zhao Tu, the member of the Black Crow Alliance who he had killed. He still remembered Zhao Tuesday. Before he killed Zhao Tu had mentioned Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Zhao Zhan did not expect the black-robed man to be the black-robed man in front of him.
Not only did the black-robed man in front of him kill many members of the Black Crow Alliance, but he was also the one who killed his brother, Zhao Tuesday. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not expect Zhao Zhan to be the black-robed man in front of him. They're just a bunch of trash who like to take advantage of others. So what if I killed them? Duanling Tian replied indifferently to Zhao Zhan's question. His expression was calm, as though he was not bothered by the fact that he had killed the members of the Black Crow Alliance. In fact, he was not bothered by the matter at all. He had seen many members of the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City, but he did not kill all of them. The members of the Black Crow Alliance who had died in his hands were those who wanted to take advantage of others. Duanling Tian did not have any psychological burden when he killed these people. Hua! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The sectless cultivators who were whispering among themselves fell silent as they stared at Duanling Tian in shock. They did not expect Duanling Tian to be so valiant. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan, who was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Was he not afraid of death? To dare to act like this in front of Zhao Zhan. Could it be that he is stronger than Zhao Zhan? Suddenly, a rogue cultivator guessed. His words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd of rogue cultivators. Now that you mention it, it's possible. My thoughts have also changed. Why must Zhao Zhan be stronger? Perhaps this black-robed man was even stronger than Zhao Zhan? After all of the people he has killed so far have been killed in one hit. That's right. Even the strongest person he killed was only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Who can say he's not at the third form of the saint celestial stage or above? When the group of itinerant cultivators discussed again, they changed the topic. When Zhao Zhan heard the words of these independent cultivators, his expression changed drastically. After being reminded by these rogue cultivators, he came back to his senses and realized a problem. He didn't understand the true strength of the black-robed man before him. Since the black-robed man dared to appear after his identity was exposed, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the black-robed man was weaker than him and wanted to trick him into retreating. The second possibility was that the black-robed man was stronger than him and was not afraid of him. They're just a bunch of trash who like to take advantage of others. So what if I kill them? Duanling Tian's arrogant words kept reverberating in Zhao Zhan's ears, causing him to lean more and more toward the second possibility. The black-robed man was stronger than him. You've killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance. Our leader won't let you go. Just you wait. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Zhan finally thickened his face and said these words in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. He had already made up his mind. No matter how humiliating it was better for him to retreat. If the black-robed man was stronger than him, it would be over for him. There was another leader in the Black Crow Alliance who was stronger than him. In his opinion, it would not be too late for him to deal with the black-robed man after the leader of the Black Crow Alliance returned. Moreover, it would be safer. For this reason, Zhao Zhan decided not to take the risk. However, was he allowed to leave just because he wanted to? Whoosh! Duanling Tian, who was completely shrouded in a black robe, moved. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Zhao Zhan like a ghost and blocked his path before he could even turn around to leave. Zhao Zhan's expression changed drastically when he saw Duanling Tian blocking his path. At the same time, the group of sectless cultivators who were watching regained their senses. Zhao Zhan's words still echoed in their ears. You've killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance. Our leader won't let you go. Just you wait. Based on Zhao Zhan's words, it seemed like he was afraid of the black-robed man and wanted to escape. The group of sectless cultivators who regained their senses looked at Zhao Zhan with disdain. Many of them could not help but mock him. Zhao Zhan is afraid. If he's afraid, why did he come out today? I think he didn't expect the black-robed man to be stronger than him. Now that the black-robed man dares to come out after his identity is exposed, he must be frightened. He must think the black-robed man is stronger than him. I think so too. However, doesn't he think it's embarrassing? Not only is he embarrassing himself, but he's embarrassing the Black Crow Alliance as well. Embarrassing?
What's embarrassing compared to his life? In the beginning, only a few sectless cultivators mocked Zhao Zhan. However, more and more sectless cultivators joined in. Due to the fact that the Black Crow Alliance liked to take advantage of others, their reputation in Sin City was not good. However, due to the strength of the Black Crow Alliance, most of the sectless cultivators did not dare to voice their displeasure. Now that they finally had a chance to mock Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, they naturally would not miss this opportunity. As the saying went, if you miss this village, you won't get this opportunity again. They treasured this opportunity very much. Therefore, when they mocked Duan Lingtian, they were like the Yellow River in Duan Lingtian's previous life. Zhao Zhan's face turned pale when he heard the group of sectless cultivators mocking him. Do you really want to fight me? Zhao Zhan asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian who was blocking his way. It was as though he was a duck being forced to a perch. As he spoke, a powerful killing intent surged out of his body and swept toward Duan Lingtian. He did this to test Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was only deliberately mystifying from the beginning until the end, it was very likely that Duan Lingtian would give himself away in the face of his killing intent. At that time, he would no longer have any scruples and could directly kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, not only would he be able to regain his dignity, but the Black Crow Alliance's deterrence in Sin City would also increase. However, Zhao Zhan's expression changed again. This was because he discovered the black-robed man did not react to his killing intent. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. Duan Lingtian's face was covered by the black robe so he could not see the change in his expression. You're the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. How can you ask such a stupid question? Duan Lingtian asked after a few moments. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sectless cultivators were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. Run! When Zhao Zhan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he realized Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat him. His expression changed a few times before he turned around at lightning speed, trying to flee in another direction. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to predict Zhao Zhan's movements and blocked his path again. This time, Zhao Zhan did not manage to escape in time. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a ruler appeared in his hand like a bolt of lightning. It was a simple and unadorned ruler. Universe teleportation. The ruler was the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that was stored on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As for the cosmic teleportation, it was a very strange divine ability that the cosmic ruler had. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the universe ruler, he immediately merged his sun saint energy that was comparable to a saint celestial stage powerhouse into the universe ruler and cast the universe teleportation. In that instant, before Zhao Zhan and the others could react, there was a flash in front of their eyes. A mysterious and unfathomable power swept over them, causing their bodies to spin continuously. Zhao Zhan and the others were caught off guard by this sudden and mysterious power, and they allowed it to guide them in a spinning motion. Just as the lightning flashed. Elementary devouring tactic. With Duan Lingtian's body as the center, an inconspicuous whirlpool appeared. Although the whirlpool only appeared for a moment, it still devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings like a hungry devouring beast. Zhao Zhan and the group of sectless cultivators were distracted by the universe teleportation, so they did not see the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Lingtian cast. They did not notice the abnormality in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. At this moment, the sun saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body soared to its limit. It was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 3rd form of the saint celestial stage. In the next moment, Zhao Zhan regained his senses. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward Zhao Zhan. Zhao Zhan, who had just regained his senses, had a horrified expression on his face. Wang! At the same time, a crisp sound that resembled the sound of a saber rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had continuously infused his sun saint energy into the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, and used it as a saber to slash at Zhao Zhan. He did not cast any martial tactics or divine abilities. Chapter 21-23. There were many types of celestial supreme treasures.
For example, the Jasper Celestial Sword on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an offensive celestial supreme treasure. The Astonishing God Halberd on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an offensive and defensive celestial supreme treasure. On the other hand, the Universal Ruler on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an assist-type celestial supreme treasure. It could use its unique ability, the Universal Teleportation, to confuse the opponent and play with the opponent. Naturally, with Duanling Tian's current strength, he had barely met the requirements to use the Universe Ruler. Due to this reason, the might of the Universe Teleportation cast by the Universe Ruler was also very weak. Zhao Zhan, the vice leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was stunned for a moment. When he regained his senses, he easily broke free from the restraints of the Universe Ruler's divine ability, the Universe Teleportation. Even so, it still affected Zhao Zhan to a certain extent. Oh no! As soon as Zhao Zhan regained his senses, he discovered Duanling Tian had arrived next to him. Apart from that, there was also a terrifying aura that was charging toward him at an exaggerated speed. He was so shocked that he immediately cast all sorts of defensive techniques. However, the various defensive techniques that he had used were hastily executed after all. Although the Universe Ruler in Duanling Tian's hand was only an assist-type celestial supreme treasure, it was still a celestial supreme treasure. It was not something the saint weapons in the mundane realm could compare to. Wang. For this reason, when Duanling Tian swung the Universe Ruler in his hand, the void seemed to have stagnated for a moment as though it would be torn apart at any moment. At the same time, the defensive techniques that Zhao Zhan cast in a hurry collapsed and vanished in the wake of the Universe Ruler's attack. Crack! Following a crisp sound, Zhao Zhan's body was split into two with his neck as the center. His head flew into the air and blood splashed everywhere. It was a dazzling sight to behold from afar. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The group of Secla's cultivators who had just broken free from a universal teleportation saw Duanling Tian cutting Zhao Zhan's body into two when they regained their senses. The entire process was as simple as cutting tofu. Hiss, 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 hiss. All of a sudden, a group of rogue cultivators gasped as they looked at Zhao Zhan's body that had been cut into two halves. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What shocked them was not the bloody scene in front of them. What shocked them was Duanling Tian's strength. Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such an existence was like an ant in front of Duanling Tian. In just a few moments, Duanling Tian had easily trampled it to death. It's too scary. This black-robed man's strength is too terrifying. Zhao Zhan is ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, but he's so weak in front of him. Moreover, he killed Zhao Zhan with an ordinary ruler that can't even be considered a saint weapon. It does look like an ordinary ruler. Even when he poured his saint chi into it, the ruler didn't release any kind of power. The Universe Ruler in Duanling Tian's hand was an assist-type celestial supreme treasure after all. Therefore, when it was activated, it was not as powerful as the Jasper Celestial Sword. It looked ordinary and inconspicuous. Those who didn't know better would even think that this was an ordinary ruler. This was exactly what Duanling Tian wanted. Otherwise, would it not be easier for him to kill Zhao Zhan with the Jasper Celestial Sword? The reason he chose to use the Universe Ruler was, naturally, because he did not want to expose his identity as Duanling Tian. Recently, the topic in Sin City had shifted to his identity as the black-robed man. The topic of his identity as Duanling Tian had become less and less common since people thought he had left Sin City. However, if news of the Duanling Tian and the black-robed man were the same person spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in Sin City. Duanling Tian did not want that. He only wanted to be a black-robed man and improve his martial Dao innate talent in Sin City so he could achieve his goal as soon as possible. Devouring villains' innate spiritual roots and improving his own innate spiritual root was the most important thing for him. Hualao! Since Duanling Tian had killed Zhao Zhan, he did not forget to ask for Hualao's help to devour Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. Currently, his Sun Saint energy was comparable to the saint origin of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. In fact, when he activated his Sun Saint energy, nobody would think his Sun Saint energy was not Saint energy. However,
His true cultivation base was only at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Due to this reason, his soul had not reached the saint celestial stage yet. For this reason, he still needed Hualao's help to detect other people's innate spiritual roots. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was getting more and more familiar with devouring innate spiritual roots. Before the group of sectless cultivators could regain their senses, Duan Ling Tian had already devoured Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root to improve his own innate spiritual root. Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root is not bad. It can be considered the best innate spiritual root I've devoured recently. His innate spiritual root is almost comparable to the sum of all the innate spiritual roots I've devoured recently. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after devouring Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian swaggered away, leaving only the silhouette of his back to the others. Since Duan Ling Tian was wearing a loose black hooded long robe, nobody could tell his gender, let alone recognize him as the Duan Ling Tian who had obtained 2 grade saint weapons. If Duan Ling Tian had not spoken, nobody would be certain Duan Ling Tian was a man. Based on this, one could see how well Duan Ling Tian hid his gender. It seems like Zhao Zhan is the only one from the Black Crow Alliance who came. A sectless cultivator said when he saw the black-robed man Duan Ling Tian was impersonating swaggering away. Many sectless cultivators agreed with his words. I heard the leader of the Black Crow Alliance has left Sin City for a long trip. Even if Zhao Zhan isn't the only one who came, do you think they'll have the courage to stand out? You're right. Everyone knows the leader of the Black Crow Alliance is the strongest. The strongest person after the leader is Zhao Zhan. Even Zhao Zhan was able to kill him with ease. Apart from the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, none of the other members of the Black Crow Alliance can fight against him. I think so as well. Even the leader of the Black Crow Alliance might not be a match for the black-robed man. The group of sectless cultivators discussed among themselves as they watched Duan Ling Tian's silhouette leaving. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who knew there were no other people from the Black Crow Alliance around. Zhao Zhan did not even bring any helpers with him. Hualao had already investigated this for him. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have swaggered out. Currently, he cherished his life even more than before. Apart from saving Kerr and their daughter from Zoroastrianism, his motivation to improve his strength was so that he could return to the lower province as soon as possible and reunite with his family and friends. Currently, he had no idea what was going on in the lower province. Due to this reason, he felt worried whenever he thought about his family and friends in the lower province. When news of Duan Ling Tian killing Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, spread, it naturally caused a commotion in Sin City. Naturally, since Duan Ling Tian had intentionally concealed his identity, no one connected him to the black-robed man. Moreover, in order to play the role of the black-robed man, Duan Ling Tian even asked Elder Hua to help him devour other people's innate spiritual roots without using the Jasper Celestial Sword or any other iconic divine abilities without revealing his identity. Finally, Hualao asked him to use the Universe Ruler on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Universe Ruler had its own divine ability, the Universe Teleportation. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he could not unleash even a 10,000th of the Universe Teleportation's true power. However, if he used it on an unsuspecting person, it would be effective and distract them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was relying on the Universe Teleportation to improve his Sun Saint energy. To be more precise, his Sun Saint energy had been improved by the divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic. With the interference of the Universe Teleportation, he did not have to worry about people noticing his divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic. With this, his identity would not be exposed. All in all, Duan Ling Tian had put in a lot of effort to play the role of the black-robed man. With my current strength, unless it's a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or someone stronger, I won't be able to kill them at the risk of being exposed. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. While Duan Ling Tian was focused on improving his innate spiritual root in Sin City, as time passed, news of him being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, killing Xuezong, the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and obtaining 2 grade-level saint weapons also spread to Zoroastrianism. For a time, the entire Zoroastrianism was in an uproar. Heavens! Senior brother Duan Lingtian is actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province? The lucky guy who obtained the grade-level saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! I can't believe senior brother Duan Lingtian is that Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really strong, right? He actually killed Xueqi, the son of the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and took back the grade-level saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually obtained the grade-level saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Chapter 21-24. Duan Lingtian was ranked at the 41st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Most people in Zoroastrianism were proud to have such a prodigious disciple. After all, he was a prodigious powerhouse who had risen from Zoroastrianism. He was the pride of Zoroastrianism. However, the recent news that came back from the outside made them dumbfounded. The prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, was actually the same person from the lower province who had obtained the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had killed Elder Xueqi of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had snatched the Devil Seal Tablet from Duan Lingtian in Sin City. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian had killed Elder Xueqi with the help of another super saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, the Traceless Sword. Currently, Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 super saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Right now, senior brother Duan Lingtian has become the target of everyone in the upper province. I wonder if he'll return to Zoroastrianism. Return to Zoroastrianism? You're thinking too much. Do you think that's possible? If you're senior brother Duan Lingtian and you obtained 2 super saint weapons, would you return? If I were him, I definitely wouldn't return. It's dangerous outside, but isn't Zoroastrianism dangerous as well? People in the outside world are tempted by the super saint weapons, but how can we Zoroastrianism not be tempted as well? If he returns to Zoroastrianism, he'll be a huge target. It'll be difficult for him to keep the 2 super saint weapons. However, if he's outside, he'll be a smaller target. Although he won't easily show himself, it'll be easier for him to keep the 2 super saint weapons. I think so too. The topic of discussion in the Zoroastrianism had unknowingly shifted from the demons in the land of exile to Duan Lingtian, the genius disciple of the Zoroastrianism. Because it was related to 2 super saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, it caused a great commotion in Zoroastrianism. Azure Dragon's Sanctum. The Sanctum Leader's residence. He's actually the Duan Lingtian from the lower province who obtained the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Lu Tai, the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, narrowed his eyes in shock. He did not expect the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, was actually the lucky person from the lower province who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Lingtian obtained 2 super saint weapons? Bu Hong, who was standing next to Lu Tai, was so envious that his eyes turned red when he heard the news. As it turned out, he was already filled with jealousy when he found out Duan Lingtian possessed the Traceless Sword, one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Now that he found out Duan Lingtian had obtained the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he was filled with jealousy. When he thought about how his innate spiritual root had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian and how it would be difficult for him to improve his innate spiritual root, he felt like he was going crazy. He even felt like killing himself. Master, I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to expose the fact that he possesses the Traceless Sword. In that case, you've withdrawn the charges against him for nothing. He's really lucky. When Bu Hong thought about how his master had withdrawn the charges against Duan Lingtian, he felt like he had lost all hope in life. His master had gone to the enforcement hall to accuse Duan Lingtian of destroying his innate spiritual root. His master had withdrawn the charges because he was worried Duan Lingtian would die in the enforcement hall and lose the opportunity to obtain the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Now that news of Duan Lingtian possessing the Traceless Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet had been exposed, it would be extremely difficult for his master to obtain the Traceless Sword in Duan Lingtian's possession. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had benefited by withdrawing the charges. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian would expose the fact that he possesses the traceless sword? Lu Tai's expression darkened when he heard Bu Hong's words. However, based on the current situation, it doesn't matter whether the charges are withdrawn or not. Do you think he'll return to Zoroastrianism under such circumstances? He must know that if he returns to Zoroastrianism, the two super saint weapons in his possession will change owners. For this reason, I'm certain he won't return to Zoroastrianism. Lu Tai's words were resolute and decisive. Bu Hong fell silent when he heard this since he agreed with his master's words. In the enforcement hall in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Father. As soon as Dong Lin learned about Duan Lingtian's other identity and the fact that Duan Lingtian had obtained two super saint weapons, he immediately went to look for his father. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. You're here for Duan Lingtian? Dong Yuanjin asked when he saw Dong Lin.
Father, you heard about it as well?
Dong Lin nodded. Yes. Dong Yuanjin nodded.
His eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, I didn't expect him to be the one who obtained the Devil Seal tablet.
Moreover, he even took the Devil Seal tablet back from the Golden Lion King's son, the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. It did not cross my mind that he had another super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword.
It seems like the reason he was able to kill Yang Wen, suppress Wen Yan, and defeat Bu Hong was because of the Traceless Sword.
Dong Yuanjin was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall after all. When he learned that Duan Lingtian possessed the Traceless Sword, the super saint weapon, he thought of many things.
That must be it.
Dong Lin nodded as well. Everyone thinks that his sword technique is powerful, but they don't know that he's only able to execute such a powerful strike because of his super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. When Dong Lin mentioned the Traceless Sword, his eyes turned red with jealousy. In the Zoroastrianism, apart from Lu Tai, Dong Lin, and Dong Lin, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing two super saint weapons also shocked the others. This included the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism, who were only second to the sect leader. I didn't expect that little fellow to be so lucky. He actually possesses two super saint weapons. Qinghua, one of the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism and the master of Ker's sister, Gan Ru Yen, could not help but sigh when he heard the news.
Even if his heart was as calm as still water, at this moment, the depths of his eyes still seemed to reveal a bit of burning desire.
Although he was a guardian of Zoroastrianism, he did not possess a super saint weapon. For this reason, he was tempted when he learned that Duan Lingtian possessed two super saint weapons. In Sin City in the central region, Duan Lingtian was already prepared for the news of him possessing two super saint weapons to spread to the Zoroastrianism. He had even decided not to return to Zoroastrianism until he was strong enough. For the sake of Ker and their daughter's safety, he was eager to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as the grade of his innate spiritual root increased, his innate talent in the martial Tao would improve as well.
In that case, his cultivation speed would increase, and he would be able to become more powerful in a shorter period of time.
For this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was in Sin City, was looking for opportunities to improve his innate spiritual root while he cultivated diligently. Time continued to pass by. Half a year had passed in just a blink of an eye.
Naturally, half a year referred to the time in the outside world, not the time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda.
A treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian had just come out of closed-door cultivation. As soon as he left the inn, he saw a group of sectless cultivators in Sin City flying north. From the words of the sectless cultivators, Duan Lingtian learned that there was a treasure vault left behind by a group of sectless cultivators. The entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage had appeared in the north of Sin City. Currently, a group of sectless cultivators was rushing toward the entrance. My luck is so good. I just came out of closed-door cultivation, and I've already come across such a good thing? When Duan Lingtian learned that there was an entrance to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the north of Sin City, his heart began to race. Let's follow them and have a look. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds before he headed north as well. Because there were many rogue cultivators traveling under the clouds, in order to avoid being pointed at, he also chose to travel above the clouds. This way, he could avoid the gazes of many people. After all, anyone would be able to tell he was the black-robed man with his current outfit. Even if those sectless cultivators were not certain if he was the real black-robed man, they would still point at him as though they were watching a monkey show. Duan Ling Tian did not like this feeling, so he avoided them as much as possible.
All of a sudden, 3 sounds of wind whistling rang from behind him.
It was getting closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. There were people traveling above the clouds?
Soon after, the 3 sounds of wind whistling arrived near him. Based on the sound of the wind, it seemed like they were not far from him.
Black-robed man? At this moment, a frivolous voice rang from behind Duan Ling Tian. The black-robed man has become very famous in Sin City in the past 6 months. Naturally, there are many fakes as well. I wonder if this black-robed man is the real deal or a fake. If you want to know if he's the real deal, I'm willing to give it a try, young master.
In the next moment, another sharp voice rang in the air.
Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. He quickly turned around and looked at the people behind him warily. In just a blink of an eye, 3 figures entered Duan Ling Tian's field of vision.
The person in the lead was a young man with a devilishly handsome appearance.
Chapter 21-25. A middle-aged man and an old man stood behind the good-for-nothing rich kid. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light green robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. At first glance, he looked no different from an ordinary person. On the other hand, the old man was dressed in a red robe. Although he was tall, he had a small head that did not match his body at all.
The person who had laughed was none other than the red-robed old man. At this moment, the red-robed old man was glaring at Duan Ling Tian with his pair of small eyes. A terrifying aura was faintly emitted from his body. It was as though he would pounce on Duan Ling Tian to verify if Duan Ling Tian was the real black-robed man as soon as his young master gave the order.
Since Elder Shi has said so, let's give it a try.
When the good-for-nothing rich kid heard the old man's words and saw the black-robed man turn around, he narrowed his eyes and said in an indifferent tone. It was as though he was saying something insignificant. As soon as the good-for-nothing rich kid finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression was no longer as calm as before. A slight frown appeared on his face. Yes, young master. Almost at the same time when the middle-aged man's expression was no longer calm, the red-robed old man who had been standing next to him since a long time ago also charged out like an eagle toward Duan Ling Tian.
His speed was so fast that it was shocking. As he charged at Duan Ling Tian, the red-robed old man unleashed all his energy, emitting an oppressive aura. 3rd form of the Saint Celestial Stage? When Duan Ling Tian sensed the red-robed old man's aura, he realized his opponent was a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial Stage. He narrowed his eyes.
In the blink of an eye, the old man was already not far away from him in his narrowed vision.
It doesn't matter if you're the real black-robed man or not. You're destined to die in my hands today. The old man who called himself Xueqi let out an explosive cry. As his arms danced, they seemed to have transformed into a pair of wind and fire wheels, causing waves of clear friction sounds to appear in the air. Accompanying this was also waves of sharp aura that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Reverse fire twin wheels. As Xueqi roared once again, his arms that were rotating like the wheels of wind and fire suddenly trembled. The next moment, wang, wang, accompanied by the sound of 2 blades ringing out, 2 flame-like wind-fire wheels transformed from Saint Qi swept towards Duan Ling Tian. The 2 wind-fire wheels gave Duan Ling Tian a feeling that they were 2 Shura sabers that had killed countless people. They gave him a bloody and suffocating feeling. Xueqi's first move was a killing move. This caused Duan Ling Tian's expression to darken. Before today, he admitted that he did not know this Xueqi. However, this Xueqi not only attacked him first, but he also attacked with a killing move. However, this Xueqi is not someone who is easy to deal with. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's face turned grim as he realized this. Based on the aura that Xueqi exuded when he attacked, he could tell that many people had died in his hands. Otherwise, he would not have such a strong bloody aura when he attacked. However, This technique that combines martial arts and divine abilities is indeed not bad. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise Xueqi in his heart when he saw the various attack techniques that Xueqi used. His current strength was no longer comparable to half a year ago. Therefore, his standards were much higher.
However, although he felt that the old man's attack techniques were not bad, and the power contained in them was not weak either, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all.
Good. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he stood still on the spot. Whoosh!
An ordinary-looking ruler appeared in his hand out of nowhere.
It looked very similar to the ruler that Duan Lingtian used to discipline his students in the ancient private school on Earth in his previous life. The teacher at that time was his teacher.
As soon as the ruler appeared, the sun-saint origin that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating in his body surged into the ruler without any reservation.
The ruler shook, and a crisp sound rang in the air. Streaks of sharp auras spread out one after another. The first to charge at Xueqi, who was the closest to Duan Lingtian, was Xueqi. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura on the ruler in Duan Lingtian's hand. The aura sent chills down his spine. The weapon is a ruler? Moreover, it gave him such a feeling. At this moment, Xueqi was almost certain. The black-robed man in front of him was the real deal, not a fake. Twisting heaven and earth. Regardless of what Xueqi thought, Duan Lingtian shouted in his heart. His hand that was holding the celestial supreme treasure, the heaven and earth ruler, began to move. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the space around him and Xueqi began to ripple as well. The ripples continued to distort, fold, expand, and shrink. When this scene landed in the eyes of the hedonistic young man and the middle-aged man in the distance, it also continuously shocked their eyes. It was as though they were enjoying a feast for the eyes. Could he really be the black-robed man? The good-for-nothing rich kid was already suspicious when he saw the ruler in Duan Lingtian's hand. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian's technique, he recalled the rumor from 6 months ago. At that time, the black-robed man had killed Jiao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Apart from that, the black-robed man also had an ordinary-looking ruler in his hand. Rulers could be faked. However, this was an extremely terrifying divine ability, and it wasn't something that could be imitated just because one wanted to. The good-for-nothing rich kid was still in shock. All of a sudden, buzz! Ah! The sound of a blade whistling through the air rang in the air, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The ripples in the space in front of Duan Lingtian gradually lessened before it finally calmed down. The good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes widened when he saw this scene. His already pale face turned even paler. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his body was trembling violently. This hedonistic young master's body was currently trembling at an extremely exaggerated rate. If someone was close to him, they would definitely be able to clearly smell a thick stench of urine. The good-for-nothing rich kid was so scared that he wet his pants. What kind of situation could scare the good-for-nothing rich kid to such a degree? Duan Lingtian stood a distance away from the good-for-nothing rich kid with a calm expression on his face. He was unmoving like a mountain, and the universe ruler in his hand had already been put away by him at an unknown time. Not far from Duan Lingtian, Xueqi, who was still arrogant, had been split into two. The ripples in the space had only lasted for a few breaths. In other words, in just a few breaths, Duan Lingtian had killed Xueqi, whose cultivation base was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gasp! The middle-aged man who was standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid regained his senses when he saw this. When he regained his senses, he could not help but gasp. It was precisely this breath of cold air that caused him to inhale a dense stench of urine, causing his face to darken. He realized his young master had wet his pants. Both the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He had killed Xueqi, who was ranked 313th on the Supreme Saint ranking, in just a few breaths. With such strength, even if he had not broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was most likely at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the stronger powerhouses at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage were ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. However, they were unaware of this. Duan Lingtian had only taken a few breaths to kill the red-robed old man. He had spent the rest of the time devouring the red-robed old man's innate spiritual root. It was mentioned earlier that Duan Ling Tian had the Sun Saint origin in his body. In other words, after half a year, Duan Ling Tian had successfully broken through to the Saint Celestial stage with his monstrous innate talent and hard work. He was now a bona fide Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. After breaking through to the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian's soul had transformed as well. He was now able to detect other people's innate spiritual roots. For this reason, apart from becoming more skilled at devouring other people's innate spiritual roots, he was also becoming more and more efficient at devouring other people's innate spiritual roots. Both of you, at some point, Duan Ling Tian's gaze seemed to have pierced through space and landed on the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man. He asked calmly, "Do you want to try again? Both of you. Do you want to try again?" The good-for-nothing rich kid was infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's arrogance. His heart trembled.
However, when he thought about Duan Ling Tian's strength, he did not dare to make a sound no matter how angry he was.
Mr. Black-robed.
At the same time, the middle-aged man behind the good-for-nothing rich kid stepped forward and cupped his hands at Duan Ling Tian as he said, "My young master has offended you earlier, and I hope you can forgive him. Now that the person who offended you has been killed, I hope you can forgive my young master." The middle-aged man was very sincere when he spoke.
You, the good-for-nothing rich kid, did not expect the middle-aged man to admit defeat. Horror dawned on his face immediately. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he swallowed his words and stopped talking. This was because the middle-aged man's voice transmission rang in his ears. "Young master, I know you feel wronged, but now is not the time to reveal your identity. If you reveal your identity, this black-robed man will definitely be so frightened that he'll kill all of you." Chapter 21-26. The good-for-nothing rich kid was infuriated when he heard the middle-aged man's voice transmission.
A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him.
He understood this principle. Although he had an extraordinary background, he did not have a powerhouse by his side who could suppress the black-robed man. For this reason, it was better for him to act subservient. "I'll let you be arrogant for now. You'll definitely die if you're still in Sin City."
When the debauchee lowered his head, his eyes were burning with rage, and his heart was filled with hatred. Based on the direction the black-robed man took, he should be heading to the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, just like us.
The leader and the vice-leaders should have arrived by now. Once we meet up with them, you can ask the leader to kill the black-robed man.
The middle-aged man's voice transmission continued to enter the ears of the good-for-nothing young man, causing his eyes to light up.
That was right. Why had he not thought of that earlier?
Based on the direction the black-robed man took, it was obvious he was heading to the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
He could ask his father to kill the black-robed man and avenge Xueqi when he arrived at the treasure vault.
There was no need for him to wait until he returned to Sin City.
The good-for-nothing rich kid no longer felt wronged when he thought of this. His eyes shone with killing intent. "Humph!" Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly when he saw the two good-for-nothing rich kids had admitted defeat. He did not intend to continue arguing with them. He turned around and prepared to leave. He had his own principles. Since the two good-for-nothing rich kids had admitted defeat, he naturally would not deal with them like how he dealt with the red-robed old man earlier. After all, from the beginning until the end, these two people did not try to kill him, nor did they reveal any intention to kill him. It could be said that they did not touch his bottom line. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, a voice rang in the air. A sonorous voice sounded out from behind Duan Ling Tian.
"Sir, if you leave just like that, you might not even be able to enter the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage."
The person who spoke was a young man from Sin City.
The young man was dressed in a white robe.
His appearance was handsome, and he gave off a scholarly aura. Wearing a feather fan and a silk scarf, he looked exactly like a scholar. Behind him was an old man. The old man was tall and sturdy. He followed behind him like a shadow, as if he was protecting him all the time. "What do you mean?"
Hearing the voice, Duan Ling Tian turned around again, looked at the young man dressed like a scholar, and asked with a slight frown,
"I'm afraid you don't know the identity of this young Master O, right?" At the same time, the young man dressed like a scholar had also arrived near Duan Lingtian.
He stopped in time, and at the same time, glanced at the hedonistic young man not far away and asked with a smile,
Dong Guaji, what are you doing?
As soon as the words left the young man's mouth, the good-for-nothing rich kid's expression changed drastically.
He glared at the young man who was dressed like a scholar whom he addressed as Dong Guaji.
Young Master Dong Gua, be careful with your words.
The middle-aged man behind the good-for-nothing rich kid had a grave expression on his face as he reminded Dong Guaji. If Dong Guaji told the black-robed man about his young master's identity, he might not even be able to leave this place alive. However, Dong Guaji completely ignored the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man.
Instead, he smiled and introduced the two men to Duan Lingtian. One of them is the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance in Sin City.
His name is Qing. The other one is an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance, Lu Jin. He's ranked at the 295th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The old man you killed earlier is called Xueqi. He's also an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance.
Before he was killed by you, he was ranked at the 313th place on the Supreme Saint ranking.
Dong Guaji continued to ignore Qing and Lu Jin, who were glaring at him as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. 7 Kill Alliance. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Dong Guaji's words. The 7 Kill Alliance was one of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City. It was said that the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, Hai, was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance? Qing? Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Qing. Qing's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. So you're the son of the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, Hai? When Duan Lingtian asked, his tone turned colder. A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of his eyes. How could he not be afraid? Hai was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, he was no match for Hai even if he unleashed all his techniques. If Hai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. That's right. I'm the son of Hai, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance. Qing replied coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. At the same time, he took out a Dao talisman from his pocket. This is the minor mirror image talisman my father gave me. If you dare to make a move on me, I'll crush it immediately. At that time, my father will know you killed me. You should know that if my father finds out you killed me, he won't let you go. You'll definitely die. Qing's tone turned colder when he spoke. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. The minor mirror image talisman could be crushed and activated. If Qing had taken the initiative to crush it, the minor mirror image talisman would have transmitted everything that had happened, including the scene in front of him, to the major mirror image talisman. Lu Jin, you're the one who taught young Master O to do this, right? Dong Guaji raised an eyebrow when he heard Qing's words. He looked at Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, and asked meaningfully. In his opinion, Qing was a smart person. A good-for-nothing rich kid like Qing would not be so smart. However, Lu Jin did not pay any attention to Dong Guaji. I know even if you don't tell me. With young Master O's intelligence, he won't be able to come up with a way to threaten Mr. Black. Although Lu Jin did not pay any attention to him, Dong Guaji continued to speak as if he was watching a good show. This Dong Guaji isn't someone easy to deal with. Although it seems like he's helping me, he's actually trying to use me to kill Qing. Duan Lingtian was not stupid. He could tell Dong Guaji was trying to kill Qing. Dong Guaji. Apart from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City are the Eternal Alliance and the 1,000 Years Alliance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled his understanding of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City. The leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance seems to be called Dong Guaji. It seems like Dong Guaji is from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Moreover, his position is quite high as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be protected by such a powerhouse. The old man behind Dong Guaji came to a halt as well. He closed his eyes and rested his mind. From the beginning until the end, he did not say a word. However, Duan Lingtian sensed danger from the old man. At the very least,
He was much more dangerous than Lu Jin, who was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking.
Fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Duan Lingtian asked Hualao revealed the old man's cultivation base.
For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Dong Guoji had a high position in the Thousand Years Alliance. He might even be the son of Dong Guoyi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance. After taking a deep look at Dong Guoji, Duan Lingtian looked at Qing and asked coldly, "Do you think your father will let me go if I don't kill you today?"
Of course. Qing hesitated for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
However, when Lu Jin reminded him, he hastily replied, "As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't tell my father about what happened today.
As long as my father doesn't know about this, he won't do anything to you."
Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Qing pricked his finger and swore on the lightning penalty oath as soon as he finished speaking. Haha! Almost as soon as the 9 claps of thunder sounded in response to Qing's vow, Dong Guoji suddenly burst into laughter.
"Dong Guoji, what are you laughing at?"
Qing was slightly angered.
"I'm not laughing at anything.
I'm just laughing at your wishful thinking, young Master O. You're only swearing not to tell your father about what happened today, but you can tell the vice leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance and the other members of the 7 Kill Alliance about what happened today.
At that time, as long as they tell your father about what happened today, won't your father still make a move on you, Mr. Blackrobe?"
After Dong Guoji stopped laughing, he said indifferently, "I don't think you're being sincere by swearing on the lightning penalty oath, right?"
Qing didn't expect Dong Guoji to see through his thoughts, and he became even angrier from the humiliation.
However, when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze that was turning colder, he hastily swore on the lightning penalty oath that he would not tell anyone about what happened today.
Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, also swore on the lightning penalty oath.
Dong Guoji could not help but frown when he saw how cooperative Qing and Lu Jin were. However, it did not take long before he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile on his face, "Mr. Blackrobe, are you relieved now that they've sworn on the lightning penalty oath?" Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently before he continued to say, "You and the person behind you should also swear on the lightning penalty oath."
Dong Guoji was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would ask him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Chapter 21-27. Dong Guoji took a deep breath.
His expression was no longer as gloomy as before. He looked at Duan Lingtian again and said, "Sir, if I had the intention to betray you, why would I come out to warn you?
You should know that I've been here since the beginning. I've just been hiding at the side." A hint of killing intent flashed in the depth of Dong Guoji's eyes when he spoke. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. Although it was only for a moment. However, with Duan Lingtian's outstanding observation skills, he managed to catch a glimpse of it. He was certain Dong Guoji was not lying. Dong Guoji had been harboring ill intentions since the beginning. "If I'm not mistaken," Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Guoji and said, "You're from the Thousand Years Alliance, right? Although it seems like you're reminding me out of goodwill, I think you just want to use me to kill Qing." A hint of surprise flashed in the depth of Dong Guoji's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An unnatural expression appeared on his face.
Naturally, the surprise in the depth of his eyes and the unnatural expression on his face only appeared for a moment before he hid it perfectly.
However, it was useless even if he tried to hide it.
This was because Duan Lingtian had already discovered it. In this life, Duan Lingtian had experienced a lot and was much more cautious than before. Even his life as a weapon king in his previous life had honed his observation skills to the point of perfection.
"Sir, don't you think you're overthinking things?" Dong Guoji spoke again with a calm expression on his face.
There was even a faint smile on his face as though he was harmless. Unfortunately, no matter how friendly he was, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to change his mind since he had already made up his mind.
"Mr. Blackrobe."
At this moment, Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, said respectfully to Duan Lingtian, "Dong Guoji is the young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance. The Thousand Years Alliance has always been at odds with our 7 Kill Alliance. Today, he instigated you to kill us because he wants to borrow a knife to kill us."
Humph. Just as Lu Jin finished speaking, Dong Guoji snorted in disdain. Borrow a knife to kill?
Putting aside the fact that Qing is no match for me, even you and Xueqi who was killed by the black-robed man are no match for Elder Wang who is by my side?
The Elder Wang that Dong Guoji spoke of was the old man behind him. Indeed, Xueqi and I are no match for this Elder Wang even if we join forces.
Lu Jin glanced at the old man behind Dong Guoji with a fearful expression, then continued, "But do you and this Elder Wang dare to kill us? As long as the scene of you killing us is transmitted to the leader of the Seven Kill Alliance through the Mirror Image Talisman, the Seven Kill Alliance will fight to the death with the 1,000 Years Alliance. At that time, our Seven Kill Alliance and your 1,000 Years Alliance will fight to the death, and both sides will suffer losses. Moreover, the Everlasting Alliance will be the third party to benefit. Young Master Donghua, even a boor like me can think of this. Don't tell me you can't think of this." Lu Jin did not hold back when he said this, causing Dong Guoji's expression to darken even more. However, Lu Jin did not intend to let him off so easily. "Mr. Black Robe, the lightning penalty oath that I made with my young master today has no loopholes, so you don't have to worry that we will spread news of what happened today. However, this young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dong Guoji, who loves to stir up trouble, might spread the news of what happened today. After all, so long as he spreads news of this matter, you'll become an enemy of our Seven Kill Alliance. Once you become an enemy of our Seven Kill Alliance, many people from our Seven Kill Alliance will definitely die in your hands. For him, this is a matter of great benefit and no harm.
If he's unwilling to make the lightning penalty oath, I suggest you kill him and the people around him." Although Lu Jin's words sounded like a warning to Duan Ling Tian, it was similar to Dong Guoji. He wanted to use Duan Ling Tian to do his dirty work. Naturally, Lu Jin was worried about using Duan Ling Tian to do his dirty work. He was not certain if Duan Ling Tian was a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, up until now, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. He was certain Duan Ling Tian might be a powerhouse at the peak of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, or at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Lu Jin thought of this, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Elder Wang behind young Master Donghua is one of the strongest elders in the 1,000 Years Alliance. His name is Wang Ding Shan, and he's a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 159th place on the Supreme Saint ranking." He stared at Duan Ling Tian intently as though he wanted to see how Duan Ling Tian would react. After all, he had revealed the strength of the powerhouse by Dong Guoji's side. However, Lu Jin was disappointed again. This was because the black-robed man in front of him was covered by a black robe. He could not see the change in his expression at all. However, his body did not tremble when I revealed Wang Ding Shan's strength. Does this mean he's not afraid of Wang Ding Shan? Although Lu Jin thought to himself, he was not certain. He was not the only one who was uncertain. The other three people, including Dong Guoji, were uncertain as well. He's ranked at the 159th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? They did not know that Duan Lingtian's thoughts drifted away when he heard Lu Jin's words.
It was as though he had returned to the time when he had just arrived at the Upper Province and the Zoroastrianism.
I remember that the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, is ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Ling Tian recalled the Zoroastrianism's Silver Flame Elder. Lian's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was very close to Wang Ding Shan's. Back then, I was like an ant in front of Lian. I could only rely on the Zoroastrianism's rules to survive. Now, I'm not afraid even if Lian is standing in front of me. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with confidence when he thought of this. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He asked Lu Jin indifferently, "You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife as well?" Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universe Ruler, had already appeared under his sleeve. It was completely hidden. Nobody could see it at all. In the next moment, whoosh! Before Lu Jin could react, Duan Lingtian had already arrived in front of him. Universe Teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and waved his sleeve that contained the Universe Ruler. In an instant, the space he was in trembled once more. Moreover, it started to warp and fold. It was like the ripples caused by a rock that had fallen into a calm lake. At the very least, that was what Qing, Dong Guoji, and Wang Dingshan thought.
Bang! In the next moment, with a loud bang in the ears of the three of them, the blurry void that was like ripples in front of them returned to its original calm state.
At the same time, they saw Lu Jin flying backward like an arrow that was shot out of a bow.
Blood spurted out of his mouth as though it was free.
He was in a wretched state. It was obvious the loud noise came from the black-robed man's energy landing on Lu Jin. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Jin, who was ranked 295th on the Supreme Saint ranking, was severely injured. How powerful! Qing and Dong Guoji's hearts skipped a beat. A hint of dread appeared in Wang Dingshan's eyes as he stood behind Dong Guoji. He was certain the black-robed man's ability to distort and fold space was a divine ability.
However, he could not see through it at all.
For this reason, he could not help but feel wary. After severely injuring Lu Jin, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to Dong Guoji and said indifferently, "Swear on the lightning penalty oath like they did or die." Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, his tone became heavier when he said the word die. Dong Guoji's expression changed drastically. Wang Dingshan, who was standing behind Dong Guoji, had a grave expression on his face as well. He leaned forward slightly, preparing to attack Duan Lingtian. However, he was stopped by Dong Guoji. "Elder Wang, just bear with it for now. After all, we don't know the background of this black-robed man. If you attack recklessly, you'll only anger him. At that time, if he's stronger than you, it'll be difficult for both of us to survive." Dong Guoji sent a voice transmission to Wang Dingshan. "Let's do as he says first. It won't be too late to deal with him after we meet up with my father and the others. We only swore that we wouldn't tell anyone about what we saw. We didn't swear that we wouldn't cause trouble for him or kill him." Dong Guoji's voice transmission was enough to show how calm and cautious he was. After all, even Wang Dingshan was not confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian. The confidence that Duan Lingtian imperceptibly revealed caused him to have no choice but to be fearful. "As you wish." Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan cooperated and swore on the lightning penalty oath. They swore that they would not tell anyone about what they saw. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning penalty. Boom, 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 boom. Dong Guoji sighed in relief when 9 claps of thunder sounded in the sky. He felt that this matter had come to an end. "Elder Wang, let's go." Dong Guoji called out to Wang Dingshan and prepared to leave. "Wait." However, just as Dong Guoji was about to ask Wang Dingshan to leave, Duan Lingtian spoke again. Dong Guoji's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Elder Wang and I have already swore on the lightning penalty oath according to your request. What else do you want? Don't push it." Chapter 21-28. Go too far? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Dong Guoji's words. However, he could not help but laugh. "Just take it that I'm going too far." Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan's expressions changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian continued to say, "If you want to leave, you'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Say that you won't oppose me in any way. Otherwise, you'll be killed by the lightning penalty." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan looked at each other instinctively. At this moment, the first thought that appeared in their minds was, did the black-robed man hear their voice transmission? Of course, they quickly dismissed the idea because it was impossible. "Sir, you're asking us to swear on the lightning penalty oath. What if you provoke us in the future? Are you saying we can't fight back? If we don't fight back, we'll be killed by you. If we fight back, we'll be killed by the lightning penalty," Dong Guoji said with a grave expression. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so meticulous. It was as though he had everything under control. "That's easy. Just don't fight back, right?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Don't fight back? Don't tell me we'll wait for you to kill us?" Dong Guoji said angrily. "Why don't you die now?" The calmness in Duan Lingtian's eyes was no longer calm. Instead, it was replaced by an icy cold killing intent.
It was as though he had transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura in an instant.
His entire body was seething with killing intent, causing the atmosphere to become much more oppressive. Dong Guoji's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent.
"You're seeking death."
Just as Dong Guoji's expression changed, Wang Dingshan couldn't hold himself back any longer.
The moment he made his move, it was as though he had transformed into a god of war as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. His entire body exuded an indomitable aura.
Whoosh!
Almost at the instant Wang Dingshan pounced on him, the celestial supreme treasure, the cosmic ruler, appeared under Duan Lingtian's sleeve again.
Universe shift. As Duan Lingtian waved his sleeve, the void distorted and folded. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void and enveloped Duan Lingtian and Wang Dingshan. In the eyes of Dong Guoji, O Qing, and Lu Jin, the two figures were constantly twisting and folding, becoming more and more blurry.
They could only vaguely see the two figures, but could not see what they were doing at all.
Elementary devouring technique. Almost at the same time that he used the cosmic ruler's divine ability, twisting heaven and earth, Duan Lingtian used the divine ability that he had not used for a long time, the elementary devouring spell. In the blink of an eye, he devoured the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy. For more than half a year, Duan Lingtian had never used the elementary devouring spell in Sin City as a black-robed man. The reason he did not use the elementary devouring spell was because it would expose his identity as Duan Lingtian. Secondly, he had not met an opponent who could force him to use the elementary devouring spell. Faced with Wang Dingshan, who had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 159th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to cast the elementary devouring tactic. If he did not use the elementary devouring spell, he would not be a match for a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Even if Wang Dingshan was at the bottom of the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, with his current strength, he would not be a match for Wang Dingshan if he did not use the elementary devouring spell.
With my current strength, the universe teleportation that I cast with the universe ruler is much more powerful than before. Not only can it block people's vision, but it can also confuse my opponent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw Wang Dingshan only manage to break free from the influence of the universe teleportation after he had cast the elementary devouring spell and raised his Sun Saint origin to its limit. This is, after Wang Dingshan broke free from the influence of the universe teleportation, he saw the whirlpool that had merged with Duan Lingtian. Although the whirlpool was dissipating, he could still see it clearly. Swoosh! In the next moment, Wang Dingshan heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. At the same time, he saw a 3-foot-long blade that seemed to disappear from time to time flying toward him. Its speed was so fast that it sent chills down his spine. There was no way he could dodge it. The Traceless Sword. And the assist-type divine ability that condenses the devouring whirlpool. He's Duan Lingtian. The black-robed man is Duan Lingtian from the Zoroastrianism. These were the three thoughts that flashed through Wang Dingshan's mind before the 3-foot-long blade pierced through his glabella. He did not even have the time to exclaim in shock. Before he died, Wang Dingshan managed to guess Duan Lingtian's identity through the assist-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast and the Jasper Celestial Sword that Duan Lingtian controlled with the sword-wielding art. Naturally, Wang Dingshan did not know that Duan Lingtian used the Jasper Celestial Sword. He only thought it was the Traceless Sword, one of the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Although Wang Dingshan had guessed Duan Lingtian's identity, he did not have time to tell anyone before he died with this secret. Devour. After killing Wang Dingshan, Duan Lingtian, naturally, devoured Wang Dingshan's innate spiritual root. Wang Dingshan's innate spiritual root gave him a pleasant surprise. It's a blue innate spiritual root. Not bad. After devouring Wang Dingshan's blue innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual root was turning dark blue. As long as my indigo innate spiritual root can transform into a dark indigo innate spiritual root, it's not far from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. When Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he became excited even though he had experienced a lot in his life. After putting Wang Dingshan's spatial ring away, Duan Lingtian let go of Wang Dingshan's body and allowed it to fall from the sky. At the same time, the twisted and folded void that had enveloped him and Wang Dingshan returned to its normal state. Dong Guoji and the others clearly saw him standing on the spot and Wang Dingshan's corpse falling from the sky, shocking their eyes. Wang Dingshan is dead. Lu Jin was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face as though he had just seen a ghost. In the next moment, he felt relieved that the black-robed man did not kill him earlier. Otherwise, he would not have survived. What a joke! If the black-robed man was able to kill Wang Dingshan so easily, he would have been able to kill Yangming easily. Qing was so frightened that his face turned pale. The stench of urine wafted into his nose. However, he did not seem to feel anything. He stood there in a daze as though his acupuncture points had been sealed. In the next moment, Qing and Lu Jin turned their heads with great difficulty and looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. In the next moment, they swore on the lightning penalty oath. The content of the lightning penalty oath was exactly the same as the one that Duan Lingtian had asked Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan to swear on. They swore that they would not offend the Duan Lingtian in any way in the future. Although they felt that the lightning penalty oath was too much for them, Wang Dingshan and Wang Dingshan were the strongest among them. But now the strongest of them, Wang Dingshan, was dead. If they don't behave, they will follow in Wang Dingshan's footsteps and be killed by the man in black. They did not want to die, so they had no choice but to cooperate. Boom, 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 boom. Following the two waves of thunder, the lightning penalty oath that Qing and Lu Jin swore on the lightning penalty oath was answered by the 9 heavenly calamity. The deafening thunderclaps shocked Dong Guoji to the point that his body trembled violently, and when he regained his senses, his face instantly turned deathly pale. Dong Guoji had completely lost the bearing of a scholar. He was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. Do you still have any doubts? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he glanced at Dong Guoji. When Dong Guoji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so frightened that his body trembled violently. His head shook like a rattle drum as he waved his hand frantically. No. What a joke. Even his backer, Wang Dingshan, had been killed. How could he dare to question Duan Lingtian's words? Even if he still had doubts in his heart, there was no way he would voice them out. After a moment of panic, Dong Guoji took a deep breath to calm his rapid breathing. Then, he did not dare to slack off and swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. 9 waves of thunder boomed in response to Dong Guoji's oath. Whoosh! As soon as the 9 waves of thunder boomed in the air, Duan Lingtian's body moved. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of black lightning as he made his way to the north. He did not forget the purpose of his journey to the north. The entrance to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Guoji and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing from their sight. They looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Just as he was about to enter the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, in the distant northern region, on a snow-capped mountain, the successors of the other 6 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect, excluding the absolute Yen Yu, had gathered together. There were 7 people, both men and women. They were sitting cross-legged on a stone platform halfway up the snowy peak. The stone platform they were sitting on was engraved with some dense and complicated patterns, which unknowingly revealed waves of vicissitudes of life. An old man and a beautiful woman hovered in the air above the stone platform as they looked up at the sky. Chapter 21-29. Old Man Prophet. Suddenly, the beautiful woman looked at the old man standing nearby and asked with a frown, "Are you sure the 3 little fellows will be fine? You must know you can fool Xueqi for now, but you won't be able to fool her forever." Based on how the beautiful woman addressed the old man, it was clear the old man was the oracle man from the prophet progeny of the 7 absolute sect. As for the beautiful woman, she was the successor of the red dust progeny of the 7 absolute sect. Naturally, both of them could only be considered as the previous successors of the prophet progeny and the red dust progeny. The current stage belonged to their direct disciples, the successors of the prophet progeny and the red dust progeny respectively.
I'm not sure yet. Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, the oracle man regained his senses and shook his head. His expression was solemn. If others were to see this scene, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The oracle man, who was known for being omniscient, actually had times when he was unsure of something?
What do you mean you're not sure yet? Don't tell me you were certain before this?
The beautiful woman said with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was obvious she was dissatisfied with the oracle man's answer. Ever since the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province lost its effectiveness and couldn't send people to the lower province, I've tried to divine the fate of the three little fellows. However, I discovered their fates are shrouded in mystery. The oracle man said, currently, most of the devil clans have descended to the lower province, and the human devil era is gradually returning to the world. The devil clan's arrival has disrupted the heavenly secrets. It's normal that I can't divine their fates anymore. However, before they left the upper province, I divined that they would encounter a fortuitous encounter when they returned to the lower province.
At that time, I couldn't quite see through the fortuitous encounter.
Now that I think about it, the part that I couldn't see through was the omen of danger.
Initially, I was wondering what kind of fortuitous encounter they had in the lower province.
However, it seems like their fortuitous encounter came from the devil clans that came to the Tao Martial Saint land from the land of exile. The old man Tianji smiled bitterly.
If I had another chance, I wouldn't have asked Shadowless to send them away. Now, they can only rely on themselves.
You mean,
you won't be able to tell whether they will live or die in the future?
The beautiful woman's expression changed as she asked in a deep voice.
Her tone had also become slightly stern.
That's right. The elder of heavenly secrets nodded solemnly. The beautiful woman's face darkened, and she was about to say something.
It's time. Suddenly, the oracle man raised his head again and looked at the sky. His eyes were like lightning.
In the next moment, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air.
Compared to ordinary swords, this sword was much bigger.
As the oracle man's saint origin surged out of his body and entered the sword, a crisp sound rang in the air. Then, 9 ribbons suddenly shot out from the sword and wrapped around the sword. The ribbons rose slowly like 9 ribbons in the sky.
This is the 9-cloud sword.
At the same time, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up when she saw the sword in the oracle man's hand. The 9-cloud sword was one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Among the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, only 2 of them were swords. One of them was the traceless sword, and the other was the 9-cloud sword.
Boom, boom, boom.
As the deafening sound of thunder reverberated in the air, the 9-cloud sword in the oracle man's hand shot out a gigantic sword ray that shot up into the sky as though it was connecting heaven and earth.
It traversed heaven and earth.
The sword ray was surrounded by 9 streaks of light that looked like divine dragons. Each of the streaks of light seemed to contain unparalleled power. At the same time, the ancient and complicated patterns carved on the stone platform with 7 people sitting cross-legged on it seemed to have come to life as the energy from the 9-cloud sword merged with it.
Almost as soon as the patterns on the stone platform came to life,
a frightening aura, which seemed to be emitted from the body of a prehistoric giant beast, appeared out of nowhere and covered the entire snowy peak. It caused the pure white snow on the snowy peak to tremble and boil like boiling water. This is the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. The beautiful woman who had retreated to the distance was horrified when she sensed the terrifying aura. When she looked at the 9-cloud sword in the oracle man's hand again, her eyes were filled with awe. Naturally, she was not in awe of the oracle man or the 9-cloud sword in the oracle man's hand. She was in awe of the person who forged the 9-cloud sword. That person was the former successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the 7 Absolute sect. He was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Currently, people thought the 10,000 inscription saint weapons, including the 9-cloud sword, were all created by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master. However, he did not know that only 9 of the 10,000 inscription saint weapons, which were the current 10 grade saint weapons, were created by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master. The reason the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master could become a Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master was because he obtained the 9-cloud sword. That was how he managed to become a Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master and inscribe 10,000 inscription saint weapons. Apart from the 9-cloud sword,
There were 9 other celestial-grade saint weapons. Some of the celestial-grade saint weapons even surpassed the 9-cloud sword, the first 10,000 inscription saint weapon in the history of the Dao martial saint land. All of these were the secrets of the 7 Absolutes sect, and no one else knew about them. The 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was a heaven-defying formation left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the 7 Absolute sect. In order to activate this heaven-defying formation, he had to rely on the 9-cloud sword that he used in the past to activate it. Back then, Feng Qingyang, the sword saint of the 7 Absolute sect, had left the 9-cloud sword behind for the 7 Absolute sect before he ascended to the Devata realm. Later on, the people from the 7 Absolute sect were killed by the 3 great sections. After some time, the 9-cloud sword was lost. It was also at that time that the first celestial-grade saint inscription master in the Dao martial saint land obtained the 9-cloud sword. After studying the 9-cloud sword, he managed to inscribe 9 other celestial-grade saint weapons. Now, the 9-cloud sword that had been wandering outside for many years had been found by the old man of heavenly secrets. Due to this reason, he was able to set up the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. An invisible force appeared out of thin air on the stone platform and swept up the 7 people who were sitting cross-legged. Waves of mysterious energy surged into their bodies through the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. It did not stop for a long time. At the same time, the white snow on the huge snowy peak continued to tremble. It was as though there were little dancers dancing gracefully on the snowy peak. On this day, the fates of the 7 young people changed in a heaven-defying manner. Today, the 7 young people with monstrous innate talent would be born from the snow-capped mountain in the northern region and shine in the Dao martial saint land. In the northern region of Sin City. There are so many people? As they traveled north, Duan Ling Tian's gaze pierced through the clouds and mist below. He saw more and more people rushing north as though there was a free lunch in the north. It seems like the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is really attractive. Duan Ling Tian knew the reason these people were making their way north. It was because of the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, he could understand why so many sectless cultivators gathered in Sin City. One of the reasons they gathered was because there was first-hand information about the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Usually, the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who left behind the treasure vault, were sectless cultivators. People from the Black Crow Alliance? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a group of people who were making their way under the clouds. This was because the uniforms they were wearing were all too familiar. They were the uniforms of the Black Crow Alliance. A black-robed old man stood in front of the group of members of the Black Crow Alliance. The leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow? Duan Ling Tian immediately guessed the black-robed old man's identity. 6 months ago, after Duan Ling Tian killed Jiao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, the members of the Black Crow Alliance no longer tried to take advantage of him in Sin City. It seemed as though the members of the Black Crow Alliance had become obedient overnight. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had heard that the members of the Black Crow Alliance were so obedient because the leader of the Black Crow Alliance was away. Later on, he heard that the leader of the Black Crow Alliance had returned, but he did not look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. After the leader of the Black Crow Alliance returned, the members of the Black Crow Alliance no longer tried to take advantage of him in Sin City. In fact, it was rare to see any members of the Black Crow Alliance around. At that time, many people in Sin City said the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow, was afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Since the members of the Black Crow Alliance no longer tried to take advantage of him in Sin City, Duan Ling Tian no longer targeted them. It seemed as though they had gotten along well overnight. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was infuriated. Since the members of the Black Crow Alliance were so obedient, how could he devour their innate spiritual roots? For this reason, he could only find other ways to devour other people's innate spiritual roots. During this time, he did not simply devour other people's innate spiritual roots. Those who were devoured by him were all sinners who deserved it. After all, he was a man of principle. Swoosh! Chapter 21:30. To the north of the city of Sin, a group of people had gathered in a mountain range. This group of people were currently surrounding a mountain valley. More precisely, it was the void in the sky above one of the valleys. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. The crack was long and ferocious, like a door that opened out of thin air. If one tried to peek through the crack to see what was inside, one would not be able to see anything. Is it really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Why do I feel a little nervous just looking at it?
Among the mighty group of people, an inconspicuous middle-aged man looked at the ferocious crack in the air in front of him and said with a trembling voice,
I have the same feeling as well. This crack is floating in the void like a giant beast with its mouth wide open.
It's as though it's waiting for someone to feed itself to it. Another person said with a fearful expression on his face,
Has there ever been such an entrance to a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Many people murmured. 100 years ago, I was lucky enough to enter a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and obtain some good stuff. However, the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is hidden underground. Although there are many formations set up inside, the entrance is very normal. It's not as strange as this crack in the void.
An old man who seemed to be very old spoke with a fearful tone toward the spatial crack in front of him.
Don't you think you're worrying too much?
A middle-aged man suddenly said with a frown, Didn't you see the high-ranking officials from the 7-Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance have all gone in? If there's danger behind the crack in the void, do you think they'll go in?
Many people agreed with his words. That's right. The leaders of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City and the high-ranking officials have all gone in.
What's there to be afraid of?
Since they've gone in, it means they won't encounter any danger, right? I think so too. More and more people chimed in, but none of them took the lead to go in.
After all, the tear in the void seemed to be the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
In the end, no one dared to say for sure. The unknown was the scariest. Everyone understood this logic. Because of this, although a group of people had gathered here, no one went in.
Although the treasures in the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were tempting, it was undoubtedly more important than his own life.
It didn't matter if he didn't get the treasure.
But if he lost his life, then he would have nothing left.
Hey, since you said that we're worried for nothing, why don't you go in and try? As long as you go in, I will go in with you. What do you think?
Suddenly, a young man stood out and looked at the middle-aged man who'd said everyone was worrying for nothing.
As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on the middle-aged man. That's right. Since you say that we are worried for nothing, if you have the ability, why don't you take the lead and give it a try? Come on. What are you hesitating for? Didn't you say there was no danger inside? That's right. Didn't you say that all the high-ranking officials from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City have gone in? That's why there's no danger inside. Why aren't you going in?
Don't tell me you don't have the guts.
If you don't have the guts, why did you say those words earlier? Aren't you just slapping yourself in the face? Everyone's words were directed at the middle-aged man who had spoken arrogantly earlier. Faced with the crusade from the group of people, the middle-aged man's complexion alternated between green and white. He had deliberately said those words earlier in order to allow others to enter and explore the path ahead of him. Up until now, only the high-ranking officials from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City had managed to enter the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other people from the Sectless Cultivator Alliance and a group of unaffiliated Sectless Cultivators had yet to enter the treasure vault. In the end, the middle-aged man did not take the lead and enter the tear in the void despite being ridiculed by the crowd. Although it did not feel good to be ridiculed, it was nothing compared to his own life.
Black-robed man. All of a sudden, a cry rang in the air, alerting the people in the surroundings of the tear in the void.
The crowd no longer mocked the middle-aged man.
Instead, they looked in the direction of the person who had cried out and looked at the sky nearby.
A figure could be seen flying through the clouds and descending from the sky. This person was completely shrouded in a wide black robe with a hood. His entire person was completely hidden, and even his face could not be seen clearly. I wonder if he's the real black-robed man? Many people voiced their doubts.
If he's the real black-robed man, I wonder if he dares to enter the tear in the void?
There were also some people who said so. The black-robed man who had appeared outside the tear in the void was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been here for quite some time.
He had overheard the discussions of the crowd and learned that the high-ranking officials from the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The group of people who remained here did not dare to enter because they were unsure if the tear in the void was the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Why are you so afraid of death? Why are you still here? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by this. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, he had asked Hualao for help. This is a tear in the void. We should be able to enter a pseudo-realm after passing through it. This was Hualao's answer. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, taken aback by this answer. He quickly asked Hualao, Hualao, I remember you said the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is also a pseudo-realm?
Yes.
Hualao quickly replied. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is a naturally formed pseudo-realm.
However, the pseudo-realm behind this tear in the void is a spatial realm created by someone.
In the mundane realms, those who have successfully passed the heavenly tribulation will have their energy transformed. Although it hasn't completely transformed into celestial origin energy, it's easy for them to create an independent realm in the mundane realms. In other words, it's a pseudo-realm that's created by humans.
Therefore, the pseudo-realm behind this tear in the void is indeed left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation.
As for the pseudo-realm behind it, it's hard to say if it's a treasure vault left behind by that powerhouse. However, there's a high chance that the pseudo-realm behind it is a treasure vault left behind by that powerhouse.
After all, even powerhouses who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and were about to ascend to the Devata realm would have to put in a lot of effort to create a pseudo-realm.
Generally speaking, a place like this would contain the person's legacy and some treasures in the mundane realms, Duan Lingtian explained. These were Hualao's exact words. After listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian flew through the clouds and descended from the sky. He was about to enter the spatial tear in the void that Hualao had mentioned. Duan Lingtian had learned something important from Hualao. The powerhouse who had left behind this pseudo-realm was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. After all, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation was completely different from a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. The former's cultivation base was only close to that of a powerful celestial. The latter, on the other hand, was half a celestial. A pseudo-realm created by such a powerhouse would most likely contain the treasures he had left behind before he ascended to the Devata realm. The treasure vault would definitely contain the inheritance and various treasures he had left behind. Do you think he dares to enter the spatial tear in the void? It's hard to say. Even if he's the real black-robed man, he might not dare to enter the spatial tear in the void. I agree. Didn't you see that even the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance and the other high-ranking officials didn't enter the spatial tear in the void? How could a black-robed man be more courageous than the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance? The discussion of a group of people entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Most of them were doubting his identity as the black-robed man.
Many of them were discussing if he dared to enter the spatial tear in the void.
The leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance? When Duan Lingtian heard these people's words, he immediately followed their gazes and looked into the distance. There was a group of people gathered there. The person in the lead was a tall and muscular man with a curly beard. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and he had a dignified aura about him. With just a glance, one could tell he was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He's Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 50 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from that, the The mighty tyrannical alliance was also a powerful alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City. It was only second to the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. Duan Lingtian still remembered Chen Xianba. Chapter 21:31. When Duan Lingtian was sizing up Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, he seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and turned to look at him. Lord Leader. When Chen Xianba looked at Duan Lingtian, the people behind Chen Xianba noticed as well. One of them said, "The black-robed man who has been making waves in Sin City recently is dressed like him." He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "However, there are many people in Sin City who like to impersonate him. Therefore, we can't be sure if he's the real black-robed man or not." "It's true," Chen Xianba replied when he heard the person behind him. The high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance looked at each other in confusion when they heard Chen Xianba's words. They could not figure it out. How could the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance be certain the black-robed man was the real black-robed man with just a glance? If they did not know their leader was a serious person, they would have thought he was joking. "Lord Leader, how do you know he's the real black-robed man?" How did you know?" An old man standing behind Chen Xianba asked. This ordinary-looking old man was one of the 3 vice leaders of the mighty tyrannical alliance. He was the strongest person in the mighty tyrannical alliance who was second only to Chen Xianba. His cultivation base was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage a long time ago. He was a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance who had been killed by Duan Lingtian could not compare to him. Although Wang Dingshan was also a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was ranked below the 150th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the bottom among powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the vice leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance was ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He could be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The name of the vice leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance was as ordinary as his appearance. Sun Hua. Intuition. When the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance, including Sun Hua, turned to look at Chen Xianba, in unison, calmly replied to them. Intuition? Hearing this answer, Sun Hua and the others were dumbfounded. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, it would have been hard for them to believe that this was something their alliance master had said. In fact, Chen Xuanba had a strong intuition. The black-robed man in front of him was most likely the black-robed man who had recently become famous in Sin City. In Sin City, almost everyone knew about the existence of the black-robed man. However, the reason why he was famous was not because of his bad reputation but because of his good reputation. Over the past 6 months, he had killed at least 800 if not 1,000 people in Sin City. However, none of the people who died in his hands were good people. Among those people, there were those who liked to take advantage of the situation to kill and take advantage of others. There were also those who were extremely vicious and evil, and there were even those who cultivated cruel devil arts. All in all, in just half a year, due to the appearance of the black-robed man, the order in Sin City had improved a lot. It was as if Sin City had been changed by him overnight. In the city of Sin, there were even people who called the black-robed man the guardian of order. It sounded like a joke, but it was the truth. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past Duan Lingtian, a figure appeared in front of him just as he was about to enter the tear in the void. Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked at the person who had appeared. It's the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance. Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the person in front of him, the person's appearance attracted everyone's attention. The person was none other than the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Chen Xuanba. Mr. Blackrobe, it's an honor to meet you. When Chen Xuanba appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he greeted him politely. He did not put on any airs that the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance should have. Alliance Master Chen. As the saying went, one does not hit a smiling person. Since Chen Xuanba was so polite, Duan Lingtian naturally did not disrespect him. Mr. Blackrobe, I've long heard about your strength and achievements. I wonder if Mr. Blackrobe is interested in joining our mighty tyrannical alliance? If Mr. Black Robe is willing to join us, you'll be the fourth Vice-Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Chen Xuanba said to Duan Lingtian with a serious expression on his face. His tone was very polite. Upon hearing Chen Xuanba's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect this at all. While the others were still doubting his identity, not only did the Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance not doubt him, but he even came forward to greet him politely. However, that was not all. After greeting him politely, the Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance actually invited him to join the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Moreover, he even promised that if he joined the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, he would respect him as the fourth Vice-Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. When Duan Lingtian was stunned by Chen Xuanba's words, the entire place fell silent. The high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the others present on the scene widened their eyes in shock. They could not believe what they had just heard. What's going on? Don't tell me he's really the black-robed man? Otherwise, why would the Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, Lord Chen Xuanba, invite him to join the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and even make him the fourth Vice-Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance? Don't tell me Lord Chen Xuanba knows him from the beginning? Did he recognize him? Stop joking. This black-robed man has always been wearing a black robe to hide his identity. Moreover, he has intentionally concealed his aura. Who would recognize him? What's going on then? Lord Chen Xuanba can't be joking, right? I don't know about that. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves again. They only felt that the scene in front of them was unfathomable. In fact, they were not the only ones who could not understand what was going on. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance were the ones whose emotions were the greatest. When they heard the Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance mention his intuition earlier, they were already in disbelief. They even thought their Alliance Master was joking. Who knew their Alliance Master was not joking? If their Alliance Master was joking, why would their Alliance Master look for this black-robed man and invite him to join the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and make him the fourth Vice-Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance? After all, not everyone could become the Vice-Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Take the three Vice-Alliance Masters of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance as an example. All of them were at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Without a cultivation base at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was almost impossible for one to become a Vice-Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Don't tell me he's really the black-robed man? If he's really the black-robed man, it's understandable why Lord Alliance Master invited him to join the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and made him a Vice-Alliance Master. I still don't understand. How did Lord Alliance Master recognize him? The high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance gathered together and whispered among themselves. They could not figure it out. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was about to reject Chen Xuanba, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, when Duan Lingtian suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! A burst of unbridled laughter rang in the air. It was so sudden that it interrupted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at the source of the laughter. He saw a black-clad young man with a medium build and a sinister appearance. He exuded a cold aura as he brought a group of people with him. Wherever he and the group of people behind him passed, the surrounding people would make way for them one after another. It was as though these people were the god of plague. The unbridled laughter came from the black-clothed young man. After a while, the black-clad young man brought his group of people closer to Duan Lingtian and Chen Xuanba. He ignored Duan Lingtian and looked at Chen Xuanba instead. He said mockingly, "Alliance Master Chen, aren't you worried he's a fake? You're so rash to invite this black-robed man to join the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and become the Vice-Alliance Master of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance? As far as I know, there are many black-robed men in Sin City who pretend to be black-robed men." The smile on the black-clad young man's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was as though he was the smartest person in the world. The leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yin Xianming? At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers in the surroundings. He instantly learned the black-clad young man's identity. The leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. The 100 Ghosts Alliance is a famous alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City. Their strength is on par with the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Moreover, I've long heard that the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance don't get along. It seems like it's true, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yin Xianming, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Chen Xuanba frowned and waved his hand impatiently. If you want to enter the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, then go in. If you don't want to enter, then step aside and don't disturb me and Mr. Black Robe. Mr. Black Robe? Yin Xianming was not angry when he heard Chen Xuanba's words. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Yin Xianming narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I'd like to see if you're the real black-robed man or not, pure martial. Yin Xianming raised an eyebrow as he spat out 2 words. Lord Alliance Leader. Suddenly, a short but strong young man stepped out from behind Yin Xianming. The young man exuded a cold aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Alliance Leader Chen, if my people find out that he's not the real black-robed man, I'm afraid you'll be humiliated today. Chapter 2132. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally understood why Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had interfered. As it turned out, he wanted to embarrass Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. I've long heard that the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance don't get along. I've witnessed it today, a middle-aged man said with a sigh. The 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance are notorious rivals in Sin City. If it wasn't for the fact that they're afraid of being watched by other sectless cultivators, they would have fought to the death long ago. An old man said. However, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance is really cunning. It won't affect him even if he finds out the black-robed man is the real black-robed man. However, if he finds out the black-robed man is a fake, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance will be humiliated. It was unknown who said this in a soft voice. His words also received the approval of the others. At the same time, the group of onlookers watched the scene with great interest. The young man who had walked out from behind Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, was standing opposite the black-robed man. A battle was about to break out. Earlier, I heard the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance address this person as Chun Wu. Don't tell me he's the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and it caused many people to recover from their shock. The first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance? I remember now. The first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance is called Yu Chun Wu. It must be him. It said that Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, has a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, he's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. He's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking with a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. With such strength, he can be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's right. Not many powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage are a match for him. After recognizing the identity of the person who was confronting Duan Lingtian, the crowd of onlookers broke out into an uproar again. They were shocked by the generosity of Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Yu Chuanwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had made the first move right from the start. For the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance to make a move. Don't say that this black-robed man might not be the real black-robed man. Even if he is the real black-robed man, he may not be a match for him. Soon, someone else said. That's right. Currently, there were rumors in Sin City that the black-robed man's strength was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. They're both at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he might not be a match for the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Of course. The first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chun Wu, is a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's not someone ordinary powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage can compare to. Just as there was a commotion around the spatial rift, above the clouds in the sky, 3 figures arrived together, one after the other. At the same time, Their gazes pierced through the clouds and saw the situation below. The first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance?
One of them could not help but have a mocking smile on his face after he understood what had happened below.
Someone like him dares to act arrogantly in front of this fiend?
A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of this person's eyes when he said the words Malefic Star. It was a dread that came from his soul. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the person with just a glance. This person was none other than O Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance. Lu Jin, the elder of the 7 Kill Alliance, and Dong Guozhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, had arrived with O Qing. When both of them saw the black-robed man through the clouds, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At the same time, they felt sorry for the ignorant fellow. This fellow was most likely unaware that the person standing in front of him had just killed a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. More and more people began to gather under the clouds. The extra people were naturally those who had just rushed over from Sin City. Among them were people from the Black Crow Alliance. Lord Alliance leader, it's the black-robed man.
When the people from the Black Crow Alliance arrived, someone behind Black Crow Old Man, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, reminded him.
I see him.
Black Crow Old Man's expression darkened as he looked at the black-robed man. Like the others, he was uncertain if the person before him was the real black-robed man. If the person before him was the real black-robed man, he would be the mortal enemy of the Black Crow Alliance. Previously, when he had just returned from outside, he was furious when he learned that the black-robed man had killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance. However, since he was not certain if he was a match for the black-robed man, and he was confident that he would be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation base in a few years, he chose to swallow his anger for the time being. Apart from that, he told the other members of the Black Crow Alliance to stay away from the Black Crow Alliance. The day he broke through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be the day the black-robed man died. This was the reason why he had been cultivating so hard recently. It's actually Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. I hope he's the real black-robed man. If that's the case, I won't have to kill him myself. Even the real black-robed man might not be a match for the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Black Crow Old Man's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed man. He prayed inwardly. He hoped that the black-robed man before him was the real black-robed man and not a fake. Although he was confident that he would be able to break through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in a few years, it did not mean he was as strong as before. Even if he had broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still would not be a match for Yu Chun Wu. Apart from one's cultivation base, a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage had to rely on various martial tactics, divine abilities, saint weapons, Tao talismans, and pills to strengthen their strength. As for the black-robed man's strength, Black Crow Old Man was certain the black-robed man was a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage just like him. However, he might not be a match for the black-robed man. Since Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, was ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking, it was only natural that he would be stronger than the black-robed man. For this reason, Black Crow Old Man prayed that the black-robed man before him was the real black-robed man. It doesn't matter if you're the real black-robed man or not. You'll definitely die today in front of me. Yu Chun Wu. Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian, said at the same time. The moment he spoke, he was extremely arrogant. His words caused the onlookers to fall silent. They shifted their attention back to the battlefield to see how the situation would develop. Alliance leader Chen, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'm used to living a carefree life. I'm not used to joining the mighty tyrannical alliance. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian completely ignored the arrogant Yu Chun Wu. He looked at Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, and rejected Chen Xianba's kindness. Faced with Duan Lingtian's blatant disregard, Yu Chun Wu's expression turned grave. The crowd of onlookers was also stunned. Could this black-robed man really be the real black-robed man? Otherwise, how could he be so calm when he faced Yu Chun Wu? Moreover, he had completely ignored Yu Chun Wu. If that's the case, it's a pity. When Chen Xianba heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but sigh.
Then he glanced at Yu Chun-woo, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian, and said, "However, since I'm the cause of Mr. Blackrobe's trouble, I'll be the one to solve it." As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, horror dawned on Yu Chun-woo, who was about to attack Duan Lingtian. He immediately dismissed the thought of attacking. His eyes were filled with dread. Humph! Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, stepped forward and appeared in front of Chen Xianba at lightning speed. He blocked Chen Xianba's path and said, "Alliance leader Chen, he's not a member of the mighty tyrannical alliance. It's best if you don't interfere in this matter." Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Yin Xianming had a feeling Duan Lingtian might be the real black-robed man. However, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yu Chun-woo, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. For this reason, not only did he not intervene in time, but he even blocked Yu Chun-woo's path so Yu Chun-woo could make his move. Whoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the 100 Ghosts Alliance also flew behind Yin Xianming to cheer for him. Whoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the mighty tyrannical alliance did not want to be left behind. They stood behind Chen Xianba as well. The high-ranking officials of the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance faced each other. The situation was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Just as the crowd held their breaths and the atmosphere became incomparably tense, a voice rang out from behind them. "Alliance leader Chen, you're too kind. He's just a clown. There's no need for you to personally deal with him, Alliance leader Chen." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His voice was not loud, but it broke the tension in the air. It was as though a huge rock had fallen on a calm surface of water, causing ripples to form on the surface of the water. A clown. This black-robed man actually called the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance a clown? It seems like he's the real black-robed man. Only the real black-robed man would dare to be so arrogant. I also think he's the real black-robed man. However, even if he's the real black-robed man, do you think he's a match for Yu Chun-woo, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance? Chapter 21:33. Chen Xianba and the others were shocked by Duan Lingtian's arrogance. A clown? Yu Chun-woo, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian's way of addressing him. His eyes widened so much that it seemed as though they would burst into flames at any moment. "You're seeking death." Following that, Yu Chun-woo roared as he moved with the wind. His saint origin surged as he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Yu Chun-woo arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. Just as everyone was watching the situation unfold, a voice rang out from behind them. Perfect timing, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Then, he immediately made his move. He swept his right hand horizontally, and the hem of his sleeve flapped out. It was as though there was a gust of wind. Wherever it passed, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Universe teleportation. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that had been hidden under his sleeve for a long time unleashed its divine ability. In just an instant, with Duan Lingtian at the center, the void distorted and folded. It was as though an invisible force had appeared out of thin air, causing the void to tremble. It was as though the calm surface of a lake was shattered by a falling rock. The distorted and folded void enveloped Yu Chun-woo, who was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. What kind of technique is this? Yu Chun-woo felt dizzy when he felt the invisible force lifting him up. He could not help but panic. For a moment, he even forgot to circulate his energy to resist. This was destined to be his last thought before he died. Bas! A sound similar to the sound of a saber rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had mobilized the remaining Sun Saint origin in his body, and used the universe ruler to split Yu Chun-woo's body into two. In the next moment, as he put Yu Chun-woo's spatial ring away, he began to devour Yu Chun-woo's innate spiritual root. What's going on? At the same time, the group of people outside looked at the distorted and folded void in front of them in shock. They had no idea what was going on.
Even the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance, including Chen Xianba and Yin Xianming, could not help but frown as they looked at the distorted and folded space in front of them. Not only had they never seen such a divine ability before, they had never even heard of it before. At this moment, they all held their breaths. Is this a divine ability? Many people were puzzled. This is indeed a divine ability. Furthermore, it's a very powerful divine ability unique to the black-robed man. Among the people present, there were also people who had seen Duanling Tian use the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, to cast the universe teleportation. Now that they saw the scene before them, they could not help but cry out in surprise. I was fortunate enough to see the black-robed man cast this divine ability before. Since he's able to cast this divine ability, it means he's the black-robed man. He's the real black-robed man. He's the real black-robed man. He's not a fake. More and more people who had seen Duanling Tian cast the universe teleportation before stepped forward. Their faces were filled with excitement as they discussed among themselves. Based on what I know, every time the black-robed man casts this divine ability, his opponent usually dies after the distortion and folding effect of the divine ability fades away. Indeed. I wonder if it'll be an exception this time. After all, his opponent this time is not an ordinary person. It's Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance. He's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. It's hard to say. Many people who had seen Duanling Tian cast the universe teleportation told them about what they had seen. It made them realize how terrifying the divine ability Duanling Tian cast was. Although they had never seen Duanling Tian leave anyone alive when he cast this divine ability in the past, they were not certain he would be able to do the same this time. After all, Duanling Tian's opponent this time was not an ordinary person. He could not be compared to the Tom, Dick, and Harry that he had killed in the past. However, the crowd did not expect this at all. The divine ability, the universal teleportation, that Duanling Tian cast with the help of the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, was extraordinary, but it did not have much destructive power. At the very most, it could only create some illusions. Naturally, to Duanling Tian, the biggest benefit of the universe teleportation was that it could block other people's vision. After all, to hide his identity as Duanling Tian, it was inconvenient for him to cast the 10,000 Swords territory since many people from the Zoroastrianism had seen him cast the 10,000 Swords territory. Is he really the black-robed man? The eyes of Old Black Crow, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, lit up when he found out the black-robed man was the real black-robed man. He looked at the distorted and folded space in the distance with anticipation. At the same time, he began to pray in his heart. Elder Yu, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to kill him. I believe in you. Old Black Crow prayed again and again in his heart. As long as Yu Chun-Wu killed the black-robed man, he would indirectly avenge the Black Crow Alliance. From then on, the Black Crow Alliance would no longer have to be a coward. If the black-robed man was killed, the Black Crow Alliance would be able to take advantage of the situation in Sin City. For this reason, apart from Old Black Crow, the other members of the Black Crow Alliance were also praying that the black-robed man would be killed by Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. If one were to ask who was the calmest among the people present, it would be the three people who were hidden above the clouds. They were O Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, Lu Jin, and Dong Guaji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. The three of them had witnessed Duanling Tian killing Wang Dingshan, an elder from the 1,000 Years Alliance whose cultivation base was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, they did not think Yu Chun-Wu was a match for Duanling Tian. Although Yu Chun-Wu's strength was at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still no match for Wang Dingshan, who was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could he be a match for the black-robed man when Wang Dingshan had been killed by the black-robed man? As expected. Soon after, O Qing, Lu Jin, and Dong Guaji saw through the clouds that the distorted and folded space had calmed down. Two figures who were originally hidden in the clouds could be seen. One of them was unharmed. The other person's body was severed into two. He was as dead as a doornail. The person who was unharmed was, naturally, Duanling Tian, the black-robed man in the eyes of O Qing, Dong Guaji, and Dong Guaji. O Qing, Dong Guaji, and Dong Guoji had expected this, so they were not surprised.
However, just because they were not surprised, it did not mean the others were not surprised as well. When the distorted and folded space calmed down, the surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone, including the upper echelons of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance, looked at the scene in front of them with shock and disbelief. In just a few breaths' time, the black-robed man had cast his divine ability. Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had died? His body was severed into two? On the other hand, the black-robed man was unharmed? How powerful was he? The fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Or even stronger? This was the thought that appeared in most of the people's minds. It lingered in their minds for a long time. Gasp, 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 gasp. When some of the people regained their senses, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air around the tear in the sky. It was like a wave that came one after another. It did not stop for a long time. Whoosh. While most of the people were still in shock, the sound of air being torn apart rang in the air, causing many people to regain their senses. When they regained their senses, they saw the black-robed man. It only took a few breaths' time for the black-robed man to kill the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. He was flying toward the tear in the sky. In the next moment, the tear in the sky that looked like the bloody mouth of a giant beast swallowed him. He went in. Is he not afraid of death? At this moment, the people present on the scene began to regain their senses. This was because Duan Ling Tian's actions had further shocked them. He had just killed the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, and he had entered the tear in the sky without any hesitation. Many people admired such a person from the bottom of their hearts. It was Duan Ling Tian's best choice to enter the tear in the sky before everyone regained their senses. This was because the Sun Saint origin in his body was almost depleted. If the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance made a move, even if they were just ordinary elders, Duan Ling Tian would not be a match for them since he would need some time to recover his Sun Saint origin. Previously, when he used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to kill Elder Wang Ding Shan from the 1,000 Years Alliance, he had exhausted most of his Sun Saint origin. Until now, he had not recovered much of it. Earlier when he killed Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, he had exhausted most of his Sun Saint origin, causing him to be like an arrow at the end of its flight. For the sake of his own safety, before the high-ranking officials from the 100 Ghosts Alliance regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian mobilized the remaining Sun Saint origin in his body and entered the tear in the sky. He entered the pseudo-realm left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian had no idea what was beyond the pseudo-realm. However, he had no other choice but to enter the pseudo-realm. If he did not enter the pseudo-realm and stayed outside for too long, even the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yin Xianming, would be able to tell he was an arrow at the end of its flight.
Chapter 2134. Duan Ling Tian had made the right choice at the most crucial moment. After entering the pseudo-realm, he was not worried about the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance catching up to him. According to Hua Lao, once one entered the pseudo-realm, one would be teleported to a random location. In other words, unless two or more people passed through the void rift at the same time and entered the pseudo-plane, there would be no chance of that happening. Otherwise, they would not be teleported to the same location. Before the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance could react, Duan Ling Tian had already entered the pseudo-realm. Even if the people from the 100 Ghost Alliance caught up to him, they would not be teleported to the same location in the pseudo-realm. Therefore, he was not worried about being killed by the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Duan Ling Tian's action of entering the pseudo-realm shocked the people outside again. The people outside were gathered because they could not muster up the courage to enter the pseudo-realm. They were worried there would be unknown dangers behind the pseudo-realm. After all, everyone only had one life. There was no second chance. Before they were certain their lives would not be in danger, they would not recklessly enter the pseudo-realm. Black-robed man. At the same time, Yin Xianming, the alliance leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, finally regained his senses. As soon as he regained his senses, he spat out these 3 words through gritted teeth. His voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they were in an eerie place. The high-ranking officials of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance did not look too good either. Yu Chun-woo was the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, and yet, he had died here. Not only did Yu Chun-woo's death cause the Hundred Ghosts Alliance to lose face in front of everyone, it even weakened the Hundred Ghosts Alliance's overall strength to a certain extent. If the mighty tyrannical alliance dared to pay a huge price to fight the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, the Hundred Ghost Alliance would be destroyed. Mr. Blackrobe is right. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance is just a clown. Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, laughed. Although there was a hint of pity in his eyes, he was in a good mood. The upper echelons of the mighty tyrannical alliance also laughed with pity in their eyes. The higher-ups of the mighty tyrannical alliance found it a pity that the black-robed man had refused to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and become their vice leader. The strength that the black-robed man had just displayed made them realize he was fully qualified to be the vice leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. After a while, the people from the mighty tyrannical alliance looked at the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance with ridicule. Although they did not say anything, their gazes were sufficient to cause the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance to feel ashamed. This was especially true for Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghost Alliance. Initially, he wanted to use Duan Ling Tian to humiliate Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. However, he did not expect that not only did he fail, but he also lost one of his generals. As the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chun-woo was the strongest person in the Hundred Ghosts Alliance other than himself and the three vice leaders. Such a person had died here. His death was worthless. At least that was how he saw it. Chen Xuanba, don't be so smug. You still have a long way to go. Yin Xianming felt even more ashamed when he sensed the gazes of the surrounding people. He took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Chen Xianba. After leaving behind these harsh words, he retreated to the side with the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. I'll be waiting, Chen Xuanba replied indifferently. He did not take Yin Xianming's words to heart at all. He was not afraid of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance in the past. Now that they had lost Yu Chun-woo, he was even less afraid of the weakened Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Alliance leader Yin, you're really courageous. You actually dared to send an elder under your command to cause trouble for the black-robed man. When the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance separated and the scene fell silent, an indifferent voice resonated from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a pale-faced young man in brocade robes appeared in front of them. His footsteps were unsteady. A middle-aged man appeared at the same time. Young Alliance leader. As soon as the young man dressed in brocade robes appeared, Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, and Chen Xuanba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. The young man dressed in brocade robes was none other than Qing, the young alliance leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. Under normal circumstances, a spoiled brat like Qing was not worthy of such treatment from the leaders of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance. However, the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance were slightly special since they were sectless cultivators under the Seven Kill Alliance. There were many sectless cultivators alliances in Sin City. However, there were only 3 sectless cultivators alliances at the top of the pyramid. The Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. Under these 3 sectless cultivators alliances were the sectless cultivators alliances like the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance. In order to survive and not be swallowed by the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, they had no choice but to rely on one of the sectless cultivators alliances. The Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance had chosen to rely on the Seven Kill Alliance. It was precisely because of this that the 2 sectless cultivators alliances were constantly fighting both openly and covertly for the sake of showing their prowess in front of the Seven Kill Alliance. As time passed, they had become a pair of mortal enemies. Qing was the young alliance leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. To a certain extent, he was also the young master of the Seven Kill Alliance. As the leaders of the 2 rogue cultivator alliances under the Seven Kill Alliance, Chen Xianba and Yin Xianming were naturally respectful when they saw Qing. They did not dare to slight him. After all, to a certain extent, they were also considered the Seven Kill Alliance's subordinates. Young alliance leader. I wonder, what do you mean by your words earlier? Yin Xianming looked at Qing and asked respectfully. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not forget Qing's words when he first appeared. Alliance leader Yin, you're really brave.
You actually dared to ask your subordinates to look for trouble with a black-robed man.
Based on Qing's words, it was obvious he knew the black-robed man was not someone to be trifled with. For this reason, Yin Xianming was puzzled.
Although Qing's strength was ordinary, he was not afraid of ordinary people due to his noble status as the young alliance leader of the Seven Kill Alliance.
When Yin Xianming asked Qing this question, Chen Xuanba also looked at Qing. He could tell Qing was wary of the black-robed man. For this reason, he was curious as well. Why was the young alliance leader of the Seven Kill Alliance so afraid of the black-robed man? Not too long ago, Qing immediately looked at Dong Guoji, the young alliance leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, when Yin Xianming and Chen Xuanba were puzzled. Wang Dingshan, an elder from the Thousand Years Alliance who was with Dong Guoji, was killed by the black-robed man. When Dong Guoji appeared, Chen Xuanba, Yin Xianming, and the others also appeared. Then they heard Qing's words. They were dumbfounded for a moment. When they saw Dong Guoji appearing alone earlier, they were puzzled. How could the young alliance leader of the Thousand Years Alliance not have any bodyguards with him? However, when they heard Qing's words, they realized something. It was not that Dong Guoji did not have any bodyguards with him. It was that the bodyguard had died. He was killed by the black-robed man. Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance? If I'm not mistaken, Wang Dingshan's cultivation base had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago, right? He's ranked at the 159th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a powerhouse was killed by the black-robed man? Heavens! Don't tell me the black-robed man is a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Not necessarily. Even if he's an elite powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's not difficult for him to kill Wang Dingshan. After all, Wang Dingshan is only at the bottom of the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the weakest powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage is not someone like Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, could compare to. I finally understand why young leader O from the Seven Kill Alliance said those words earlier. The people around the tear in the sky began to discuss among themselves again. They were shocked by the strength of the black-robed man that Duan Lingtian had disguised as. With Wang Dingshan as the foil, Duan Lingtian's deterrence was deeply rooted in their hearts. Humph! Dong Guoji snorted coldly when he sensed the strange looks from the people around him. Then, he flew into the tear in the sky and disappeared. Young Alliance leader Dong Gua from the Thousand Years Alliance has also entered the tear in the tear in the tear in the sky. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Young Alliance leader, since you knew the black-robed man was powerful, why didn't you warn me earlier? Yin Xianming's expression was grave as he spoke in a low voice. If Qing had warned him earlier, he would not have allowed Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, to die. Yin Xianming, how dare you? As soon as Yin Xianming finished speaking, Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, said coldly, "Are you questioning the young alliance leader?" Yin Xianming's expression changed when he recalled Qing's identity. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Young alliance leader, I didn't mean it that way, humph." Qing glanced at Yin Xianming coldly before he motioned to Lu Jin. Both of them entered the tear in the sky. A commotion broke out in the surroundings again. Why did they enter the tear in the sky without any hesitation? Aren't they afraid of death? Many people were puzzled. Perhaps, they know there's no danger in there, someone said. If there's no danger, let's not talk about the other sectless alliances. The mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the Hundred Ghosts Alliance are sectless alliances under the Seven Kill Alliance. There's no reason why the Seven Kill Alliance didn't warn them, right? Chapter 2135. Based on what I know, both the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the Hundred Ghosts Alliance willingly submitted to the Seven Kill Alliance. The people from the Seven Kill Alliance might not take them seriously. I think so too. Even if the people from the 7 Kill Alliance know there's no danger behind the tear in the void, they might not have warned them.
After all, if there's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage behind the tear in the void, the people from the 7 Kill Alliance would be more eager for the people from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance to not enter.
That's right. If one more person goes in, one more person will get a share of the loot. It's understandable why the people from the 7 Kill Alliance didn't warn them. Many people discussed among themselves in the surroundings of the tear in the void. When their words reached the ears of the high-ranking officials from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, including Chen Xianba and Yin Xianming, they narrowed their eyes and their expressions darkened. This was because this was indeed the case. Qing is a good-for-nothing rich kid who's afraid of death.
He didn't even frown when he entered the tear in the void.
It seems like there's no danger behind the tear in the void. The eyes of Chen Xianba, the leader of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance, flashed. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the high-ranking officials of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance behind him. If any of you still don't dare to enter, you can stay outside. As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, he flew into the tear in the void under everyone's watchful eyes and disappeared. When the high-ranking officials from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance regained their senses, they discovered their leader had already entered the tear in the void. Their eyes flashed as they followed him in. No one was an exception. This scene immediately caused another uproar. Chen Xianba is really fast. Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghost Alliance, could naturally think of the things that Chen Xianba could think of. In fact, to a certain extent, he knew Qing better than Chen Xianba. He knew that Qing was far more afraid of death than the average person.
However, Qing had entered the tear in the void without any hesitation. This was enough to prove there was no danger behind the tear in the void.
In addition, in terms of strength, Qing was much weaker than him. Previously, whether it was Chen Xianba or Yin Xianming, none of them dared to enter the tear in the void. Although the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had entered the tear in the void, they did not dare to enter. Among the high-ranking officials in the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, there were many powerhouses at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 powerhouses in each of the 3 great alliances. Apart from that, the leaders of the 3 major alliances were all at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, even though the higher-ups of the 3 rogue cultivator alliances wouldn't be in any danger when they entered the Void Rift, it didn't mean that the rest of them wouldn't be in any danger when they entered. Because of this, they didn't dare to enter. Now that they saw that even Qing, a hedonistic young master who feared death, entered the void crack without batting an eyelid, they no longer hesitated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a while, the people from the 100 Ghost Alliance, including Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghost Alliance, entered the Void Rift and disappeared from everyone's sight. The people from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered as well. Many people exclaimed in surprise. As far as I know, Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, is a spoiled brat. Logically speaking, such a person should be afraid of death. If he dies, he won't be able to enjoy the benefits his father gave him. It was unknown who said this. As soon as he said this, many people immediately agreed with him. Does this mean the people from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance don't think there's any danger in the Void Rift because of this? Many of the people present on the scene were smart. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. That should be the case. Since the people from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered, why are we still hesitating? Let's go. Let's go in as well. Many people from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Sectless Cultivators followed suit and entered the Void Rift. One by one they disappeared. In just a few moments, almost half of the people around the Void Rift had entered the Void Rift. Naturally, there were still many people who did not dare to enter the Void Rift. Some of them were still hesitating. Lord Alliance Leader, many people have entered the Void Rift. Should we enter as well? One of the high-ranking officials from the Black Crow Alliance asked after a moment of hesitation as they looked at the Alliance leader, Black Crow Old Man. At this moment, Black Crow Old Man was still in a daze. The scene of the space twisting and folding earlier kept replaying in his mind. It was at that moment that Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance, was killed by the black-robed man. Apart from being the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance, Yu Chun-Wu was also ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such a person was easily killed by the black-robed man. If he was weaker, how could he possibly fight against the black-robed man? Despair rose in his heart. He felt that he would never be able to kill the black-robed man and avenge the Black Crow Alliance's humiliation in this lifetime. Due to this reason, he was extremely unwilling to give up. He kept thinking about the earlier scene in an attempt to find something. However, no matter how many times he thought about it, he still could not find anything. He could not see what had happened in the space twisting and folding. Due to this reason, he could not see how the black-robed man had killed Yu Chun-Wu. Black Crow Old Man regained his senses when he heard someone calling out to him. At the same time, he learned what had happened from the person who called out to him. Since Alliance Leader Chen from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and Alliance Leader Ian from the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered the Void Rift, there's nothing for us to be afraid of. Let's go in as well. Black Crow Old Man decisively made up his mind before he led the people from the Black Crow Alliance into the tear in the void and disappeared from the crowd's sight. The people from the Black Crow Alliance have entered the Void Rift as well. The Alliance Leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Black Crow Old Man, is famous in Sin City for being cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to look for trouble with the black-robed man. That's right. The black-robed man has killed many people from the Black Crow Alliance. He even killed the second strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance, Jiao Zhan. Logically speaking, he should hate the black-robed man a lot. However, he didn't make a move until now. He even asked the people from the Black Crow Alliance to wait patiently. Since such a cautious person has entered the tear in the void, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? When the people from the Black Crow Alliance entered the tear in the void, the people who were waiting outside followed suit. For a time, more than half of the people were gone. The remaining people were still hesitant. After all, they were unfamiliar with the tear in the void. They were not sure what they would encounter after they entered the tear in the void. It would be fine if they did not encounter any danger. However, if they did, they might even lose their lives. At the same time, many people arrived at the tear in the void. Tear in the void. At this moment, the eyes of an old man who had just arrived lit up. His voice was so excited that it was trembling. Tear in the void? Many people turned to look at the old man with a confused expression on their faces. When the old man saw the people looking at him, he straightened his back and cleared his throat before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a tear in the void. Usually, only a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, would have a tear in the void as its entrance. I didn't think I'd be able to come across a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he did not wait for the others to react before he moved closer to the tear in the void and allowed it to swallow him. Did he say it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? A moment later, someone was the first to come back to his senses. While inhaling a breath of cold air, he could not help but mutter. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? Doesn't that mean he's about to ascend? More and more people regained their senses. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Based on what I know, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation would have a higher level of energy in their body. With that level of energy, they would be able to create an independent space. Does this mean this tear in the void is the entrance to a space created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who has passed the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't be so bored as to create a space to harm us. In that case, there's a high chance that the space behind the entrance contains his inheritance and treasures? Damn it! To think I hesitated for so long. If I had known earlier, I would have gone in with them. Sometimes, it's not always a good thing to be cautious. After the old man finished speaking,
The people outside no longer had any reservations. They swarmed toward the tear in the void and entered it in groups of 3 to 5.
The void crack was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast that could not eat its fill. It did not refuse anyone who came. After a few moments, there was no one outside. Although there were a few people, they hesitated for a moment before entering the tear in the void. After all, when they saw there was no one outside, they could tell the tear in the void was safe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 21:36. If Duan Lingtian was still outside the tear in the void, Hua Lao would have warned him immediately. The two people who were coming from different directions were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above.
Meng Hao, I didn't expect you to receive the news as well. One of them was an old woman with white hair. She was dressed in a grey robe and looked very ordinary.
If she were to stand on the street, the bystanders would definitely think that she was an extremely ordinary old woman. Apart from that, she was holding a walking stick with a snake's head in her hand. She stood in the air as though she was standing on the ground. The snake's head on the walking stick was so lifelike that it looked like a real snake from afar. And now, this old woman's eyes were shining like bright stars. She took the initiative to greet the other person who had appeared with her. The other person was a young man dressed in a blue robe. He had a scholarly appearance and his fair skin made him look like a pale-faced scholar. As he stood there, he emitted a cold aura that kept people at arm's length. It was as though he was warning people not to get close to him. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. However, even though he looked young, his actual age was already several hundred years. Naturally, with his cultivation base, he was considered young even if he was a few hundred years old. Although the old woman in front of him was not as strong as him, she had lived for almost 1,000 years. In terms of seniority, she could be his grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. Based on the way the old woman addressed the young man, it was obvious the young man's name was Meng Hao. It was also because Duan Lingtian was not here. If Duan Lingtian was here and found out the young man's cultivation base was at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would be able to identify the young man immediately after hearing the young man's name. Meng Hao, known as the Aloof Scholar, was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was one of the guardians of Sin City. Apart from that, Meng Hao was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. The Supreme Saint ranking was a ranking that included almost all the prominent powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. The fact that Meng Hao was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking showed just how powerful he was. Only you, Granny Snake, are allowed to get information. But I, Meng Hao, am not allowed to get it? When he heard the old woman take the initiative to greet him, Meng Hao immediately responded in an extremely impolite manner. His tone did not show any fear towards the old woman just because she was older than him. Madam Snake was a famous powerhouse in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Similar to Meng Hao, she was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who frequented Sin City. She was also one of the guardians of Sin City. However, although she was twice as old as Meng Hao, her strength was still somewhat lacking compared to Meng Hao's. This could be seen from her ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Madam Snake was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, although her strength was not as strong as Meng Hao's, that was only in front of Meng Hao. In front of others, her strength was extremely terrifying. How could someone who was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Saint ranking not be terrifying? Whoosh! As soon as Meng Hao finished speaking, he did not wait for Madam Snake's reply before he entered the tear in the void in a flash. Humph! Madam Snake was, naturally, annoyed by Meng Hao's impoliteness. She scoffed when Meng Hao entered the tear in the void. Then, she did not hesitate and entered the tear in the void as well. Not long after the two of them entered the tear in the void, another 4 people arrived one after another. Moreover, the speed of these 4 people was not any slower than Meng Hao and Madam Snake. These people were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. However, unlike Meng Hao and Madam Snake, these powerhouses had arrived at different times. They did not encounter each other, so there was no conflict between them. When the people from Sin City entered the tear in the void and entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Many people from Sin City had already left their sections. Many people from various forces left Sin City and returned to their respective sects to spread the news. It's suspected to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. All the powerful forces near Sin City, including the Xuanzi Buddhism, were alerted by the news. For a time, apart from a portion of the powerhouses who stayed behind, the rest of the powerhouses swarmed out. Their target was the northern side of Sin City.
While the powerhouses from these forces entered the tear in the void and entered the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, meanwhile, Duanling Tian was in a pseudo-realm behind a tear in the void. He was going through layers and layers of tests. There were all sorts of tests and all of them were progressive. The further one progressed, the more difficult it became. I wonder what the outcome will be if I fail these tests? Duanling Tian was curious about this. Just as Duanling Tian was feeling curious, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the entrance to the pseudo-realm that Duanling Tian was in, outside the tear in the void to the north of Sin City, several figures appeared out of thin air.
Upon closer inspection, one would see that there were 3 groups of people. The owners of these figures were divided into 3 groups of people. Each group of people was wearing the same clothes. They were all exclusive clothes. People from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance? The appearance of these people instantly alarmed many experts from various forces around Sin City.
These experts guessed the identities of the people who had appeared out of thin air from the exclusive attire they wore.
Damn it! I can't go in.
Soon after, one of the people from the 7 Kill Alliance tried to enter the pseudo-realm behind the tear in the void again. However, he discovered the tear in the void no longer accepted him.
Instead, a force pushed him out and blocked him. It's useless.
At this moment, an elder from the Xuanzi Buddhism sect shook his head and said, if it's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the independent realm that's the treasure vault must have set up strict rules according to that powerhouse's will. Powerhouses at that level usually set up tests in the treasure vault they left behind. Those who are eliminated from the tests will be sent out of the independent realm and won't be able to enter again. Based on the words of the Black Kshetra sect's elder, it could be seen that he was knowledgeable and multi-talented.
As an elder from the Xuanzi Buddhism sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, it was only natural that he knew more than ordinary sectless cultivators. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Xuanzi Buddhism sect, the people from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance who were eliminated looked at each other and smiled wryly. What kind of tests will we face in there? Soon after, the high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Xuanzi Buddhism sect, could not help but ask the high-ranking officials from the 3 great alliances in Sin City. Naturally, the latter would not tell them the truth. As sectless cultivators, they instinctively ostracized the high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Xuanzi Buddhism sect. However, although they remained silent, they did not leave. Instead, they waited quietly at the side for the people from their respective alliances to come out. This was an order given by the leaders of their respective unaffiliated cultivators' alliances early in the morning. Even if they were eliminated, they were not allowed to leave. This was to prevent their allies from obtaining treasures. The high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Xuanzi Buddhism sect, were not surprised by the silence of the people from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. After all, they were only asking casually. They would be surprised if the people from the 3 great alliances answered. Bang!
Behind the tear in the void, in the pseudo-realm created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, Duanling Tian raised his hand and punched a giant that was emitting devil chi. When the giant was sent flying, it turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared as though it was never there. It seems like the difficulty is getting higher and higher, Duanling Tian muttered to himself with a solemn expression on his face after he passed another test. Let me take a look. At this moment, Hua Lao's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. I discovered 3 different auras in this pseudo-realm. These 3 different auras are the source of this pseudo-realm.
3 different auras? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was confused.
His eyes were filled with confusion. I think this pseudo-realm isn't created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It's the product of 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation.
Elder Hua's voice continued to sound.
His tone was full of certainty, and there was no room for doubt.
What? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words.
The pseudo-realm he was in was not created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It was created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation?
What did this mean? Elder Hua, do you mean that in this pseudo-plane? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down.
However, when he spoke again, his voice was slightly trembling with excitement.
That's right. Chapter 21:37. Gasp.
Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard Hua Lao's words.
A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face.
Duan Lingtian had thought the pseudo-realm he was in was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. He had thought the pseudo-realm he was in was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation.
Duan Lingtian was eager to obtain the treasures left behind by the powerhouse. However, Hua Lao had just told him that there were 3 powerhouses in the pseudo-realm. It was not one powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation but 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. They had worked together to create this pseudo-realm. A pseudo-realm created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. There must be treasures and inheritances left behind by the 3 of them. The treasures left behind by 3 powerhouses who stood at the peak of the mundane realm must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. It took him a long time to calm down. He could not help but feel excited at this moment.
After all, the place he was in was not just a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It was a treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Since they created this independent pseudo-realm together before they ascended to the heaven ascension, it shows that they have a good relationship. They must have left behind something they obtained in the mundane realms that they can't bring to the Devata realms. Those treasures might be nothing to them after they ascended to the Devata realms, but they must be rare treasures in the mundane realms. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian's mood that had calmed down slightly became agitated again. Moreover, during the subsequent tests, Duan Lingtian could not completely calm his surging emotions. There were a few times when his mind wandered off. Fortunately, the following tests were not too difficult for him. It's already a little strenuous. The subsequent tests will definitely be more difficult. I wonder when these tests will come to an end? After passing another difficult test, Duan Lingtian immediately discarded all distracting thoughts and did not dare to be distracted again. So far he had passed many tests. These tests had appeared out of thin air in front of him not long after he entered this pseudo-realm. He had no choice but to face them head-on. The test was very simple at the beginning, but it got more and more difficult as it progressed. By now, even Duan Lingtian was feeling a little strained. Of course, the reason why he felt this strenuous was because he was far from using his full strength. Not only did he not use his full strength, he even had many trump cards that he had not used yet. Continue! As the void in front of him trembled, the next test arrived as scheduled. 10 gigantic beasts appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian, pressuring Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. His expression turned solemn as he began to focus. At this point, he had no choice but to focus. If he was not careful, he would be eliminated. Based on the information that Hua Lao had gathered about this pseudo-realm and the consequences of being eliminated here, Duan Lingtian knew that if he was eliminated, he would be sent out of this pseudo-realm. Apart from that, he would not be able to enter again if he was sent out. In that case, he would miss out on the treasures left behind by the three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation.
Just the thought of it made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. For this reason, he did not dare to be careless in the next test. He began to take it seriously. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the 10 gigantic beasts appeared out of thin air, the void around Duan Lingtian began to tremble. The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Lingtian's ears like thunder. Black Tortoise's Barrier. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian cast his defensive divine ability. This was the first divine ability he had cast since he entered the pseudo-realm. This was the first defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism. As soon as he cast his divine ability, a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. It was like a gigantic beast from the ancient times, protecting Duan Lingtian. If he wanted to touch Duan Lingtian, he would have to go through the black tortoise's silhouette. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering roars, the 10 gigantic beasts that appeared out of thin air pounced toward Duan Lingtian one after another. A terrifying energy surged out of their bodies, causing the void to tremble. The sound of friction rang in the air as it stirred up a strong wind that transformed into a powerful shockwave. The shockwave wreaked havoc, causing the surrounding void to tremble again as though it would collapse at any time. The 10 gigantic beasts attacked at the same time. 10 surges of energy merged together, causing the sun and moon to dim in just a blink of an eye. It was as though dark clouds were pressing down on Duan Lingtian. The 10 surges of energy that converged together descended in unison and blasted onto the black tortoise's silhouette that protected Duan Lingtian. Instantly, boom, 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 boom. The black tortoise's silhouette trembled violently as a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. It rose and fell like a sailboat that had crashed on the calm sea, causing turbulent waves to rise on the surface of the sea. A few moments later, the black tortoise's silhouette was on the verge of collapsing like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, at this moment, the energy from the 10 gigantic beasts had been depleted. I managed to stop it. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, as expected of the #1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism. I've only been in the rudimentary mastery for a while, but I can already display such a powerful defensive ability. At the same time, the black tortoise's silhouette that was at the end of its flight disappeared without a trace with just a thought from Duan Lingtian. It was as though it was never there. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the 1,000 inscription saint sword appeared in his hand. As soon as he let go of his hand, the 1,000 inscription saint sword immediately flew out as though it was being guided by an invisible force toward the 10 gigantic beasts. It was the sword-wielding art that was given to Duan Lingtian by casting the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the sword wielding with the heart. The sword wielded with the heart. The sword-wielding art that I'm casting now is even more powerful than the most powerful sword technique in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Whoosh! As the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air, a sword ray flashed and drew a circle in the air in just a blink of an eye. During this process, the gigantic beasts that were in the path of the sword ray shattered into pieces. This meant that Duan Lingtian had passed another test. It's closed. At this moment, Hua Lao's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. It's closed? What's closed? The entrance to this pseudo-realm has been closed. Hua Lao replied. The entrance has been closed? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Does this mean that from now on, no one will enter this pseudo-realm? Yes, Hua Lao replied. After receiving confirmation, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, excited. Now that the entrance to the pseudo-realm had been closed, it meant that no one would enter and compete with him. There would be no more competitors. As far as he was concerned, this was a matter of great benefit and no harm. However, I've been here for quite some time now. The entrance to the pseudo-realm has just closed. I'm afraid the Black Kshetra sect and the other forces around Sin City have received the news and sent their men here. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but frown for a moment before relaxing again. In the next moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had gone to face the next test. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the pseudo-realm, a group of people who had been eliminated watched as the tear in the void gradually closed. In the end, it completely disappeared before their eyes. The entrance has closed? Immediately, the pupils of the people guarding outside shrank involuntarily. After a while, more people from the forces around Sin City arrived. When they realized they were too late, they beat their chests and stomped their feet in frustration. Damn it! I can't believe I missed it. I was so close. A dozen breaths of time. Just a dozen breaths of time. That's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. I can't believe I missed it. Am I really that unlucky? After a while, more people arrived. When they found out the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation had closed, they regretted not coming earlier. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind blew past.
2 young men appeared out of thin air in front of everyone.
Young leader.
Young leader.
When the 2 young men appeared, the 2 groups of people outside immediately greeted them respectfully.
Of the 2 young men, one of them was wearing a brocade robe.
His body was thin and frivolous, and his face was pale. He looked like a spoiled brat. The other person was wearing a feather fan and a silk headscarf. He was dressed like a scholar, but he looked a little wretched now. He was not as elegant as he usually was. These 2 young men were none other than Xueqi, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, and Dong Guoji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Chapter 2138. It's Xueqi, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, and Dong Guoji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. They've been eliminated as well? Xueqi and Dong Guoji's appearance attracted the attention of many people. Some of the sectless cultivators who had been eliminated recognized them. Novels? R-A-N-E-N-O-R-G. Xueqi and Dong Guoji's expressions turned grave when they sensed the gazes on them. They were so close. They were so close to passing the test. However, they had failed at the critical moment. They couldn't accept this. They couldn't accept it.
Of course, if they knew that there were more tests waiting for them that seemed to be endless and even more difficult than before, they might not think in such a way.
Dong Guoji, you're eliminated at the same time as me. It seems like you're not as strong as the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. After Xueqi caught his breath, he looked at Dong Guoji and said mockingly, "Didn't you say I'm a good-for-nothing rich kid in the past?
As the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, you're not much stronger than a good-for-nothing rich kid like me."
Xueqi had not forgotten how Dong Guoji had instigated the black-robed man to kill him. He had only kept it to himself. Now that he finally had a chance to mock Dong Guoji, naturally, he would not miss it. Xueqi! Dong Guoji was furious when he heard Xueqi's mocking words. However, he was speechless. He was not the only one who looked down on Xueqi. Even the sectless cultivators in Sin City felt Xueqi was inferior to him. Dong Guoji was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it when he sensed the strange gazes on him. Xueqi smiled when he saw this. He felt it was worth it to be eliminated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, figures began to appear one after another. They were none other than the people who had been eliminated. Initially, those who were eliminated were at the 1st form and 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, even those at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated.
Elder Yu.
Elder Xiao. As the 2 figures appeared, Xueqi and Dong Guoji exclaimed almost at the same time. The people who caused Xueqi and Dong Guoji to exclaim in surprise were an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance and an elder from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Of course, if it were just ordinary elders in their respective alliances, it wouldn't be enough to make them lose their composure. The reason why they lost their composure was because these 2 elders were not simple. At the very least, they were not simple in their respective alliances. Isn't this Elder Yu Zhong from the 7 Kill Alliance? This is Elder Xiao Peng from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Yu Zhong and Xiao Peng aren't ordinary powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. They're both ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Their strength is even slightly stronger than the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chun Wu. Who would have thought that someone as strong as them would also be eliminated? The treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who seem to have passed the heavenly tribulation, has such a high elimination rate. I'm afraid there won't be many people left in there.
I think so too.
Most of the people in the surroundings were also people who had been eliminated.
Now they were all sighing.
As time passed, more and more people were eliminated.
All of them had one thing in common. All of them were below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
The powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance have all been eliminated. The powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance have also been eliminated. Apart from that, the powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the other alliances have also been eliminated.
Currently, only the powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and a few other forces are still in there.
I'm sure they didn't stay in there for long. They're still in there because they entered later. That must be the case, as the crowd whispered among themselves. The powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and a few other forces were also eliminated.
As expected. There should be no powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage left in there.
As expected of a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The elimination rate is insane. It seems like those below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage won't be able to lay their hands on the treasures inside. This threshold is too high. At this moment, 90% of the people who were left outside were those who had been eliminated.
Most of them had a bitter and helpless expression on their faces as they discussed among themselves.
To be honest, they did not want to be eliminated. However, there were some things that they could not control. However, the tests inside are really insane. Not only are they harder than the previous ones, but there seems to be no end to them.
That's right.
If there are more tests, even ordinary powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be eliminated. Many powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who had been eliminated smiled wryly. Among the group of people who were eliminated, they were the ones who felt the most indignant. As time passed, there were still no powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage who were eliminated. At this moment, they realized the tests they had to go through must be the last few tests. In fact, it might even be the last test. That black-robed man. He's really at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Old Black Crow, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, looked around and asked around. He discovered that the enemy of the Black Crow Alliance was indeed a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Earlier, he had only made a guess. He still harbored some hope in his heart. Now, that trace of hope in his heart had completely collapsed and shattered into pieces. From today onward, all of you must let go of your hatred for the black-robed man. From today onward, the Black Crow Alliance will no longer be the Oriole who takes advantage of others. Old Black Crow decisively transmitted his order to the high-ranking officials of the Black Crow Alliance when he realized they would never be a threat to the black-robed man. The high-ranking officials of the Black Crow Alliance did not object to his order. Even the strongest leader of the Black Crow Alliance was afraid of the black-robed man's strength, let alone the high-ranking officials. The group of people outside the Black Crow Alliance was unaware of this. At this moment, there was a group of people who were bored in the pseudo-realm left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian was among these people. When can I get out of here? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was in a sealed space. The space was not big. It could only accommodate 2 adults at most. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt pressured. Duan Ling Tian had tried to break out of this sealed space. However, even after he had used all his techniques, he still could not break out of this sealed space. In this completely sealed space, he couldn't touch it at all, but it was able to restrict his body and trap him firmly inside, making it impossible for him to escape. Walao, what's this space made of? Why can't my strength touch it? Duan Ling Tian asked Walao about this. This space is a product of the pseudo-realm. As long as you're in the pseudo-realm, you're bound to be trapped by it. You won't be able to break free no matter what you do.
However, if you're a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who has passed the heavenly tribulation and can leave this pseudo-realm, this space won't be able to bind you.
This was Hualao's answer to Duan Ling Tian. According to Hualao, it was impossible to break free from this space.
Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to break free from this space since they would not be able to leave this pseudo-realm. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation and a powerhouse who had passed the heavenly tribulation were on a completely different level.
The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. After listening to Hualao's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately dismissed the idea of leaving this space. What a joke!
Did he not hear Hualao say that even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to break free from this space? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would only need to lift a finger to kill him. If it was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who mainly cultivated the soul and specialized in soul attacks, they would only need a thought to kill him.
However, the test before I was locked in here was really difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that my son Saint Origin had mostly recovered after entering the pseudo-realm, I might not have been able to pass the test even if I used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Fear still lingered in Duan Ling Tian's heart when he recalled the test he encountered earlier. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not have been able to pass the test. After passing the test, Duan Ling Tian's vision turned dark. When he regained his senses, he was already in this strange space. However, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Now, he wasn't the only one who was locked in such a space. Even the other people who had passed a series of tests like him were locked in the same space.
The leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, the Eternal Alliance, and the 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Meng Hao and Granny Snake, were also locked in here. As for the rest of the people who had passed the series of tests, they were also trapped.
No one was an exception. It was as though they were waiting for those who had not passed the test.
Congratulations, you've passed the elimination test. After some time, a voice suddenly sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears.
Chapter 2139. Who's that?
Duan Ling Tian began to look around when he heard the voice. However, he could not see anyone. It was as though the voice had come out of nowhere. 81 Omega. I know that you must be very curious about who I am. I am one of the founders of this space that you are in. The owner of the voice seemed to know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. He continued to say, I'm sure you're curious as to why I said I'm one of the founders of this realm. The voice paused for a moment when he spoke. However, Duan Ling Tian was not curious at all. He had learned about this through Hualao's reminder. The pseudo-realm he was in was created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, even though Duan Ling Tian was not curious, it did not mean the others were not curious as well.
One of the founders?
The owner of the voice said he's one of the founders of this realm? Whether it was the sectless powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City, the Karma Pa at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Black Kshetra sect, or the powerhouses at or above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. Previously, they had thought the realm they were in was created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, the voice that had appeared out of nowhere was telling them the truth. He was one of the founders of this realm. When this voice sounded in everyone's ears, it was also when everyone who passed the elimination test was trapped in a similar strange space.
Obviously, it was not a coincidence.
Now the people in this pseudo-plane had either passed the test or been eliminated. The reason I said I'm one of the founders of this realm is because I'm not the only one who created this realm. The voice continued to ring in the ears of Duan Ling Tian and the others.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Zheng Dongji.
Before the space was created, I had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, I've already passed the heavenly tribulation and was about to ascend. When the owner of the voice spoke up to this point, those who already knew what was going on, including Duan Ling Tian,
were not surprised at all since they already knew about this. Those who did not know this beforehand were now both shocked and pleasantly surprised. He was shocked.
The person who left this space behind was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation.
He was pleasantly surprised.
Since this was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, there must be more treasures here.
What a joke!
How could a treasure left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage be ordinary?
As I said earlier, I am only one of the creators of this space. This space was created by me and 2 other friends.
My 2 friends had successfully passed the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like me before they created this space.
The voice rang again. This time, apart from Duanling Tian, the others were stunned.
Even the powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City, and the Karmapa from Black Kshetra sect were in a daze like the rest of the people present.
Naturally, they were powerhouses from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, so they quickly regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but feel shocked.
This treasure vault was left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. In other words, there are all kinds of treasures and inheritances left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation before they ascended?
Although they were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they could not help but feel their breaths quicken when they thought about this.
The others, such as the leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, the elders of the Black Kshetra sect and other forces, and many rogue cultivators from the City of Sin, finally regained their senses.
They were both shocked and overjoyed.
A treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation.
I didn't think I'd be able to come across such a good thing in my lifetime. I've really struck gold this time. Each of the experts who were trapped in their own independent space was inexplicably excited.
It wasn't until that voice was heard again that they gradually calmed down. The 3 of us have left everything we obtained in our lives and some of our cultivation experiences in this space. Naturally, only the people who make it to the end will be able to obtain the things we left behind.
However, there's a high chance that all of you will be able to obtain it since all of you have successfully passed the elimination test. Apart from the 3 of you, everyone else has been eliminated. Naturally, it's still too early for all of you to celebrate. The elimination test is only the first test we set up. Everyone, including Duanling Tian, was dumbfounded when they heard this. There were so many tests before this, but it's only the first test? The corner of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched as a bitter smile appeared on his face. The others were speechless as well.
After a moment of speechlessness, they began to discuss among themselves.
What a joke! There were so many tests before this, but it's only the first test? Are you kidding me?
Based on the difficulty of the tests, it's impossible for one to make it to the end without a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Currently, I'm afraid there's no one below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in this independent space. Although only a few people said it out loud, it was the same thought that almost everyone had. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, Duanling Tian did not think this way. He did not think this way because he knew his own strength.
He knew there was still a long way to go before he broke through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, his cultivation base was only close to breaking through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage.
He had not even broken through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. This was Duanling Tian's current cultivation base.
It was also the result of his cultivation in Sin City for the past 6 months. In the eyes of others, the results of his cultivation were frightening, but he himself was not very satisfied.
Too weak. I'm still too weak.
Even if I use the Jasper Celestial Sword and use all my strength, I can only kill an ordinary powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If it's a powerhouse at the peak of the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the most I can do is injure him severely. However, if it's a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, I'm not a match for him at all. When Duanling Tian heard the owner of the voice, the person who called himself Zhang Dongji, said the tests he had gone through were only the first test,
Duan Lingtian immediately felt immense pressure. The first trial had already forced him to use all his strength. How difficult would the second trial be? After the second test, would there be a third test, or even a fourth test? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. Next, you'll leave this place and appear in another place. You'll meet up with the others at that place. Naturally, you'll only be working with those who are still here. All of you will be divided into 3 groups. Each group will have to pass an independent trial. After the second test, only 2 batches of people will remain from the 3 batches. The remaining batches of people will be eliminated. When Zhang Dongji finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others did not react at all. After all, it was normal for a group of people to be eliminated in the second trial. However, what Zhang Dongji said next caused their expressions to change in unison. When the second trial begins, those who are eliminated won't be kicked out of this space. They'll only have one path, and that's death. Death. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and the others could not help but change their expressions. They would have to die when the second trial began? For a moment, many of the weaker cultivators regretted coming here. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was at the bottom of the pack. However, he did not regret his decision at all. Instead, he began to think about other things. According to what that Zhang Dongji said, the second trial will be divided into 3 groups of people. Every group of people will be one body? Advance and retreat together? Either all of us will be eliminated or all of us will pass. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought about this. If he did not rely on his own strength, it was not impossible for him to pass the second trial. As long as the people in the same group as him were strong, he would be able to pass the second trial. There were also quite a few people who realized this point later. I hope the people in the same group as me are stronger. That way, I'll have a higher chance of passing the second trial. Oh my God! Give me a few more powerhouses at the 7th level of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Many people with a weaker cultivation base were praying inwardly. As for those who were stronger, apart from those who were more arrogant, it did not matter who was in the same group as them. The remaining people were also praying inwardly. They hoped that Zhang Dongji would not be assigned with too many weak companions. Otherwise, they would drag him down and drag him down with them. Now I announce. Chapter 2140. Let the second test begin. Almost as soon as Zhang Dongji's voice left his mouth, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken. When light entered his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious cavern. At first glance, the cavern was completely sealed. There was no entrance or exit, and it was completely barren. The cavern was barren because it was filled with sand and rocks. There was not even a hint of green in sight. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. It was completely barren. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the cavern, along with the sound of wind breaking, many other people appeared in the cavern at the same time. When they first appeared, they instinctively observed the cavern just like Duan Lingtian did. The cavern was spacious and barren. It only took a few glances for them to see the end of the cavern. However, it was precisely this cave that gave many of them a certain amount of pressure, causing them to involuntarily feel fear in their hearts. After all, this was the second test. The first test was already considered extremely difficult for many of them. The second test would definitely be even more difficult. For this reason, there must be many unknown dangers hidden in this inconspicuous cavern. The unknown was always the scariest. Due to this reason, they could not help but feel fearful. I wonder who are the people who are assigned to the same group as me. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he regained his senses and shifted his gaze to the group of people who appeared in the cavern with him. These people would be his companions in the second test. The second test was a group test. Those who were assigned to the same group would advance and retreat together. Once they were eliminated, only death would await them. It could be said that all of them were grasshoppers tied to the same rope. When Duan Lingtian looked at the others, most of them were also looking around, scrutinizing the people who appeared in the cavern with them. Their current thoughts were similar to that of Duan Lingtian.
In the second test, the quality of their companions would directly affect whether they would be able to smoothly pass the second test.
Because once they failed, only death would await them. Thus, they were all under great pressure. Lord Bai Li.
Suddenly, a thin middle-aged man in a green cloak saw another young man in a white robe, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he revealed a surprised expression and exclaimed in a low voice.
Never had he imagined that he would be allocated together with this person in the second test. Lord Bai Li.
As the thin middle-aged man in a green cloak spoke, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their gazes to the white-robed young man in unison. The young man was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was cold. He stood there motionless like a mountain, and he gave people a feeling that he was unapproachable. There was a deep red Jusha mole in between the young man's eyebrows.
It was particularly eye-catching. He stood there, giving people a sense of reality and an ethereal feeling at times. It was as though he was a celestial being who was out of this world. It's really Lord Bai Li. A sectless cultivator powerhouse from Sin City said in a trembling voice after taking a closer look. There was no lack of excitement in his voice. He had stayed in Sin City for hundreds of years, and he was fortunate enough to see the white-robed young man in front of him once. It left a deep impression on him, so he immediately recognized the other party and confirmed the other party's identity. I can't believe I'm actually allocated together with Lord Bai Li. With Lord Bai Li here, the second test is definitely useless. Another sectless cultivator said excitedly. 4 rogue cultivators like them. Bai Li was a godlike existence. Lord Bai Li? Don't tell me he's Bai Li from Sin City? Many people narrowed their eyes. While their eyes were filled with shock, there was also a hint of excitement on their faces. He's Bai Li? He's one of the 3 most powerful guardians in Sin City. His cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The peerless powerhouse who's ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian's attention was also on Bai Li when everyone was looking at him. He could not help but feel shocked.
If the person before him was the Bai Li he knew, then, in that case, apart from Elder Hua, the person before him was the most powerful person he had ever come into contact with.
Bai Li was one of the 3 most powerful powerhouses in Sin City. He was also one of the most powerful sectless cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking had even entered the top 10. He was ranked 9th. What did it mean to be ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Lord Bai Li. Lord Bai Li. After the people present on the scene confirmed Bai Li's identity, some of them were so excited that their faces turned red. They immediately bowed at Bai Li like a group of subjects bowing before a supreme emperor. Green Bat King. When the crowd's gazes landed on Bai Li, and many people bowed respectfully to Bai Li ignored them. Instead, she looked at the cyan-cloaked middle-aged man. This middle-aged man in a green cloak was also the first to discover him and recognize him. Now, when Bai Li looked at him and greeted him, she nodded politely. Who's that? How did Lord Bai Li notice him? Previously, when Bai Li's gaze landed on the middle-aged man in the green cloak, many people were surprised and confused. Green Bat King. The moment Bai Li's words left his mouth, most of the people, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel shocked. In an instant, the gazes of many people locked onto the middle-aged man in the green cloak. The middle-aged man was skinny. He was not tall, and his head was small. He gave off a sneaky vibe. And it was this kind of person who stood there, ethereal and unfathomable. He's one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Green Bat King, Wei Suo? Someone was the first to come back to his senses and couldn't help but gasp. That's right. At this moment, someone said proudly, this is the Green Bat King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lord Wei Suo. This person was an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Green Bat King, Wei Suo, is one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His strength is at the bottom of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he's still a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 24th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, information about the Green Bat King, one of the four kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Lord Bai Li, I didn't expect you and I would be assigned to the same place. It's fate. Even Wei Su'a, the great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had a warm expression on his face when he spoke to Bai Li. What a joke! Not only was Bai Li a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked at the 9th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, one of the four kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism, only their sect leader was stronger than Bai Li. How could he dare to be careless when facing such a person? Although Wei Su'a and Bai Li were both at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Wei Su'a knew he was much weaker than Bai Li, yes. Bai Li nodded indifferently. He was cold to Wei Su'a, the great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Wei Su'a did not mind Bai Li's indifference at all. All powerhouses had their own pride. With Bai Li's strength, he was already giving Wei Su'a face by not looking down on him. Wei Su'a knew this very well. I didn't expect to be assigned to the same place as Lord Bai Li and Lord Wei Su'a. With the two of them around, the second test will be a piece of cake. Soon, someone said so. His words immediately received the approval of many people. A piece of cake? Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. According to Zheng Dongji, one of the three powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the people in the pseudo-realm would be divided into 3 groups. The 3 groups would have to undergo the second test. Only death awaited those who failed. Only 2 groups of people would be able to pass the second test and advance to the third test. The 3 groups of people in the second test aren't randomly assigned. Perhaps, they're assigned based on the overall strength of the group? 3 groups of people, and the combined strength of each group is about the same? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Hua Lao when he thought of this. Elder Hua quickly gave him a reply. The rules in this pseudo-realm are set by the Creator. Usually, group tests like this are fair. The overall strength of each group should be about the same. Hua Lao's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's conjecture. There were powerhouses like Bai Li and Wei Su'a in their group. There was no doubt the other 2 groups of people had powerhouses like them as well. Therefore, it was still too early to think that this group of people would definitely pass the second round of the test. Chapter 2141. Don't you think it's too early to be happy? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was clear-headed. A tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a long silver robe said with a frown, "We have powerhouses at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage here." Don't tell me the other 2 groups don't have powerhouses at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Even if the entrance to this space is closed, do you think Lord Bai Li and Karmapa Wei Su'a are the only powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this space? As soon as the middle-aged man said this, the people who were originally excited seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. After a shudder, they suddenly came back to their senses. He has a point. There must be more than 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this space. That's right. Put aside the Zhuangzi Buddhism, there are almost 10 sectless powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. They must have been alerted by what happened here. I'm sure all of them are here. Let alone all of them, even if 2 or 3 of them aren't here, there aren't many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in our group. Moreover, it's very likely that the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the other Karmapa are here as well. Does this mean we won't necessarily have an advantage in the second trial? Although I don't want to admit it, that seems to be the case. As the crowd began to whisper to each other, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat stifling. This person seems to resemble Dong Guaji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. While the others were whispering among themselves, Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on the middle-aged man who shared the same opinion as him. He discovered the middle-aged man's features resembled Dong Guaji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Apart from that, I can sense a majestic aura from him. It's obvious he has been in a high position for a long time. Don't tell me he's... Just as Duan Lingtian was guessing the identity of the middle-aged man before him, a voice suddenly sounded and interrupted his thoughts. Isn't that the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dongguayi? This was the cry of a rogue cultivator from the city of Xin. Immediately, more people recognized the middle-aged man. It really is him. This also confirmed Duan Lingtian's guess. Earlier, Duan Lingtian noticed the middle-aged man resembled Dong Guaji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Coupled with the imposing aura the middle-aged man exuded, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity. The leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dong Guayi, a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. Actually, many of the sectless cultivators present recognized Dong Guayi. The reason they did not recognize him immediately was because Bai Li and Wei Suo had overshadowed him. Under normal circumstances, as the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, one of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, and a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking, Dong Guayi should be the center of attention. However, compared to Bai Li, one of the strongest sectless cultivators in Sin City, and Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 demon kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Dong Guayi's achievements were not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, no one had noticed him for a period of time earlier. Compared to Bai Li and Wei Suo, Dong Guayi's presence was much weaker than Bai Li and Wei Suo's. Isn't this He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect? Everyone's attention shifted from Dong Guayi, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, to another person. This person was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. His appearance was ordinary, but his aura was otherworldly. At first glance, he gave off a refreshing feeling. He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect? When many people recognized the middle-aged scholar, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him as well. Duan Lingtian had heard of He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect. Apart from being the sect leader of a first-rate sect, He Fei Yi was also ranked 55th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Similar to Dong Guayi, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, He Fei Yi was also at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, his strength was still slightly inferior to Dong Guayi's. This was the reason he was ranked lower than Dong Guayi on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from being a first-rate sect, the Forgotten Dust sect was also a force near Sin City. For this reason, the crowd was not surprised to see He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, here. After all, He Fei Yi had the time to come here when he heard about this. However, they were surprised to see He Fei Yi in the same group as them. This meant there were 2 powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage among them. Black-robed man. You're the black-robed man. All of a sudden, a voice broke the silence. It was a sectless cultivator from Sin City. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression on his face. Black-robed man? A few other sectless cultivators turned to look at Duan Lingtian as well. Similar expressions could be seen on their faces. This black-robed man passed the first test and is still here? I thought the black-robed man's cultivation base was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. It seems like I've underestimated him. His cultivation base is at least at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A hint of surprise could be heard in the sectless cultivators' voices when they spoke. Black-robed man. Everyone turned to look at Duan Lingtian. They were curious about the black-robed man who had caused a commotion in Sin City recently. Bai Li and Wei Suo were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. When their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian could feel a powerful aura emanating from Wei Suo's body. It was obvious Wei Suo wanted to test him. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted inwardly as he activated the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He seemed to have transformed into an unsheathed sword as he easily broke through Wei Suo's aura that enveloped him. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. It was as though he would not even bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Wei Suo could not help but exclaim in surprise when he noticed this. He looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said indifferently, I've long heard about the black-robed man in Sin City. Now that I've met him, he really lives up to his name. You flatter me, Holy King Wei. Although Duan Lingtian was infuriated by Wei Suo's probing, he did not show it on his face.
He suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to be polite as he replied.
Wei Suo was not only the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, but he was also a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs and behave in front of such a powerhouse. No matter how angry he was, he could only endure it for now. The second test is called Live and Die Together. At this moment, Zhang Dongji, one of the 3 people who created the pseudo-realm, spoke again. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, heard his voice clearly. You're right. Live and die together. At once, Duan Lingtian and the others felt their hearts tremble violently. The second test is divided into multiple tests. In these tests, if one person in the same group dies, the rest will be killed by the killing formation we left in this space. If one person dies in one of the groups, the rest of the group will be annihilated as well. The other 2 groups will be able to advance and participate in the third test. Before a person dies, the second trial will not end on its own. Zhang Dongji's voice stopped when he reached this point. For a time, the entire place was deathly silent. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had a solemn expression on their faces. Even Bai Li and Wei Suo had a solemn expression on their faces. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. They did not feel any pressure when it came to protecting themselves. However, based on Zhang Dongji's words, it seemed like they were not only protecting themselves, they had to protect the others in the second test as well. If one person died, the rest of the group would have to die as well. There were 3 groups of people in total. The first group to die would be eliminated. The remaining 2 groups would be able to advance. All of you, come closer to me and Lord Bai Li, Wei Suo said solemnly to Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others moved closer when they heard this. The second test, Live and Die Together, meant that all of them were bound together. He feared life all his life, and feared death when faced with death. No matter what test we face next, apart from me, Lord Bai Li, Alliance Leader Donghua, and Sect Leader He, the rest of you, do not take the initiative to attack unless absolutely necessary, and do not stray too far from us. Wei Suo ordered as Duan Lingtian and the others approached. No one had any objections to Wei Suo's decision. After all, the second test was more about preserving one's life than how quickly they passed the tests. What they had to do was persevere until one of the other 2 groups was killed. It was most appropriate for the next test to be carried out by the 4 strongest people. They're here. Duan Lingtian and the others were taken aback when they heard Bai Li's words. They were already a little nervous. When they heard Bai Li's words, they became even more nervous. Dong, 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 dong. Chapter 2142. As the sound of drums reverberated in the air, silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the spacious cave. These silhouettes were tall and big. Upon closer inspection, one could see they were armored soldiers with spears in their hands. As soon as these soldiers appeared, a tall and big horse appeared under each of them. They had been promoted from infantry to cavalry. Soon after, the group of cavalrymen formed neat rows with their spears in their hands. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Although they did not speak or move, they still exuded an oppressive aura just by standing there. There are exactly 100 cavalrymen. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian had accurately calculated the number of cavalrymen in front of him. There were exactly 100 cavalrymen. Apart from that, the tall and big horses they're riding aren't simple as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked down at the 100 tall and big horses riding on the 100 cavalrymen. Kill! The 100 cavalrymen charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others as deafening battle cries reverberated in the air. When they got close to them, they surrounded them as though they were wrapping dumplings. During this entire process, the speed of the galloping of the 100 tall horses verified Duan Lingtian's guess from before. The speed of these tall and big horses was comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 cavalrymen arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they were only a few dozen meters away from them. Duan Lingtian and many others felt their hearts skip a beat. Bang! A series of explosions rang in the air. Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li moving again. Whoosh! Bai Li soared into the air as though he had transformed into an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above the group of people. He hovered majestically in the air like an invincible god of war. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li waving his hand casually. Hum! Amidst the flashes of lightning, a short-lived saber cry rang out in the air. A saber light flashed out at an exaggerated speed, but it did not leave any trace in front of Duan Lingtian. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of horror appeared on his face.
He knew very well in his heart that the reason he did not see any trace of Bai Li attacking was entirely because the speed of the saber light that shot out from Bai Li's palm blade was so fast that it had already exceeded the scope of his naked eyes. Although he had already broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, he had not officially broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and had not awakened his spiritual eyes. Let alone Bai Li, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Bai Li was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to catch his attack. Puchi! 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 Almost at the same time, a crisp sound rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He immediately regained his senses and instinctively turned to look at the source of the sound. In the next moment, he saw the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were charging at him were all severed at the waist. In just a blink of an eye, the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were severed at the waist disappeared into thin air. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. After all, the people and beasts that appeared in the first trial would usually disappear into thin air after they were killed. According to Hualao, the people in the second trial were all in the second trial. Those humans and beasts were all energy bodies formed by the formations in this pseudo-plane. They were powerful, but if they were killed, they would disappear without a trace. It was as though they were never there. The strength of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage is truly extraordinary. Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Li with a shocked expression on his face. His heart was filled with shock as well. The aura emitted by any one of these 100 cavalrymen is enough to oppress me. This means all of the cavalrymen are at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. If the cavalrymen were only at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would not be able to make him feel so pressured. After all, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. A few moments later, the second trial began. This time, Xuanzi Buddhism and the Green Bat King, Wei Suo, did not wait for Bai Li to make a move. He made his move and killed the huge beasts that attacked them during the second trial. From the beginning until the end, it only took a few breaths of time. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was apparent. Following that, the third trial began. After they passed the third trial, the fourth trial began. In the beginning, Wei Suo was the only one who made a move. However, in the end, even Wei Suo began to feel pressured. At this moment, Bai Li made his move. With the two of them joining forces, it became easier for them. However, even with the two of them joining forces, it was still difficult for them to deal with the beasts. Alliance leader Dong Gua. Sect leader He. At this moment, Wei Suo called out to Dong Gua Yi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, and He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, to remind them that it was time to make a move. With the addition of Dong Gua Yi and He Fei Yi, the situation became much better. The four of them successfully passed the trials one after another. They did not feel pressured at all. A Saint Celestial, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and two powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the four of them joining forces, they were able to break through the trials even after a while. Time continued to pass by quietly. Gradually, Bai Li, Wei Suo, Dong Gua Yi, and He Fei Yi began to feel pressured when they joined forces. Occasionally, one or two beasts would slip through the net and charge at Duan Lingtian and the others. At this moment, the remaining people had no choice but to make a move. Naturally, it was not convenient for Duan Lingtian to make a move under such circumstances. He could only rely on the Jasper Celestial Sword to unleash strength that was comparable to most powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the beginning, it did not matter if he did not make a move. However, as time passed,
the pressure on the group continued to increase. The other two groups of people still haven't died? A sectless cultivator standing near Duan Ling Tian said with a grim expression. At this moment, he could only hope that the other two groups of people would die as soon as possible. That way, they would be able to pass the second trial and advance to the next round. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling through the air suddenly charged at Duan Ling Tian. The others did not have the time to help Duan Ling Tian or Duan Ling Tian. The beast that charged at Duan Ling Tian was a relatively weak giant beast. Naturally, it was only weak compared to the other beasts. Its strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This giant beast is even stronger than Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance whom I killed earlier. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw the giant beast charging at him. Then, he raised his hand and activated the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universal Ruler, that he had prepared a long time ago. As his sleeves trembled, he suddenly activated it. When the giant beast arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the space around Duan Lingtian began to distort and fold. From afar, it looked like the ripples on a calm lake caused by a falling rock. Universe teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability of the Universe Ruler. The giant beast's speed was slightly slowed down by him. However, it was only slightly slower. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his Sun Saint origin to its limit in just a short time. Naturally, even if his Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit, it would only be comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Due to the unique environment of the pseudo-realm, coupled with the concealment of the universe teleportation, and the fact that no one was distracted, no one noticed Duan Lingtian casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. After a while, the giant beast broke free from the restraints of the universe teleportation and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. It opened its mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Swoosh! At this moment, another celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. As Duan Lingtian cast the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the Celestial Sword, it seemed as though it could slash through 3,000 universes. Although the gigantic beast that pounced at him was powerful, it was instantly cut into two by Duan Lingtian's sword before it shattered and disappeared into thin air. It was as though it was never there. With just a swing of the sword, the world turned cold. Nothing could be more terrifying than this. With the remaining Sun Saint origin in my body, I can only perform the same sword attack again. However, if I perform the same sword attack again, the Sun Saint origin in my body will be depleted. If there's any danger, I'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. All of a sudden, no! A sorrowful cry rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to turn cold. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the cry and discovered it was He Fei Yi, the sect leader of Forgotten Dust sect. At this moment, He Fei Yi was looking in the same direction as the sorrowful cry. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The hearts of the others present on the scene sank as well. Everyone followed He Fei Yi's gaze and looked in the same direction. One of the sectless cultivators had just been killed by a giant beast. He had just been killed. Someone's dead. Bai Li and Wei Sua's expressions changed drastically. Even with their strength, it was too late for them to save that person. Damn it! Dong Guai, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, cried out in despair. Chapter 2143. Currently, the other two groups of people were still alive. On their side, however, someone had died. Someone had died. At this moment, it was not only Bai Li, Wei Sua, Dong Guai, and He Fei Yi whose expressions had changed drastically. Even Duan Lingtian and the others who had regained their senses had a change in expression. Since someone from their group had died first, it meant that they would be eliminated as well. And the result of being eliminated was death. Wang, 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 Wang. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the death of someone in their group, A buzzing sound came from the cave they were in. The buzzing sound grew louder and more frequent. Hearing the buzzing sound, Duan Lingtian and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Suddenly, quick, enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Quick, quick. 2 voices suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Their voices were filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian only had time to realize that it was Hua Lao's voice. He did not have time to think about why Hua Lao wanted him to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. With a single thought, he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, which had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. Even though Duan Lingtian knew that doing so would expose the existence of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he did not have time to worry about it. This was the first time he had heard Hua Lao ask him to do something so urgently. Therefore, as soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with a single thought. He did not have time to think about anything else. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's disappearance naturally attracted the attention of others. However, only Bai Li and Wei Suo, the 2 strongest people present, noticed that Duan Lingtian had disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye. They did not have time to think, and the others did not have time to notice Duan Lingtian's disappearance. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the cave that everyone was in suddenly burst open. Although it only lasted for a moment, it still blasted everyone, including Bai Li and Wei Suo, who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above, into dust. In front of this seemingly invincible strength, even someone as strong as Bai Li was unable to resist and was killed in the blink of an eye. Even the strongest Bai Li could not resist, not to mention the others. However, although the terrifying energy that flashed in the blink of an eye blasted the entire cave and everyone in it into dust, there was still a special speck of dust that was not destroyed by it. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had just entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with a single thought, but before he could stabilize himself in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he sensed a tremor in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was as though something outside was disturbing the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Therefore, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was also blasted away by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It hurts. After being blasted out by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. He even felt nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit. His internal organs were shaken, and it was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries. Naturally, these internal injuries were not serious to Duan Lingtian. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. This, however, when Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he was stunned when he saw his surroundings. The cave he was in earlier was no longer there. The people who were in the same group as him were gone as well. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not react at all. This was because, when the cave was blasted open by the terrifying energy and the others were blasted into dust, Duan Lingtian had followed Hua Lao's instructions and entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to escape the calamity. The timing was very accurate as well. As soon as he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and was protected by it, the terrifying energy exploded. The energy was so strong that even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation, would not be able to escape death, let alone a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Bai Li. This was because the killing formation was set up by 3 eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was a very special killing formation. It had compressed its energy and released it in an instant. The energy released in that instant was equivalent to the combined attack of the 3 eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to withstand the energy released by the killing formation, let alone a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Based on this, one could see how terrifying the killing formation was. The killing formation set up by 3 eminent celestials, including Zheng Dongji, was extremely terrifying. Quickly devour the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants that haven't dispersed yet. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Hua Lao's voice rang in his ears again. Hua Lao was reminding him to devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his divine consciousness. He discovered there were many soul remnants in the surroundings. Moreover, the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants were beginning to disperse. Devour. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian did not bother to think about the soul remnants in the surroundings. All he knew was that if he did not devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings, they would soon disappear. At that time, it would be impossible for him to devour them. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots again. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he devoured the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants in the surroundings. This was because he discovered there were 2 indigo innate spiritual roots, 5 indigo innate spiritual roots, and even more green innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual roots. After devouring all the innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual roots had improved significantly. His indigo innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark indigo innate spiritual root. The dark blue innate spiritual root was only 1 step away from the violet innate spiritual root. If I devour another wave of innate spiritual roots, even if my innate spiritual root can't transform into a violet innate spiritual root, I'm sure my innate spiritual root will be very close to a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the innate spiritual roots, could not help but lick his dry lips as his eyes shone with anticipation. When he regained his senses, he recalled the group of people who had been with him in the cave had disappeared along with the cave. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he realized what had happened. Hualao. The innate spiritual roots I devoured. Are they the innate spiritual roots of the people who were with me earlier? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled slightly when he asked Elder Hua this question. If the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were the innate spiritual roots of Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others, it made sense why their innate spiritual roots were so high grade. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wei Suo was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, one had to possess an indigo innate spiritual root in order to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, there were exceptions. In the long history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, there were cases of people with indigo innate spiritual roots breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, such cases were rare. It's their innate spiritual roots. Hualao replied calmly. It's true. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hualao's confirmation. His body began to tremble violently as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How could it be? They. As soon as I urged you to enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, they were killed by the killing formation. Hualao's voice rang again at this moment. It's a good thing you didn't hesitate. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The killing formation is the strongest force in the mundane realm. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation in the mundane realm, would be powerless in front of the killing formation. Even an eminent celestial who has passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured if not killed by the killing formation. That energy was compressed by the killing formation and released in just a blink of an eye. That's why it's so terrifying. Moreover, the killing formation was set up by 3 eminent celestials. For this reason, the energy it released in just a blink of an eye has reached the peak of what's possible in the mundane realm. Hualao's words reminded Duan Lingtian of the danger he had just gone through. However, although that energy has almost reached the peak of the mundane realm, it can only destroy things in the mundane realm, such as spatial rings, saint weapons, and so on. It doesn't have the ability to destroy the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Celestial Supreme Treasures. Hualao continued to explain. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Hualao's words. As it turned out, this was the reason. Fortunately, when Elder Hua reminded me earlier, I subconsciously trusted Elder Hua unconditionally. That's why I immediately entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and successfully avoided the terrifying force that can be called the strongest force in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. His breathing quickened. He felt as though he had been so close to death earlier. Thank you, Hualao. Duan Lingtian thanked Hualao after he calmed down. Fortune comes from danger. You've profited from a disaster. Chapter 2144. A Blessing in Disguise? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Hualao's words. Indeed. This time, it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Not only did he manage to escape death, but he had also devoured the high-grade innate spiritual roots of many powerhouses, allowing his innate spiritual root to turn dark blue. He was not far from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. However, when he thought of how powerful people like Bai Li and Wei Suo had died just like that, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Apart from being the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Wei Suo was also ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Bai Li, on the other hand, was one of the strongest powerhouses in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Bai Li was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, these 2 powerhouses had died in just a blink of an eye in this pseudo-realm. From the beginning until the end, both of them did not even have time to react, let alone defend themselves from the terrifying force. If the heavens give them a chance to start over, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to come here even if they were given 100 guts. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the others such as Dongguo Yi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, and the others, if they were given a chance to start over, they would definitely do the same. The group of people who were standing in front of Duan Lingtian earlier were all killed in just a blink of an eye. One could easily imagine how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. He did not feel happy about the transformation of his innate spiritual root. Now, he was only glad that he had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, that terrifying power had only exploded for an instant. Otherwise, he would have died today. Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian's forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. His heartbeat had not returned to normal. Time passed quietly. About a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian gradually recovered from the shock. At the same time he looked around, only to find that the surrounding was a vast expanse. He could not see anything clearly and did not know where he should go. At this point, there was no need for him to participate in any trials. He stood in the middle of the vast expanse, like a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean. He had no sense of direction, and was all alone. It was as though Duan Lingtian had been forgotten by Zheng Dongji, one of the 3 eminent celestials who had left behind this pseudo-realm. Hualao, I should have been killed like Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others in this pseudo-realm. However, thanks to the existence of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I survived. Now, I seem to have escaped from Zheng Dongji's control. Duan Lingtian communicated with Hualao and asked, "How do I leave this pseudo-plane now?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the treasures in this pseudo-realm. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What had happened earlier had left an indelible shadow in his heart. So close, so close. Just a little more and he would have died. Even until now, Duan Lingtian still could not help but shudder when he recalled the feeling of crossing the gates of hell. If possible, he did not want to experience that feeling again in his life. For this reason, he desperately wanted to leave this place. Why do you want to leave this pseudo-realm? Hualao asked in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Hualao. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Currently, I'm considered to have been eliminated from the trials set by Zheng Dongji and the other 2 eminent celestials. Although I survived, I'm certain I won't be able to participate in the following trials. Since I won't be able to participate in the following trials, I won't be able to obtain the treasures and legacies they left behind in this pseudo-realm. In that case, instead of staying here in fear, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian gave his reason for leaving. Perhaps, you won't be able to participate in the following trials, but don't you want to improve your innate spiritual root? Hualao asked. Hualao, what do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand what Hualao meant. What did he mean by he did not want to improve his innate spiritual root? My strength has already recovered to the level of a celestial. For this reason, my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. For example, the other 2 groups of people are currently undergoing the 3rd trial. Elder Hua said in a timely manner. The rules of the third test are similar to the second test. If one person dies in any group, the entire group will be annihilated. So what? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. I don't even know where they are. Don't tell me I can devour their innate spiritual roots after they're wiped out? Why not? However, Elder Hua's next question caused the wry smile on Duan Lingtian's face to disappear. His expression turned solemn as he asked, Elder Hua, do you mean you can let me devour the innate spiritual roots of those who have been eliminated? Of course. Hua Lao sounded confident. I've told you earlier that my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. I've tried to investigate this pseudo-realm earlier and confirmed their location. The sealed spaces they're in are similar to the rock cave you were in earlier. The distance between them isn't too far. As long as you stay in the middle of the two sealed spaces, you'll be able to reach one of the sealed spaces in 10 breaths' time at most if you travel at full speed. One of the sealed spaces will be destroyed, and the people inside will die. At that time, it won't be too late for you to rush over. Elder Hua continued to say, naturally, by the time you arrive, their innate spiritual roots would have already dissipated by quite a bit. However, it'll definitely improve your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not look happy at all. Instead, he felt sad for Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian suddenly asked Hua Lao, do you have a way to send them out or stop the 3 eminent celestials from carrying out the test? Although the innate spiritual root was attractive, if Duan Lingtian had to choose, he would rather Duan Lingtian and hope that the 2 groups of people would be spared. It was not because he was a great person. It was because he remembered the rumor that the devil clans from the land of exile might have successfully invaded the Debussy subterranean. Although the people in the upper province rarely talked about this matter, Duan Lingtian still could not let go of his worries. Apart from that, he had a very strong ominous feeling about this. There was a saying that went like this. It was always better to be safe than sorry. What if the devil clans had really invaded the Debussy subterranean? At that time, not only would the people in the Debussy subterranean be wiped out, but the upper province would also be affected. At that time, all humans would have to band together to fight against the devil clans. Apart from Bai Li and Wei Suo who were in the same group as Zheng Dongji, there were also a few powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had entered the pseudo-realm created by 3 eminent celestials, including Zheng Dongji. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, those powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would undoubtedly be the backbone of the humans' fight against the devil clans. For this reason, Duan Lingtian hoped that they would be able to survive. Even if he did not know them and had nothing to do with them, even if their innate spiritual roots were very tempting to him, he still hoped that they would be able to survive. Unless I can leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I won't be able to send them out and stop the 3 eminent celestials from carrying out the test. Hua Lao quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, disappointed by Hua Lao's reply. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as the flames of hope rose in his eyes. Elder Hua, can you give me some pointers on how to save them? You're too weak. You'll need to at least be a celestial if you want to save them. Hua Lao rejected him. Otherwise, even if you know the location of the sealed space, with your current strength, you won't be able to break in even if you use all your techniques, let alone save them. Hua Lao continued to say, the only thing you can do now is to watch from the sidelines and not let them lose their innate spiritual roots. It's not that you don't want to save them, but you're powerless. For this reason, you don't have to feel pressured. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. He could only watch as one of the 2 groups of people sent themselves to their deaths. After realizing that it was impossible for him to save the 2 groups of people, Duan Lingtian followed Hua Lao's guidance and came to the center of the 2 sealed spaces. He waited for Hua Lao's reminder. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups of people were also undergoing the 3rd test. To them, being able to survive the 2nd test and advance to participate in the 3rd test was undoubtedly an exciting matter. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.